He just asked for one cup. The old man and the younger guy sat facing each other. Gui Renja had waited decades for this, and now that he was here, all he wanted was a single cup. Still, he poured his guest a stiff drink. The first time they met, they were both a lot younger. Gui Renja looked at his guest again with weary eyes. It was at least 40 years ago when that young kid first came to this house. He needed some seriously unusual help, and Gui Renja was surprised that someone so young wanted it. The Great Regression Technique. The Gui family had studied it for centuries and kept it secret. None of his descendants had ever been able to fully master it. Renja knew what it would take to make it happen, but he swore he'd never go there. To pull off a successful regression, you had to gather 5 rare materials, artifacts lost to humanity ages ago. Getting them all together seemed like a flat-out impossible task for any one person. Renja promised the kid he'd help him out if he managed to find them and bring them here. First was the Thunder Bell, a sacred artifact of the Sky Wind cult. Second, the Sacred Incense Burner, a holy artifact of the Divine Dragon family. The third item was the core essence of the 10,000-year-old carp. Fourth, the secret demonic soul of the demonic cult. To get the last material, he vanished from the world for a long time. The old guy figured the kid had kicked the bucket in Nameless Valley. It was hard to believe he actually managed to collect everything he needed for the ritual. This guy just slammed that whole cup. Regression magic's gotta be freaking cursed if you need these goddamn ingredients to pull it off. First time we met, this stranger was a young dude. Now he's an old-timer with silver hair. The old man took a sip and asked him what he wanted to go back for. The guest slammed his cup on the table, almost busting it to pieces. His eyes were bloodshot, and his motive? Straight-up revenge. Gui Renja was wondering who could be so powerful that this guy couldn't take him out. The silver-haired dude coldly spat out the name Hua Mugi. The leaders of the 3 strongest alliances all bit the dust because of him. The heavenly demon, leader of the 3rd sect, was this guy's father. Hua Mugi, the strongest dude in this era. Nobody can even touch his skills. The old guy was straight up saying the visitor didn't stand a chance, even with regression technique. The man just grinned back. He had to take him out, no matter what. And it wasn't even about the heavenly demon's leader getting iced. He wasn't avenging his father or brother. Not the cult followers either. Those serving the heavenly demon are ready to bite the dust any second. Gui Renzada couldn't figure out the real reason, so he asked the visitor why he was so obsessed with revenge. On that fateful day, Hua Mugi didn't just off the cult followers, but also women, kids, and servants who weren't even into martial arts. He even wiped out all the cats and dogs like they were some kind of threat to him. The old guy refused to believe such messed up stuff, but the visitor didn't give a damn. In this time, Hua Mugi's way too strong, so the man's gotta go back to the past and ask him, before he kills him, why a warrior that powerful would kill kids. The old guy was silent for a beat, then asked for one favor if the regression technique worked. He gazed sadly at the visitor, then told him he needed to find Gui Renja in the past. The silver-haired man was intrigued, wondering why he had to do such a thing. Renja's face turned serious. The visitor had to stop him from getting married. The man was silent. The request sounded like some kind of sick joke. Then the visitor couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The old man asked him to take his words seriously, because he wasn't kidding around. A slight smile played on his lips as he replied that he promised to fulfill the old man's request. Gui Renja stood up and asked him to follow him to where they could use the great technique. The visitor was barely standing, but his strength hadn't completely left him. He'd come a long way and paid a heavy price to get the items he needed, losing an arm and an eye. The required artifacts were gathered and stood next to each other. The old man prepared for the ritual, holding a small box in his hands. When he opened it, the whole room flooded with bright magical light. The artifacts woke up. This ritual, never performed before, was about to work. The old man clasped his hands together, ready for the great regression. A massive vortex appeared, like a black hole ripped open in space. Even Gui Renja himself couldn't fully believe he was about to pull this off. Pleased as punch, he turned to his guest, repeating over and over that he'd done it. The silver-haired man was out cold, so exhausted he didn't notice a thing. Base desires overcame the old man's better judgment. He started moving slowly toward the portal, feeling a deep sense of regret. Looking back at his guest one last time, he vowed to warn him about everything in the past. For centuries, his whole family dreamed of mastering the regression technique and going back in time. And now Renja finally has a shot. His body froze. The demonic acupuncture points were sealed. A guest stood behind the old man, whispering his name aloud. Of all the people in this life, Gui Renja was the only one he trusted, and just like the others, he screwed him over. Grabbing the old man by the throat, the guest screamed, asking how he could do this to him. The old man broke down. He lost his mind for a second and couldn't resist the overwhelming temptation. He looked at the gray-haired man and begged for forgiveness, understanding the lengths he went to find those artifacts. The man removed his hand from Gui Renja's throat, admitting that he too lived a selfish life. And that's why he managed to gather all the materials. Grinning, he added that if Gui Renja were anyone else, he'd definitely off him. The man thanked the old man for waiting for him for over 40 years and keeping his promise. The old man wept bitterly, begging for forgiveness for what he'd almost done. Suddenly, he turned into a stone statue. Some kind of freaky magic was going down. The room went gray. Even the butterflies froze in midair, just like Gui Renja. Time just stopped. Then, an older dude appeared, decked out in expensive clothes and sporting a long beard. The guy who wanted to go back in time was all like, "Who the hell are you?" The answer was a total mind-blower. Standing before him was the one person who could actually send him back. Did he seriously think a few artifacts and some wizard could pull off time travel? The real value of the technique wasn't the materials, or even Gui Renja himself. It was about the trials and tribulations a regular dude had to go through to collect all those artifacts. That man sacrificed everything to get them. And the final test was to forgive that old geezer who messed up and gave in to temptation. Truth is, that final trial was the toughest of them all. Forgiving someone and letting them live? Not everyone's got that in him. The silver-haired dude just said that if he aced the trials, didn't he deserve a shot at going back? The celestial being was curious what the guy would do in the past, why he was so desperate to return. He wanted to take out the ones who deserved it, and save the ones who shouldn't have died. And looking at that portal, he wanted to live a life with purpose, 'cause he regretted how he'd lived this one. He was overwhelmed with emotion. His whole life, not a single thing he did was his own choice. Something else was always pulling the strings. The celestial replied that he was itching to see how the guy would live his new life. Time started moving again. Gui Renja was begging for forgiveness. He also pleaded with him to find him in the past and talk him out of getting married. The silver-haired man wished him all the best and stepped into the portal, ready to face his destiny. He opened his eyes. It was blindingly bright, and a crowd of people were yelling something. This was the past, back when he was young and still had both his eye and his hand. The crowd was hyped, cheering, and looking forward to a good show. For a split second, the first time in over 40 years, he felt genuinely happy. Looking up, he saw his father, the master of the heavenly demon cult. He was young, alive, and kicking, exactly how he remembered him all these years. Someone piped up, asking if the second young master was going to keep everyone waiting. Facing him was a young warrior with a huge sword, itching for the fight to start. Calmly sizing up his opponent, he realized a new day of battling demons had begun. His father, the head of the heavenly demon cult, announced he wouldn't limit the choice of the next leader to just bloodline. This caused a huge uproar, because it meant anyone who could prove their strength could become the next leader. To show he meant business, my father organized a competition between the next generation of cult leaders. The winners would get a shot at fighting the heavenly demon's sons. The opponent was super cocky, telling him to give up while he still had the chance. The heavenly demon's younger son just calmly stared at his overconfident opponent. Back then, he was seriously insulted that the guy chose him instead of his older brother, like he thought the second heir was an easy target. But Muguk knew all about the past, and later, after the tournament, the awful truth came out. The opponent had bribed the cook to slip poison into the rice, which caused all his energy to drain away during the fight. Back then, years ago, the fight was lost because of that dirty trick. Naturally, he told his father, the heavenly demon, everything. But you could see in his eyes, he was kinda disappointed that his little brother fell for such a cheap trick. To make up for the loss, the young heir did a bunch of stuff that just made things worse. All those screw-ups knocked him out of the running to be the next leader of the cult. Today's beatdown was the start of his downward spiral. The jerk across from him told the second young master not to get distracted. All calm, Muguk asked his challenger's name, and the guy yelled back, all pissed, Gu Peng Ho! He was one of the 7 disciples of Gu Cheonpi, one of the 8 supreme demons. Gu Peng Ho was calling him out. If the younger heir was gonna joke around, he must be pretty damn confident. Muguk glanced at his father, who was watching everything from his throne. The boss's eyes said he already knew his son was poisoned with an energy-draining toxin. The heavenly demon lord watched to see how his youngest son would handle this tricky situation. With his past life's knowledge, he could have one-shotted the guy. But the young heir didn't want to show off. Raising his fist, Muguk swore to everyone he wouldn't use inner energy in this fight. The crowd around the arena went wild, chanting that the youngest son was an unrivaled swordsman. Gu Peng Ho got pissed. His sneaky plan was on the verge of failing. He had no choice but to promise he wouldn't use inner energy in the fight either. Someone in the crowd thought the fight would be boring, a waste of their time, expecting a bloodbath. Gu Peng-ho started threatening, reminding him that his sword has no eyes and cuts everything in its path. Muguk felt strange being in such a young body, wondering if he could control it as he wished. The opponent wanted to start fighting and demanded that the second heir draw his sword. Looking at his weapon, he suddenly decided against using it, announcing loudly that he'd win without his blade. This dismissive attitude enraged his opponent even more. He vowed not to kill the young heir outright. Lunging at the guy, he yelled that he'd hack his arms off. Gu Peng-ho's attack failed to catch the second heir off guard. He immediately decided to counter. The elbow strike to the chest was fast, sudden, and seriously powerful. Before Gu Peng-ho could react, the younger heir's rock-hard fist smashed him right in the nose. The blow was so strong it sent the man flying. Muguk Geum continued to coldly beat down his opponent like he was just a training dummy. Gu Peng realized he couldn't beat the young guy without a weapon and reached for his sword. But Muguk grabbed his hand and asked if this was the hand he used to slip poison to his cook. Without waiting for a response, he snapped his opponent's arm, driving his knee into the elbow. The challenger for the new cult leader position lay unconscious on the floor, completely defeated. Now that he's managed to come back to the past, he won't let anyone control his life. The assembled spectators were silent, all waiting for what the heavenly demon lord would say. Raising his hand, he declared that he would grant any request from the victor of this fight. Usually, people asked for some kind of expensive weapon, or a manual for a secret martial art. The father was already prepared to hear a request of that nature. He's generally hard to surprise. But in this life, Muguk wants something completely different, something no one has ever asked for before. Looking at his father, he calmly stated that he wanted to go hunting with him, just the two of them, without any witnesses. Not a single emotion appeared on the heavenly demon lord's face, as if such a wish didn't surprise him in the slightest. Even a loser like Gu Peng-ho was blown away by how pointless that wish was. His father rose from his throne, then announced loudly that the two of them would go hunting at dawn tomorrow. No one could ever challenge the decision of the Supreme Master and the Heavenly Demon Lord. All the injured opponent could do was call him an idiot and his wish a waste of time. With a smile, Muguk asked what the poor sap with the broken arm's name was, and the warrior was furious at his nerve. Now that he's back in the past, he doesn't give a damn about the reckless life he and his crew used to live. He's been staring at himself in the mirror for hours. Muguk's young again, just like he was 40 years ago. But inside, he's still the grizzled old guy who's been through hell and back. He suddenly remembered his sworn enemy, Hwamugi, and wondered what that guy was up to now. He showed up in Jianghu like he fell out of the sky. If I can find him now, taking him down will be a piece of cake. In his past life, he wiped out the Murim Alliance, the Unorthodox Alliance, and the demonic cult, then vanished. But revealing the villain's real name to the entire world would be a seriously risky move. Right now, the main objective was to get stronger than Hwamugi. His thoughts were interrupted by a woman's voice, someone praising his fighting skills. The guy turned around. He froze when he saw her. It was Lian, his loyal bodyguard. She was smiling and thrilled at how her master had dealt with that cocky warrior. The girl had mastered the petrified body technique, which is why she was so robust. Years ago, she shielded the young master with her own body to deflect Hwamugi's sword aura. Lian couldn't figure out why the second heir of the cult was staring at her so strangely. After 40 years of wandering, he'd forgotten how angelic her voice was. She was ready to throw her life away for him at a moment's notice, and he just took it for granted. But that's all in the past now. Muguk stepped closer to her, just staring into her amazing eyes. She was bigger than the girl he remembered. Lian, everyone said she'd become the most stunning beauty around if she kept growing the way she was. But one day there wasn't a trace of that beauty left. She'd gotten really heavy. In his past life, he never noticed her eyes, swollen from crying. She was so upset about getting fat and losing her looks. Soon, she stopped caring about her appearance, even though she could have been the greatest beauty. The young master's attitude changed too. He started treating her much colder. Looking again at his loyal bodyguard, Muguk vowed to rid Lian of the side effects of the body solidification technique. The statement was pretty out there. The girl looked at her master, then asked if he was all right. He was fine, but how could he explain to her that he'd just traveled a huge distance, 40 years worth? Something about him felt off today. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. Lian was with the young master every single day, so she immediately picked up on the change in his behavior. Grabbing his sword, he told her to follow him, saying he was about to show her something seriously weird and interesting. The girl was totally lost. Her master was acting completely out of character. Muguk marched into the kitchen and lined up all the cooks, including the head chef. After a short pause, he asked them why they did it. what they hoped to gain by helping the enemy. The head chef didn't understand the question and asked the young master to explain what he wanted from them. He wanted to know why they poisoned the rice with a substance that neutralized inner energy right before a crucial fight. The young assistant chef was waving his hands and shouting that he didn't do it. Turns out this kid was drowning in debt because he had a serious gambling problem. He hit the floor, begging for mercy. Muguk wanted to know if Gu Pengho personally paid for the poisoning. The kid lifted his head and squeaked out a yes, saying it was his final word. The heir of the heavenly demon whipped out his sword and lopped off the traitor's head. The head chef and his assistants were freaked out. They didn't expect the young master to punish the traitor himself. Muguk just quietly said that any cook who dared to poison his master's food would pay a heavy price. The head chef dropped to his knees, pleading for forgiveness, saying it was all his fault. The heir was confused. Why would the chef take the blame if someone else poisoned the food? Looking at the old man, he calmly asked if that meant his father was responsible for everything bad in the cult. Without waiting for an answer, the young master stated that wasn't the case. The bodyguard and the other cooks listened in silence. Muguk turned around and asked the old man to make him chicken noodle soup for dinner. He hadn't had it in ages. Lian was surprised. Didn't her master eat that dish just a few days ago? The cult leader's heir stayed silent. That was over 40 years ago. The next morning, at dawn, the heavenly demon sect leader stood before the pavilion. His son packed a ton of stuff, which surprised the leader. He thought it was overkill, but the kid figured it'd all come in handy in the next few days. Maybe the sect leader will enjoy the hunt and decide to extend it for the next few days. For a while, they walked in silence through the massive forest. It seemed like there wasn't another soul around. The father broke the silence, saying his son was better than he thought. Hearing that from the leader was weird. For a second, Muguk wondered if he should confess that he'd been holding back almost all of his skill when he fought Gu Pengho. Looking at his father's back, he decided it was better to just come clean about everything right now. Stopping, he mumbled that he'd hidden his skills yesterday. His father replied coldly that he'd noticed. He's not a hissing kitten anymore, he's a real beast hiding his claws. Turning around, the heavenly demon cult leader asked, surprised, why a beast would hide its claws from its enemies. The kid hadn't thought about it yet, but his father calmly pointed out that he's still a kitten at heart. Looking at a tall tree, the cult leader asked how well his youngest son had mastered the art of the soaring sword. This technique was passed down exclusively through the heavenly demon bloodline. It was considered the most advanced art, taught only to the highest heavenly demons. Looking at his father without a hint of doubt, he said he'd completely mastered it. A split second later, an energy blast nearly took Muguk's head off. He barely dodged it. If he hadn't turned his face in time, his whole cheek would have been scorched from that insane power. His father calmly noted that his son had indeed mastered the technique, and the kid wondered what would have happened if he'd lied. If that were the case, he'd pay for his lies. The kids noticed he's a dead ringer for his dad, and that scar would totally ruin the look. The heavenly demon lord just stared at his son, didn't say a damn thing. Turning his back, he added that mastering this technique so young was something to be proud of. They walked through the woods in silence for the next few hours. The cult leader stopped, examining the grass. The son asked who his father learned to hunt from. The man quietly replied that he picked up the art from his older brother. The answer surprised the younger heir. He never even knew he had an uncle until today. The cult leader took him out years ago, when he was just a punk like Muguk. The heir praised his father, saying he did a good job. Otherwise, the kid wouldn't even be here. He knew damn well that even for his father, the heavenly demon lord, fighting family was rough. The stronger you are, the deeper the wounds cut. The guy didn't try to justify it, but on that fateful day, years ago, he just didn't have a choice, and he did what he did. Muguk understood that in the battle to become the successor, his father made a tough call to become the new leader of the heavenly demon sect. Clenching his fist, he muttered that he hoped his father wouldn't expect the same kind of thing from him. Even though his older brother is a cruel and depraved dude, killing him just to become the successor? That's messed up. The man watched his youngest son. He speaks ill of his brother when he isn't around. The high mountains in this forest were a seriously dangerous and hard-to-reach place for anyone except the cult's adepts. Using their power, they skillfully scaled the sheer cliff face. Muguk didn't have a family in his past life, so he can't really get what his father feels for him. It was even kinda interesting what the heavenly demon lord thought of his youngest son. Climbing the high mountain didn't take long. They weren't even tired. Dad was staring hard into the woods ahead, like something was out there. Without taking his eyes off the thick brush, he casually said it was their dinner. Muguk grabbed his bow, ready to take a shot, but the master calmly asked how he planned to shoot if he couldn't even see the target. He told his son to close his eyes first and get a feel for what was around him. When martial arts masters try to figure out their opponents, they sense the vibrations in the air. At first, no matter how hard he tried, he could only feel his father's energy flows. The cult leader advised him to focus his energy into a single line, making it thinner without breaking it. You have to release it slowly, like you're pulling on a delicate thread. Little by little, he managed to do what his father was talking about. Sending a stream of energy into the woods, he was able to pinpoint a tree. The cult leader insisted he slowly comb through the area. Real slow, his energy flow caught up to a beast hiding in the bushes. The heir's eyes widened, he spotted a wild boar. He could be wrong, maybe it was a bear, but the coarse fur and long body pointed to it being a boar. The father confirmed his son was right. It was a wild boar. The man calmed the heir, saying he himself didn't immediately recognize what was lurking in the woods. Muguk had a special body that allowed him to learn and master new martial arts very quickly. Night fell. A huge boar roasted on a spit, and the cult leader asked when his son learned to cook wild game. The heir said he'd read a lot of books, but the truth was, he'd killed tons of boars for food back in the day. Looking at his father, he added that he made the food to gain the heavenly demon lord's favor. That's why he hauled all the baggage. Dad just asked a simple question. Did his youngest son really want to hunt with him just to get in his good graces and become the successor? Muguk shot back, saying he could become the successor without the supreme heavenly demon's help. The man looked at his son, then remarked that he was way too cocky. He still didn't get an answer to his question. Why did he even want to hunt together? There were only two reasons. First, the heir wanted to learn something new and get stronger. He'd already achieved that. His father wondered what would happen after the kid got strong enough. To make himself clear, he immediately stated that he didn't want to become the new heavenly demon. His father was young and strong, and Muguk wasn't about to waste his youth on pointless power grabs. He just wants to learn as many martial arts as possible and become strong enough, period. Looking at the starry sky, he thought about how he needed to master the demonic art of 9 calamities ASAP. But even his father, who had mastered it, lost to Hwamugi, which means he needs to level up. We gotta start with this secret technique, the one that'll make the heir stronger. The heavenly demon lord was also curious about the real reason behind his son's weird request. He just wanted some one-on-one time with his dad, something they've never done before, ever. His father shot back that kind of sentiment is just a weakness that could get him killed. In his past life, he barely remembered his father. All he had were flashes of fear around the cult leader. But this time around, Muguk wanted things to be different. The next morning, the heir wanted to head back to the pavilion, but the heavenly demon lord shut that down, saying they weren't going back until they took down that tiger. The old man barked an order to keep up and follow him. The kid knew better than to argue with his own father. It was just asking for trouble, so he went along with it. Up ahead was a forest packed with bamboo that shot way up into the sky. The cult leader ordered us to close our eyes. The target's way further than last time. Son, you gotta feel the wind's breath, then pump your energy into it. All the time he spent studying martial arts, it never crossed his mind to channel his energy into the wind. Now unleash your energy. In a real fight you can't hesitate, your life depends on it. At first, blending his own energy with the wind wasn't easy. He just didn't know how. But soon he realized that pouring energy into the wind doesn't mean you have to go with it. Finally, he started getting the hang of it. The energy-infused wind began to wrap around the forest, and before long, he spotted a tiger lurking, waiting in its hiding spot. The young heir opened his eyes, blown away because he found a real tiger. Startled, he started waving his arms and telling his father all about it. The tough guy wanted to know what was up, saying the more energy lines he could maintain, the better his chances of winning the fight. It was a solid lesson, one Muguk vowed to learn, and he thanked the cult leader. After a successful hunt, the father and son sat by the fire, knocking back some wine. The heir struggled to drink the booze. It was way too strong for him. His father said no self-respecting heavenly demon would whine about strong liquor. The kid figured having a ruthless heart was more important than chugging strong drinks. The man wondered if his son could ice him for his own safety. Muguk said no way. How could a kid off his own parent, even to save his skin? Taking another swig, the man calmly replied that if the heir had doubts, how could he even talk about having a ruthless heart? Looking at the wine bottle, he decided he was going to have to learn to handle his liquor. The father watched in silence as the kid choked down the potent wine. After getting back to the heavenly demon pavilion, he threw himself into training. A few days of meditation and hardcore practice, and now he can channel energy into the wind without breaking a sweat. Plus, he can maintain 3 or 4 lines at the same time. It was a total shocker that his father taught him how to discharge energy to scout the area. If he keeps training, he'll be able to unleash 10 or more lines at once. But even his father, the most skilled warrior, lost to Hua Mugi because the enemy managed to waltz right into the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. This place is heavily guarded with 3 barrier formations, 6 trap formations, and a squad of elite soldiers. In the north live the demonic swordsmen of the Northern Sky Sword family, led by the Supreme Severing Sword. In the south are the demonic blades of the Southern Skyblade family, led by the Blood Skyblade. In the east, the Iron Fists of the Eastern Fist faction, led by the Invincible Demon Fist. To the west, we've got those demonic sorcerers of the Western Illusion formation, led by a soul-snatching demon. In the northeast, there are faceless warriors, all desperate to become grinning, evil demons. To the southeast, you'll find drunken swordsmen, constantly getting wasted with a demonic drunkard. Down in the southwest live the venomous fangs, researching poisons with a venom demon. Up northwest are the insane monks, driven mad by demonic Buddhist beliefs, led by a delusion-spreading monk. In his past life, the heir thought the enemy came from outside, but it turned out the defenses were never breached at all. The guy knew damn well that one of the 8 demons let Hua Mugi inside. The traitor was never found. Could have been more than one of them. Doesn't matter who the traitor is. Until the heir finds out who went against the supreme leader, all 8 of them are enemies. After the supreme leader of the cult died, none of the 8 high-ranking demons sought revenge. Instead, they started fighting over the throne. All this is still a ways off. For now, Muguk will observe. He knows all about these people and how they met their end. In this life, he'll use the 8 supreme demons to the bitter end to achieve his goal. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice, one that wasn't exactly respectful to the master's bodyguard, asking where he was. The nerve of this guy, ordering Lian to find the second heir and bring him over. He calmly walked out of the training pavilion. The bodyguard greeted him respectfully. Muguk told her to get back to her duties. She'd been waiting for him near the building for days. This punk would be shocked to find out the young master started training, and for several days straight, no less. This was Yan Po, a disciple of the Blood Sky Warrior. The reason he was being so insolent was because of Muguk's father. Ever since he announced that any member of the cult could become the successor, being the heavenly demon's son didn't give you any special treatment. Looking calmly at the rude guy, he asked what brought him here and why he needed the young master. Gu Pengho was finished with martial arts after that fight with the young master. The heir asked with a smirk if he was supposed to babysit now. Yang Po was furious. He wasn't kidding around. Muguk figured they couldn't have a serious talk about it. Yang Po wanted the heir to officially apologize to his brother-in-arms. The cult leader's son knew exactly why he was there talking to him. The best disciple of the Bloodheaven Blade still hadn't been chosen, so everyone was trying to make a name for themselves. If Yang Po got an official apology, he'd make a statement, showing he defended the honor of the Blood Blade Master. The heir had a sly grin on his face. He didn't think the master would pick him anyway. That statement pissed off the arrogant jerk. He denied everything, saying he only came for the sake of crippled Peng Ho. The young master was getting bored with the conversation. Looking at the guy, he said he was waiting for him to apologize. Yang Po was confused. What did he have to apologize for to the cult leader's youngest son? Mugek glanced at his bodyguard and said the apology should be directed to her. The jerk had the nerve to ask what for, like he had no clue what they wanted from him. Leon tried to stop her master, whispering that everything was fine, but he felt differently. The girl was bewildered, surprised by the situation and why her lord was so angry. Mugwek addressed Yang Po, explaining that for the crude treatment of his subordinate, he demanded the warrior kneel and apologize. Yang Po pointed a finger at the bodyguard and insulted her again, calling her a blimp. The cult leader's second son calmly remarked that Yang Po had dared to open his filthy mouth again. The disciple of the Blood Sky Blade was furious. He wouldn't apologize to a servant. Drawing his sword, Mugek calmly replied that in that case, he'd have to die. Yang Po figured the young master had finally lost it, threatening him over a bodyguard. This was it. Either kiss the ring and beg for forgiveness, or fight Muguk like a man. He could understand if they were here for revenge, mourning a fallen brother. But straight up disrespecting his subordinate? That he wasn't gonna let slide. Yang Po was seeing red. Was the young master seriously trying to off him over some nobody? The hothead drew his sword, ready to throw down with the cult leader's second son. His buddies tried to talk him down, stop him from doing something stupid. Muguk's bodyguard was just as worried, begging her master to chill out. Since he was the cult leader's son, Yang Po vowed not to kill him, just take off an arm. But in a flash, the heir ran him through, sword straight through the guy's skull. Yang Po's friends and the bodyguard watching the fight were completely stunned. That loudmouth from the Crimson Sky Blade School just signed his own death warrant. Yang Po's buddies rushed to his lifeless body, but it was already too late. One of them, totally enraged, demanded to know if the young master would be held accountable for what he'd done. Muguk just said that the warrior's mouth sounded a lot like his dead friend's. He told them to repeat his words exactly, or he'd hunt down the liar and make them pay. Without a word, the cult members grabbed their dead friend's body and hauled ass out of there. The bodyguard turned to her master, totally confused why he'd done all this. Looking Leon in the eye, he said he didn't kill Yang Po for her. That warrior had a big mouth and deserved what he got. No wonder Leon was freaked out. A Crimson Sky warrior is one of the 8 demons. Even Muguk's father couldn't ignore him. The heir crippled one of his students just days ago, and now he's straight up murdered another. Getting real close to the girl, the heir told her not to worry about him. He could handle these punks himself. In this whole mess, it's the second son who's got the upper hand for now. He's already hogging the spotlight. If they were handing out points for his actions, he'd be the front runner. No contest. Leon stopped the master and thanked him again for what he did. She was over the moon because the boss had her back. She was speaking straight from the heart. Glancing at his subordinate, he told her to remember this day for the rest of her life. He walked slowly, feeling her smile behind him. He'd really missed that smile in his past life. It was late, but he couldn't sleep, his head buzzing with thoughts. Back then, after his father died and the cult shut down, he was practically shattered. If he hadn't found a purpose, he probably would have kicked the bucket. When he learned about the regression technique 40 years ago, he knew he had a shot at changing everything. A razor-sharp, blood-soaked blade suddenly whizzed past his head, missing him by a hair. It was a blood heaven warrior, and he'd managed to sneak up on the cult leader's youngest son. His eyes burned with hellfire. He was clearly pissed at the kid for taking out his most promising students in just a couple of days. The cult leader's heir never expected the blood heaven warrior to come for him so fast. He wondered if he could even dodge the attack. He'd gained a lot of knowledge in his past life, but he didn't have enough inner energy to dodge yet. The blood heaven warrior sheathed his sword and quickly sat down next to the kid. He gave the young master a sly once-over, checking him out from head to toe. Then, he poked him in the ribs with the hilt of his sword and asked why the young master did what he did. Smirking, Muguk replied that Yang Po was acting like a total jackass. The heir asked sarcastically what the guest was here for, if he had come to fight the cult leader's youngest son. The warrior pressed the sword's edge to the young master's head again, asking if his youngest son's severed head would upset the leader. The cult leader's second son smirked, saying the sword could take his head, and then suggested recalling his father's gaze. The other guy didn't reply, but he pulled the blade away from the kid's throat. He quickly scratched some kind of diagram into the hard ground, a line and 2 marks. It was the heavenly demon's scale of concern. The small section was the second son, and the big one was the blood sky warrior. Muguk looked at his guest with disbelief, wondering what to say. Then he poked at the drawing on the ground, deciding to adjust it. He is the heavenly demon's son, after all, so he should matter more to his father than some subordinate. The warrior suggested testing things out by bringing the boss his youngest son's head. The young master grinned. The old man underestimates a father's love for his son. The warrior's eyes went bloodshot as he suggested finding out how the cult leader would react to his youngest son's decapitated head. Muguk wasn't scared. He just reminded the warrior that the leader had 2 sons, but the warrior only had 1 life, and if he wanted to, he could test his luck. The other guy laughed and pointed out that the young heir wasn't a fool, unlike his students. If his followers were even a little bit like Muguk, they'd be alive and kicking right now. The Crimson Sky warrior's face turned serious. He mentioned that misfortune had been dogging him for a long time, and he hoped he wouldn't run into Muguk again. After those words, the old warrior vanished, like he'd just disappeared into thin air. He was a master of stealth and moving in the shadows. Only now did the young master notice 2 bruises from the Crimson Sky warrior's sword hilt. He acted like the bravest dude ever, like he could say whatever he wanted, but that wasn't the truth. The warrior said twice he'd take the head to his father, which means he wasn't just bluffing, he really meant to do it. This night visitor wasn't just here to spook the kid. He realized that wanting to hunt with his dad wasn't just some spoiled brat's whim. The young heir went off on his own again to hone his skills. He was working hard to control and channel his energy. A strange noise popped up, catching the attention of the cult leader's heir. He clearly heard someone climbing onto the roof of the building. Muguk wasn't about to just sit around, so he quickly scrambled up there. Standing calmly on the roof was his father, the head of the heavenly demon cult. The cult leader had already heard that his youngest son had offed a blood heaven warrior trainee. Muguk didn't try to lie. He confirmed what he'd done, adding that the trainee had it coming. The leader doesn't care if the deceased deserved it or not. What matters is that his mentor went to the master and spilled everything. He begged the master to punish the young lord for what he did. Muguk looked at his father and asked again, making sure he understood correctly. The warrior of the crimson skies personally requested the punishment? That didn't sound like him. The young lord figured the warrior was just testing how close his father and son really were. Glancing at the cult leader, the guy thought the warrior wanted to see if the boss considered his son as his successor. Looking at his younger heir, the leader said he came here to punish the guy. The son immediately protested, saying there was no reason for punishment. The father replied that he'd make a reason. He brought up their conversation in the woods. That day they were hunting together. His son had asked him which of the 8 demons he trusted the most. That evening, the heavenly demon leader didn't answer. He just stayed silent, like he hadn't even heard the question. Now, looking at his younger son, he calmly replied that he didn't trust any of the supreme demons, or anyone else in their clan for that matter. The chief remembered the talk about keeping discipline and the corruption among the followers. He wanted his son's opinion. With his head lowered, Muguk replied that at some point, they'd forgotten the true path of the heavenly demon. The chief glanced at the heavenly demon pavilion, then asked his son again if they had really forgotten their path. What exactly did the young man mean by that? The right path for him was victory over absolute evil, no matter the cost. It seemed he was hearing this for the first time. His heir had managed to surprise him. Muguk believed that the factions weren't what they should be fighting or fearing. Absolute evil is so depraved, so cruel and so vile that ordinary people can't stand against it. The factions and their followers can handle lesser evils with justice. But even a whole alliance can't defeat absolute evil. You can't deal with evil that's rejected all humanity if you're holding on to compassion. Only the heavenly demons can deal with this depraved and vile evil by becoming even more depraved and vile themselves. Only when this ultimate evil is vanquished will the true path of the heavenly demon be understood. If they fail to do this, then the faction's existence will be very short-lived. All this time, his father listened in silence, never once interrupting his youngest son. Judging by his thoughtful face, he'd never considered this, and none of his advisors had mentioned it either. Muguk understood all of this in his past life, when he wandered the country for decades. Finally, the leader broke his silence and asked if his son had any further thoughts. Looking at the Lord of the Heavenly Demon, he replied that this was all he wanted to say for today. The cult leader looked at his youngest son. Now he understood why the warrior of the Crimson Skies had demanded the guy be punished. He saw something in his eyes and decided to use the clan leader to test the young adept. Muguk figured the warrior was just trying to see if the leader considered him a possible successor. Or maybe he just thought the kid was a huge threat to the whole heavenly demon cult. The leader told him to follow. He'd already made up his mind. Muguk was super surprised, even thrown off, and it was getting late. Soon they arrived at the gates to the Lesser Heaven Cave. He knew this was where disciples and potential successors came to face a major trial. Once inside, you can choose any path, but if you fail the test, you never come back. Half of everyone who's ever gone in never returned. Even his older brother was scared of this place. But to become the Heavenly Demon Lord, you gotta pass this trial. That's just how it is. Turning to his father, he asked if he really wanted his son to go in now. The leader replied that he'd faced this trial when he was his age. The youngest son was wondering how long it took his old man to get back. The cult leader replied that his trial only took 2 months. Everyone thought Dad was the most talented lord, and even he spent almost 2 months on the whole thing. The clan head chimed in, saying the trial usually takes about 3 years on average. The heir looked at his father again, thinking, is he really gonna send his son in there unprepared? But that was his punishment. His father's gaze was intense. Was he trying to punish him, or was he hoping his son would come out even stronger? After a short pause, Muguk replied that he'd crush the trial faster than the Lord did. The master, with a slight smile, just told him not to die inside the dungeon. With a confident stride, he entered the ominous cave, completely unaware of what awaited him. A long corridor, lined with stones bearing ancient inscriptions. He just couldn't figure out what was wrong with this place. Why so many people had kicked the bucket here. The first challenge was etched into a big rock. Wipe out all enemies within the time limit. No aura or sword aura allowed. Fail, and you gotta wait 10 days to try again. The room was stacked with clay pots full of grain balls. At least the kid knew he wouldn't starve. No point in dragging his feet. He stepped into the red circle to start the first trial. A weird sound echoed through the chamber, like some ancient machine was coming to life. Before long, dozens of training dummies materialized in the hall. Each one had these strange red marks. Muguk figured those were weak spots, and he had to target them. He gripped his sword and started smashing those soulless opponents as fast as he could. His past life training was really paying off now. He was a natural with a blade. The dummies exploded into pieces, flying all over the room when his sword connected. The young heir was mindful of the clock, so he was hustling. Suddenly, he started noticing entire mannequins rapidly descending. He had to take them all out, or he'd be stuck waiting 10 days for a retry. Only 3 mannequins left in the room, and they were practically underground. Leaping to the opposite corner, he managed to destroy 2 of the enemies. Just 1 left, and he's almost completely gone. Just his head was visible. The sword strike caught him at the last possible second. All the mannequins were destroyed. The entire floor of the room was covered in wooden debris. Sheathing his sword, he figured the trial was easier than he'd expected. Gotta keep moving. As he headed out, a large stone caught his eye. This thing's got the records of our ancestors on it. Some dude got through on his 16th try, another needed 37 attempts. He instantly recognized the handwriting on the last entry. It was his old man. The guy left an interesting comment. Seriously, his eyes almost popped out of his head. The Lord called his ancestors a bunch of boneheads. He walked down the hall, thinking how much that sounded like him. Even back then, he was just as tough. The next room was packed with weapons all over the walls, and in the center, the same old red circle. After checking out the walls and sizing up the weapons, he knew right away he'd have to use them in the next test. The conditions for the next trial were engraved on a big stone. He had 1 hour to cut through a stone sphere using the weapons. He could also use sword aura or enhanced aura. If he failed, he'd have to wait 20 days to try again. He stepped into the circle, and a sphere appeared in front of him. Seemed like an easy task. He'd be done in an hour, no sweat. The heir figured that with his enhanced sword aura, he could chop that sphere into tiny pieces in under an hour. Staring at that stone ball, he figured there had to be a catch. No way this test was that easy. He slowly grabbed the first sword he saw hanging on the wall. Then, with everything he had, he slammed that new sword down on top of the stone sphere. The weapon snapped clean in 2 from the impact, but the stone didn't even get a scratch. After that bust, he grabbed a second sword and decided to try hitting it with a power-amped sword aura. The sword was charged up with aura, and he was ready to ace this challenge and move on. But again, nothing happened. This thing was tougher than he thought. For a second, he wondered how his ancestors had handled this trial. Some guys needed 80-something tries, but one dude did it all without a sword aura. Nobody believed the guy who sliced the stone without using any aura. He managed to find his father's message. It said that heating the stone would mean defeat. That was really weird. He didn't disrespect the ancestors like last time. He recalled the mission requirements, and the part about the aura made him uneasy. Now he understood that he could only succeed if he didn't use his aura. He struck the stone sphere with his sword again, but it was no use. The guy grabbed different weapons and took turns hitting the sphere, but nothing happened. He'd used up so much strength, and he hadn't even scratched it. It seemed impossible to do without an aura. But his father had managed to do it without using internal energy. He decided to use the skills his father had taught him while hunting. Muguk released his energy and enveloped the sphere to understand how it was structured. He spotted a weird line cutting the sphere right down the middle before long. He drew his sword and, eyes still shut, got ready to strike. With a precise swing, he hit the sweet spot and cleaved the sphere in 2. He couldn't hold back the excitement, yelling, "I did it! Yes!" Inside the sphere was a small purple bead. The heir couldn't believe his eyes at first. It was that rare. Inside that stone ball was a demonic essence pill. A demonic essence pill lets a cultivator seriously boost their power. If he'd used his sword aura when he split the sphere, it would have vanished instantly. This was a special reward for anyone who could split the sphere without using aura. After swallowing it, he mentally thanked his old man for another helpful tip. A magical purple aura started enveloping his body. The process had begun. The whole room lit up with a bright light emanating from the young heir. He was now way stronger than he was before. This was a new power, something he'd never felt before in his past life. Gotta pass the 3rd trial. Separate life and death. If I screw this up, I gotta wait 5 days to try again. The heir pondered. The trial's name was super weird and even kind of freaked him out. He stepped into the red circle. In front of him was a pedestal holding 12 different herbs. The heir immediately realized they were poisonous herbs found in the region. He had to find the one and only herb among them that could be used as medicine. In my past life, finding materials for Guirenja meant scouring the whole damn region. So, yeah, I know my way around poisonous and medicinal herbs. Even at the bottom of the ocean, I've harvested all kinds of seaweed and know their benefits inside and out. This 3rd trial was way too easy. I picked the right herb out of those 12 without even hesitating. Anyone who doesn't know their herbs is going to have to test each one on themselves, one by one. the kids holding the herb, and the platform slowly sinking down. At first, I couldn't believe the trial was that easy and didn't take up much of my time. Before leaving the room, I noticed that stone with the ancestors' inscriptions again. Some of the heavenly demons took over 96 tries on this challenge. Some even went bald eating the questionable plants. My old man's comment was simple. Don't rely on luck. Just eat the herbs and memorize them. This is the final trial. The monolith says we gotta survive an illusion of life and death. If you die in the illusion, you die for real. This was the trial, the one with no do-overs, the place where half the contenders bit the dust. The comments weren't exactly encouraging. Someone was planning on finding the guy who made this thing and giving him a piece of their mind. The air was focused on his father's words. As usual, he was a man of few words. Don't stop. Muguk stepped into the red circle to begin the final trial. He thought about his father's words. Sounded like advice for the future. Gradually, the reality around him began to shift. The walls started to fade away. A few moments later, the young heir found himself in the middle of a vast desert. Everything here felt so real. The wind, the little lizards scurrying across the sand. He reached out to touch the sand beneath his feet. It felt completely real. He scooped up a handful of sand, watching the grains slip through his fingers. The illusion was perfect. Weird noises behind him caught the heir's attention. A strange army of warriors appeared, armed and looking for anything but a conversation. This army looked like zombies, like the dead had risen from their graves. It was all just an illusion, but the heir's feelings were totally real. As they slowly approached, he remembered the mission objective: survive. It hit him that this trial was a killer chance to train. He quickly drew his sword from its sheath. The heir was ready to throw down. Screaming their lungs out, the zombie army charged the guy. The illusion was crazy realistic. Without a second thought, he started hacking his opponents to pieces. His grip was like iron, and his sword struck true, each blow a death sentence. After every kill, Muguk kept telling himself his enemies weren't human, just illusions, nothing to feel bad about. He could kill anyone who dared raise a sword against him, without a second thought, no regrets. Thanks to that pill he swallowed earlier, channeling his spiritual power was a piece of cake. He'd already taken out dozens of enemies, but it felt like there were just as many left. They swarmed the young master, ready to tear him limb from limb. The cult leader's son unleashed a devastating sword aura against his attackers. Arms, legs, and heads went flying everywhere. After a few moments, everything went silent, and Muguk hoped it was finally over. Standing in the dust cloud from the fight, he was almost bummed it ended so quickly. But soon he spotted some new zombie squads that were way better armed. This next wave of zombies was seriously tougher than the first. These guys were wearing armor, and on top of the melee fighters now there were archers too, nailing shots left and right. Had to dodge those arrows. The enemies were getting stronger, but the heir was still managing to evade their attacks. Gotta keep moving. Only now did his father's words on the monument start to make sense. The young master fought like a beast, even though he was starting to feel the burn. After the regression, this was the first real fight where he could test his limits. He couldn't stop fighting, because even a split-second hesitation could get him killed. It was wild. Like his consciousness from the past life was slowly becoming one with his new body. With every moment he was getting stronger and faster. The last enemy on the battlefield was history, taken down with a masterstroke of the heir's sword. The fight was over, dust clouds everywhere making it hard to see a damn thing. The desert vanished, and he was back in the trial chamber again. On a massive stone, he saw a congratulatory message. Some unknown person wanted the traveler to use his newfound knowledge to strengthen the heavenly demon cult. The heir was lost in thought. His father took 2 months to complete all the trials, but he did it in just 1 day. Mugok Geom knew that if word got out, it would cause a huge uproar in the cult. He decided to stay in the cave and train for a few months. His father watched his son return from the trial. It only took him 100 days. The young master admitted that he tried his best, but still couldn't surpass the leader. The cult leader was curious about how he passed the sphere trial. His son admitted that he succeeded thanks to the leader's hint. The kid stared at his dad's stone-cold face, trying to figure out if he'd seen a flicker of a smile or if it was just his imagination. The cult leader said the kid wasn't stupid, and the son shot back, saying he couldn't be. Not with the heavenly demon as his father. Only now did Muguk realize how tough it was for his dad, knowing he might have to sacrifice his own kid for the cult's future. The supreme commander of the cult army gave the young master props, saying 100 days was a killer result. His name was Myung-sama, and he was the only guy who could really play the role of advisor. The heir greeted the man, adding that it had been way too long. The commander was stoked to see the cult leader's second son back, saying he wanted to talk about the academy. That was a surprise, hearing the commander himself wanted to kick around some ideas and get the heir's take. Just the other day, an anonymous letter came in saying there's some seriously shady stuff going on in the demon army. Muguk knew all about it. He dreamed of cleaning up the cult, but he just didn't have the juice to do it. The demon army is one of the cult's divisions, and the army's leader is the Blood Sky Warrior's own brother. We had a similar case last year, but the investigation went nowhere, and the investigator was soon killed. One of the Blood Demon Army warriors offed the investigator, then took himself out. The heir was all ears. The commander-in-chief wanted the cult leader's youngest son to personally handle the investigation. This is super dangerous. Whoever did this will do anything to avoid getting caught, and they won't care that the investigator is the cult leader's son. He turned to Myung-sam and said it was risky. The man agreed that whoever took on the investigation would be putting their life on the line. Looking at his father, the heir figured this was just another test from the cult leader. The man asked his son if he wasn't the one who wanted to catch all the corrupt guys and bring them to justice. Muguk was talking about the time when he himself would become the celestial demon, but right now he's just the heir. His father figured his son was just spooked and afraid of getting taken out by some corrupt scumbag. If Dad steered the conversation this way, then there's no way his son can back out of this new mission. He gets it loud and clear, and he'll definitely find whoever's been dragging their cult through the mud. Muguk just couldn't figure out what his father was planning, but he's gonna put on one hell of a show, that's for sure. Since this might be their last gig, he suggested they share a couple cups of wine, but the cult leader just got up from his throne and walked away without a word. The heir knew that no matter how tough his father seemed, he still cared about his son. This young guy, not too tall, his name's So Tae-ryong, and he's a special investigator from the committee. Muguk tried to be funny, saying he asked the commander-in-chief to send over the prettiest dame. So Tae-ryong wasn't even fazed, just calmly said everyone's got their own taste. No time for jokes anymore, gotta get down to business. The investigator asked the young master if he wanted to start now, and the guy said yeah. Gu Chongnan was the head of the demon army. Blood Heaven Warrior's little bro, took the job 8 years back. The heir listened to the story about how the army head carried out dangerous orders, and soon everyone in the region knew about him. Muguk figured the army head had done a pretty solid job over the years. The investigator went silent. The heir turned around and asked what was up. Looking So Tae-ryong in the eye, he asked if the young investigator really wanted to take this case. The guy calmly replied that he wanted to conduct the investigation. The chief's youngest son didn't get why the investigator was so unenthusiastic. Tae-ryong pointed out that even if they found the culprit, they couldn't bring him to justice. To change how things usually go down in the cult, they gotta deal with the commanders first. Muguk asked the investigator if he was scared to start this thing, and the guy dryly said no again. Turns out the dead investigator was So Tae-ryong's mentor, the guy who taught him everything. Finding the ones responsible was a matter of honor for the grieving kid, and he wasn't afraid to die trying. 2 guards glared at the uninvited guests and demanded to know who they were. So Tae-ryong introduced himself as an investigator and explained they had business with the head of the demon army. The heir noticed that the young man was very patient and polite with strangers. The guards demanded special authorization. Without it, they weren't letting anyone onto the property. So Tae-ryong pulled out an order signed by the head of the Heavenly Demon Clan. The guards told them to wait while they reported to their superiors, but the investigator insisted on meeting the army head himself. Even seeing the pass, no one was about to let the guests through without the demon army head's okay. They weren't letting anyone pass until they got the green light from their boss. Those were the rules. The guard gave the detective a condescending look, then called him a scrawny punk who only had a title. Muguk cut in, calmly asking if they even knew who he was. They looked at him mockingly and said they knew, but they didn't give a damn. Realizing this wasn't going anywhere, the heir simultaneously kicked the guards right in the family jewels. The blow was so hard they started foaming at the mouth. If they knew who he was, why were they acting like such jerks? The path was clear and Muguk told him to follow. Inside was packed with demon army soldiers, all glaring. Showing his special permit again, the detective yelled that they were all obstructing justice. In response, the seasoned warriors just laughed in So Tae-ryong's face. The captain of the first squad showed up, called the guests a bunch of sons of guns, and demanded to know who let them in. The guy introduced himself, then asked the cocky warrior to do the same. This was Godan, commander of the first squad, a powerful and savage warrior from the demon army. There were all sorts of rumors about this guy. Everyone knew he had a nasty temper and was best avoided. So Tae-ryong reported that he was a special investigator and they were there on orders from the committee. He also told him to watch his mouth, or he'd be arrested for disrespect. Those words just made Godan laugh. He was practically drunk on how untouchable he was. He mocked the threats and brazenly dared them to arrest him right then and there. The heir stepped into the conversation, addressing the commander and mentioning it had been a while. The young master stated that they'd met at the last reception at the cult leader's palace. Muguk's handshake was rock solid, and the heir explained that they needed to see the head of the demon army ASAP. If Godan gets in our way, he'll never use that arm again. The captain of the first squad let the investigators through. The cult leader's second son promised to buy him a drink next time. So Taeryong was surprised and asked if the heir had known the captain for long. The young master replied that he was a complete stranger. The only reason he let them pass was because the guy broke his right arm. The heir stressed that it was time to stop wasting time chatting and get down to business. The enthusiastic investigator revealed that the commander of the demon army's office was on the 7th floor. Once again, guards stopped them. You can't get an audience without an appointment. The cult leader's second son was getting pretty fed up with the dim-witted guards in his way. He ordered them to step aside, because they had an official order from the head of the cult. Shoving the letter in the warrior's face, he added that stopping them was the same as delaying the heavenly demon leader himself. Looking into the warrior's eyes, he asked if they could disobey the cult leader. The head guard stepped aside and ordered the uninvited guests to be let through. The army commander was calm. He invited the investigators to come closer. He even apologized to the guests for his subordinates, saying they're rude because they're not very educated. Gu Chongan, head of the demon army, had immense power hidden within him. This energy was really bearing down on the young investigator. It wasn't easy for him. The heir remarked that the army commander could give his subordinates books instead of watching them run wild. The commander just smirked, believing that courage is inversely proportional to wisdom. The dumber a person is, the bolder they are. The heir had a different opinion, believing that knowledge makes people braver. The cunning Gu Chongan didn't argue and suggested that he was simply getting old. He was dying to know why the young master himself had come all the way out here. But Muguk just said it was a punishment from the cult leader. The old man was genuinely surprised, figured it was a pretty weird kind of punishment. Apparently, the youngest son screwed up during a hunt and got stuck out here leading an investigation as payback. Gu Chonin couldn't hold it in and just burst out laughing, the sound echoing through the room. The cult leader's second son kept quiet. He knew the old man was probably jumping to conclusions when he heard who was coming. After calming down, Gu Chonin asked why the committee started the investigation, wondering if they got another one of those anonymous letters. The investigator tried to dodge the question, but the heir cut him off and said yeah, they did get one. The old man started complaining about being surrounded by ignorant people, saying he's always getting hit with false accusations. Muguk assured the commander that they'd wrap up the investigation quick and apologized for the inconvenience. The general laughed again, said there was no inconvenience at all, since he and the heir get along so well. The clan leader's youngest son pointed out that the Blood Sky warrior backs his older brother. Sneaky Gu Chongan swore he was completely on the side of the cult leader's youngest son. Muguk smiled and asked him to look after him and the investigators for the next couple of days. The commander also asked him to take care of his affairs and promised to get them the best room in the pavilion. Just before leaving, he stopped the young master and said he was really worried about him. Muguk turned around. Was the commander implying something about what happened to the last investigator? The old man laughed again. Would the cult leader really send his own son to his doom? He told the investigator and the cult leader's youngest son not to worry. Gu Chongan watched the guests leave, his eyes burning with hatred and anger. Either way, the leader sent his son knowing that after the investigation, one of them is gonna bite the dust. The advisor was dead set against that, wanted to head down south himself. The youngest son straight up said the cult's lost its way with the demonic arts. The boss believed that you gotta back up any tough talk with action. A dead crow? That's always bad news. Especially if someone planted the damn thing. The demon army grunts were arguing about what he'd do about it. The soldiers were clearly pissed about investigators showing up. The heir couldn't miss how many soldiers in the army were on edge. He thought the whole dead crow stunt was going way too far. His eyes landed on a tall warrior with a scar on his face. He stood out from the crowd. Muguk called out to him, wanting to know his name and what his rank was. That was Chan Ho, commander of the demon army's 3rd platoon. The investigator emphasized that he's one of their best warriors, and his platoon is practically textbook, though Chan Ho's got a bit of an edge. The heir inquired what the 3rd platoon commander was unhappy about. Pointing at the dead crow, he yelled that it was a bad omen, as if that wasn't enough to ruin his mood. Muguk replied that someone had planted the dead bird in his bed. The clan leader's youngest son figured it was just a welcoming tradition. The 3rd platoon commander thought they should find the culprit instead of bringing down the whole unit. Their eyes met, locked in a tense stare. Muguk calmly replied that he'd start his investigation with the 3rd platoon. Chan Ho didn't understand what the young master was implying. Looking at his counterpart, the heir calmly replied that he would begin his investigation with the 3rd platoon. Those words didn't just surprise the commander, they stung, especially since his guys were top-notch. Muguk ordered him to bring all the files. Not just battlefield reports, but also administrative docs. Chan Ho was furious. Nobody has the right to demand those kinds of documents from him. The tension was building. The young master pointed out that obstructing an investigation was like starting a whole heap of trouble. The soldiers held their commander back so he wouldn't start a brawl with the guests. Muguk wanted to start the investigation right then and there, and it was starting with the commander. Chan Ho bared his teeth, then said he wasn't opposed and was ready for any questioning. For a moment, they sat in silence, just staring each other down. The heir couldn't take it anymore, and asked how much longer the squad leader was going to keep him waiting. Chan Ho acted like he didn't understand the question he was asked. Muguk pressed him, knowing the anonymous letter was sent by none other than Chan Ho. Even the seasoned investigator was floored. How did the young master get hold of such critical intel? The squad leader played dumb, pretending he had no idea what Muguk was talking about. But he couldn't hold that intense gaze for long, and finally asked how the young master figured it out. The head's youngest son calmly replied that Chan Ho was the one who made a fuss about the crow, trying to throw off suspicion. Looking at the 3rd squad leader's stunned face, the heir added that only his warriors didn't laugh when he found the crow's corpse. The young master also pointed out that only Chan Ho genuinely cared about discipline and the men, and someone like that would have a hard time with the shady stuff going on. Chan Ho confessed he didn't put all the details in the letter, because he didn't know how they'd react, and definitely didn't expect the heir himself to show up. Muguk wanted to know what the 3rd squad leader thought when he learned the young master would be handling the investigation. His first thought was that the young punk would screw it all up and wouldn't be able to see it through. Muguk was a little surprised. Being so upfront was super trendy with young people these days. The heir wasn't offended, but he asked to hear everything that was going on in the demon army. The army chief's been using the soldiers for his own gain, taking cash and sending warriors out as mercenaries. That news was a real shocker for both the investigator and the heir. Muguk thought the commander was just taking bribes and getting mixed up with other cults, but this was way worse. So Taeryong couldn't wrap his head around how something like that could even happen. The heir, though, totally got it. He knew there were tons of warriors in the army, and there'd always be some looking for a quick buck. Chan Ho confessed that the warrior who supposedly killed the previous investigator, and then offed himself, was his friend. The chief's youngest son asked if he was close to the deceased warrior. The commander replied that he was his mentor. He was the reason he joined the cult in the first place. Chang Ho was dead certain the army commander himself gave the order, and Captain Ko Dan of the first squad carried it out. The young master realized that if Chang Ho was telling the truth, this was some seriously messed up stuff. Muguk wondered if his father had any idea what was really going on here when he sent his son. Looks like the cult leader wanted to see if his youngest son could figure things out on his own. Looking at the third squad commander, Muguk declared that the deceased, falsely accused man was a good friend. Chang Ho corrected him. Friend? He was a stand-up guy, and I regret not being able to help him. Muguk thanked the warrior for his honesty and promised to make those responsible pay. The scarred man didn't say anything, just broke down, weeping bitterly. Watching the demon army squad commander cry, the heir thought that the cult might actually have a chance to be saved. In his past life, this brave and honest warrior died, but this time, he's still alive. His regression's all about saving the people who aren't supposed to die. The investigator threw the heir for a loop, saying he's way different than the rumors. Muguk was intrigued and asked him to spill the tea on what the cult's saying about him. So Taeryong apologized, then added that people are saying the youngest son ain't fit to take over. The heir smirked, then said that's a real compliment, actually. If they were saying the opposite, he definitely wouldn't take that as a compliment. Gazing at the trees, he added that running this cult shouldn't be about scaring people into line. Then, looking at the investigator, he asked if he thinks the heavenly demon sect needs to change. So Taeryong froze, totally lost on how to answer such a bizarre question. Muguk knew perfectly well that he's the one who needs to shake things up in the heavenly demon sect. If he screws this up, his family's done for, and the whole cult goes down with them. The next day, one of the junior investigators came running, screaming about some horrible tragedy. The heir, trying to figure out what was going on, rushed after him. There was a scuffle between the first squad soldiers and the investigators. One of them was lying unconscious on the floor. So Taeryong was bruised up. The heir asked if he was hurt bad. He was okay, but his loyal buddy took a serious beating. Apparently, he had broken ribs. The young master ordered them to get the guy to a healer. He turned to the head of the first squad. asking if he was the one who almost killed the investigator. Muguk only cared about one thing: why the captain did it. Kodan claimed the investigator bumped him in the hallway and wouldn't apologize, so he had to teach him a lesson. The heir was sure, even if the investigator apologized, the 1st Division commander would still mess him up. He didn't even try to hide his grin, and confirmed the young master's suspicions. Muguk looked at the guy and just said one word: poison. The cult leader's youngest son thought that the subordinates were real poison to Kodan, that they had corrupted his mind. The 1st Division commander's smile vanished instantly. He thought those claims were total BS. But the young master was determined. Last year, Kodan killed a student from the school. The year before that, there was a brawl at the tavern, and 3 people died. The arrogant commander believed that it was all the fault of those who didn't properly respect the demon army. Muguk asked another question. Even if the commander's words were true, who gave him the authority to kill people without due process? Kodan reveled in his power. He had enough authority, and he couldn't just stand by when someone disrespected the demon army. That's exactly what Muguk considered poison, when a fool gets attention from his surroundings. Normally, he'd be sweating bullets, but when he's got his goons around him, he's all talk. Kodan reminded him that going up against him was like fighting a whole damn demon army. The heir calmly said that unlike the captain, he doesn't hide behind his men. Showing off his bandaged hand, the captain said he was wounded by some low-down coward. But the heir wasn't born yesterday, and promised he wouldn't use his right hand either. The 1st squad captain wondered what would happen if he hurt the heir. Would he run crying to daddy? Muguk swore that Kodan wouldn't be held responsible if the young master got injured or, worse. Pleased with that answer, the 1st squad captain drew his sword with his left hand and told the kid to step right up. So Taeryung told the young master that the 1st squad captain is equally skilled with both hands. Only now did the heir realize why the captain was so cocky and running his mouth like that. But even so, the young master drew his sword with his left hand, ready to throw down. Kodan wasn't about to waste time. He went straight for the heir. The captain's blows were packed with crazy power, but the kid dodged them like nothing. The cult leader's youngest was so damn fast, even a seasoned squad commander couldn't land a hit. Time for Muguk to show what he could do with that sword. The kid shifted his grip quick. And then, in a flash, he chopped off Kodan's left arm. The 1st squad commander screamed. The pain was unreal. But a split second later, he caught a brutal hit to the face with the sword hilt. He hit the ground hard, blood everywhere. The 1st squad warriors drew their weapons, ready to get payback for their humiliated commander. So Taeryung was worried about his master, thinking those enraged soldiers were about to kill him. But a couple of seconds later, Muguk easily dealt with them without breaking a sweat. Their bodies hit the floor next to their barely alive commander. Both the interrogator and the other soldiers who were just watching were stunned by his strength and swordsmanship. The heir calmly stated that they all died for betraying the cult. Crippled Kodan begged for his life. He didn't want to die. The heir asked if he knew how the families of those he killed in the tavern were living. The commander of the 1st squad had nothing to say to that. Muguk figured as much. Kodan didn't give a damn about anyone. He reveled in his power and strength. The commander cried and begged for forgiveness, fully admitting his guilt. Muguk didn't believe a single word he said and decided to finish him with a kick. The heir was furious. How dare someone like Kodan kill cult followers? A beautiful young woman played a musical instrument. Equally charming ladies danced in beautiful outfits. The demon army commander called the cult leader's son to a establishment. He wanted to talk about the incident. Even though Kodan was his friend, the 1st squad was full of lowlifes and cheats. Muguk listened silently, fully aware of the criminal sitting before him. But for now, he couldn't do anything. Raising his wine cup, the commander remarked that the heir was already investigating, and extra issues would be a burden. Looking at the young man, he asked if the commander's life, and those of a few of his subordinates, wasn't payment enough to end the investigation. The cult leader's younger son thanked him for his concern. He wanted to wrap things up quickly himself, but there was one snag. The general gave him a hard look, then asked what was bugging the young master. No new evidence, for sure. The investigation's done, but we don't have enough to take it upstairs. The demon army commander poured more wine. Isn't the info you got recently enough, heir? Muguk calmly replied that the anonymous letter had intel about the commander and his connections with outside officials. The old man was silent, downing his wine in one gulp. They stared each other down. The cult leader's second son demanded proof so he could shut this whole thing down. So Taeryung was totally surprised the young master showed up. The heir came to check on the wounded investigator. See how he's doing. The guy thanked the cult leader's youngest son for bringing Dr. Ma. Muguk couldn't just stand by, even if they were only working together temporarily. Old man Ma stood in the doorway, the cult's best healer. Only the top dogs got his services. The heir asked about the wounded guy's condition. The healer said there's nothing to worry about. He's recovering nicely. The cult leader's youngest son requested the best medicine for the patient. The healer said he'd do everything necessary. The young master was surprised by the way the junior investigators looked at him. They were speechless with gratitude. So, Taeyong was really curious about how the conversation with the demon army commander went. He was especially interested in how the old guy reacted to the death of his protege, the one he was using for shady business. Muguk was sure the commander wasn't friends with Kodan. It was just easier to exploit him than anyone else. Looking at the sky and the rooftops, he added that he'd cast his line and was waiting for a bite. The special investigator didn't really understand what the master was talking about. The successor suggested they grab a drink and talk it all over. So Taeyong agreed, but only on the condition that he'd be the one footing the bill. The next day, their office was overflowing with all sorts of documents and shady accounting. Tons of record books about orders and detailed payment info. They found it all at the late Kodan's place. Muguk ordered his assistant to find out who the smartest guy in the first squad was, because he was the one who wrote all those books overnight. The heir himself decided to talk to the demon army commander again. He needed to buy some time. He stood before the commander and explained that documents had been found at the first squad leader's house. The old man was pleased with how quickly things wrapped up and suggested they celebrate the occasion ASAP. But the heir stated that there was still another issue they needed to deal with. In a weary voice, the army general asked what had happened this time. The demon army provided the evidence, but the investigation team was supposed to find it themselves. The army commander was surprised. Was this source really that important to Muguk? If it turns out later who provided the evidence, the results and the entire investigation will be thrown out. The supreme commander, who's also the chief advisor, is a real stickler for details and principles. The young master just needs another day. He'll pretend he found the evidence himself, but he needs the commander's help. The investigation was just a formality anyway. The documents he has are enough to close the case. The old man waved his hand and promised the first squad would fully cooperate with him. Before long, Yangu, a member of the first squad, was arrested. He's the one who forged the ledger with the orders and payment receipts. Of course, he tried to deny it, saying he had no idea what was going on. The heir knew the warrior from the first squad was just following orders, so he had to confess. Yangu was sticking to his story. He hadn't done anything, hadn't received any orders. Muguk got it. The guy was scared for his life. If he told the truth, the army chief would off him. Looking at him with pity, the heir ordered him to be taken back to the barracks. The investigators will let him go, but the army chief will still silence him after this conversation. Yangu was lost. What was the young master talking about? Why would he be killed? Studying the soldier, Muguk realized it'd look fishy if he came back from questioning unscathed. That only happens if you're playing ball with them. So Taeyong arrived with a report. Just like they thought, the army chief personally ordered the previous investigator's demise. Muguk listened in silence to the crimes the commander had committed. The investigator went on and on about all the illegal activities and the silencing of witnesses. He wrapped up by saying the old man wouldn't go down easy and would fight back. Arresting him would be a real headache. The heir wasn't about to arrest the corrupt general, and the investigator was floored. Muguk Geom had already made up his mind. He was going to take out the demon army commander. That statement totally blew the investigator's mind. This guy was used to doing everything by the book. If they arrest the general, the Blood Sky warrior will pull every string to help his little brother. He won't just sit back and watch his own blood get executed. He'll do anything to clear his brother's name, cook up some fake evidence, and ultimately get his way. And the worst part is, if the general lives, a whole bunch of innocent witnesses are going to end up pushing up daisies. And chances are, So Taeyong will get iced too, so nobody asks any awkward questions. But if the general happens to catch a stray bullet during the arrest, that solves all our problems in one shot. The investigator was worried about his lord. The Blood Sky warrior will be out for revenge for his brother. Muguk had already made up his mind, and besides, not everyone goes on a rampage after their brother kicks the bucket. Sword in hand, the cult leader's second son headed for the door. He wasn't wasting another second. Time to take out the general and shut down this investigation. The heir looked at the general, saying that thanks to him, everything was sorted out. The commander was glad he could help, even admitting he was a little sad to see his protege go so soon. The clan leader's second son promised not to forget the favor, saying he'd repay the general when he became the head himself. Grabbing a decanter of wine, he offered a toast to that. The general was in high spirits and always enjoyed strong wine, especially in good company. Pouring the alcohol, Muguk calmly asked the general why he'd done all this. The old man was taken aback. not understanding the young master's question. The heir stared him straight in the eye, asking why he'd used those things for his own gain, considering how loaded he was. Mood killer. The old guy set down his wine and said, "I should have asked the late Ko Dan that question." The heir slowly poured himself some wine. Ko Dan was a puppet, serving his general. According to the young master, the real mastermind behind all this was the demon army general. The old man couldn't control himself and crushed his wine cup. He raged, calling the cult leader's youngest son a total nut job. The young master took a sip, then replied that the general was out of his mind if he thought he could use his soldiers like that. The commander's mind snapped. He smashed the table they were sitting at in a fit of fury. Muguk was cool as a cucumber, just sitting there, sipping his wine. The old guy was so pissed, he lost his focus and ate a massive sword strike. Using the fifth heavenly sword technique, the heir ran the demon army commander through. Then he stood up and announced that Gu Cheonhan was under arrest for incitement, abuse of power, and the murder of over 20 people. The general whispered that it didn't look like an arrest at all, more like an execution. The young master decided to execute the general for the sake of other people's lives. Death is the only just punishment for him. His hand was steady. He swiftly pulled the sword from the general's chest. A powerful strike, and Gu Cheonhan didn't even have time to say anything. The perpetrator was dead. Investigators and soldiers of the demon army immediately rushed over. They immediately froze in horror. The army commander was dead. Muguk addressed everyone, saying that the general resisted arrest and was killed. Then he instructed the senior investigator to detain everyone involved in the crimes. He appointed Commander Jang Ho of the 3rd Division as the temporary head of the army. He must help the investigators find all those guilty. Muguk reminded him that he had the right to execute anyone, and his orders were now equal to the cult leaders. Chan Ho understood what was required of him and swore to carry everything out. A few days later, the heir returned to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Besides the leader and the Supreme Commander, the warrior of the Crimson Skies was also waiting for his arrival. His gaze was surprisingly strange for someone who had recently lost his younger brother. The warrior of the Crimson Skies wanted to know how his brother had died. The heir replied that he had explained everything in detail in the report, but Cheonpa wanted to hear the story firsthand. Looking at the Supreme Commander and his father, he realized they would be judging his answer. The heir explained that during the arrest, the general tried to resist, and as a result, he was killed. The warrior of the Crimson Skies regretted how things had turned out. Chanpa still didn't get why his little brother had to attack the heir. His guilt was already proven. Looks like he wanted to beg for help, and the successor screwed it all up by getting in the way. The attack was a mystery to the young master. Maybe the general just didn't like being arrested by some punk kid. Before coming to the pavilion, the Blood Sky warrior checked out his little brother's corpse. The heir killed the general with a single strike to the chest. Chanpa noticed the guy was way more capable than he thought. The successor thanked his father, saying it was all his doing, since the demon army commander was shaken up and couldn't fight at full strength. The Blood Sky warrior looked Muguk in the eye and thanked him for his honesty. He felt more at peace now. The young master apologized, saying he didn't want things to end that way for the general. The cult leader cut into the conversation, saying Chanpa needed to rest up. He had a lot to do with the funeral rites ahead. The Blood Sky warrior bowed to the master and thanked him for everything. Muguk figured Cheonpa was there to tell their dad that the cult leader was pushing things a little too far. The commander-in-chief gave the young master props, saying he helped solve the problem real quick. He also asked if the heir got hurt at all while he was on the job. The heir said he was all good, thanks to his dad and the advisor looking out for him. Just then, a cult member walked in carrying a huge box. The Supreme Commander explained that the cult leader had a gift prepared for the young master, for his contribution to the investigation. It was a legendary sword, one of the most prized weapons in the whole cult. Muguk was seriously surprised by the gift. He never expected something like that from his father. The advisor, with a little smile, said the cult leader was presenting the Black Demon sword to his youngest son. It's practically the most valuable sword they've got, right up there with the White Demon sword. The heir did point out that the White Demon sword was more his style, but his father knew what was best for his son. Gripping the hilt, he thought the leader didn't know his own kids at all. Holding the sword, he felt the chill radiating from it, even without channeling his aura. The advisor looked at the leader's calm face and figured he was just showing pride for his youngest son. Sheathing the weapon, the heir remarked that it was way too expensive a gift. The commander reassured him, saying the problem with the demon army general was a real serious threat to the cult. Turning to the leader, he asked him to confirm what he'd said. The leader agreed, saying it was all true, and he was glad his son didn't hesitate when it mattered. Muguk understood his father didn't entrust this to him lightly. He knew his youngest son had mastered the Bichon technique and could stand against the general. But most likely, the leader never expected his successor to off the demon army general so easily. Only now did he realize why his father gifted him this sword. This was the answer to the warrior of the crimson sky. The full responsibility rests on the cult leader, not his son. Muguk raised the new sword, and bowing respectfully, thanked his father for the valuable gift. The cult leader replied that his son was free to do as he pleased for the time being. Stepping out of the pavilion, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. The warrior of the crimson sky remarked on the beautiful weather today. The heir approached the old man with a slow, deliberate stride. Cheonpa immediately noticed the black demon sword on the successor's waist. The young master sat beside him and commented that he thought this summer would be a scorcher. The warrior of the crimson sky lost it and yelled at the guy, demanding how he dared to do what he did to his younger brother. His aura was so intense, it made the flowers wilt right in their beds. But a second later, he calmed down and started to smile. The young master probably expected the old guy to react exactly like that. Muguk could show his strength too, he yelled, asking how some pathetic old man could threaten him. If he tries to avenge his brother, the heir will destroy him. The Blood Sky warrior was terrified. Cooling down instantly, the heir wondered if that was the right way to respond to Cheonpa's attacks. The old man started laughing loudly. It had been so long since anyone had talked to him like that, or dared to threaten him. Finally composed, the Blood Sky warrior noticed that the heir didn't seem happy. The young master replied that he just wanted to solve the cult problem, and didn't intend to kill anyone. But the demon army general went too far, and left Muguk with no other choice. After watching the fight, the heir asked why the old man didn't stop his younger brother, since he knew everything. Looking up at the sky, the old man bitterly remarked that his brother never listened to him anyway. And besides, he's no saint himself, so he's got no right to lecture anyone. When he heard about his younger brother's death, all he felt was relief. It was the first time the heir had ever heard the Bloody Sky warrior speak the truth and share his feelings. The heir said that he understood how the old man felt, and he'd probably feel something similar if someone offed his older brother. Cheonpa was surprised to hear that the heir would find it easier if someone else took care of his brother for him. The stern Cheonpa meaningfully said that it was going to be a long, hot summer. Then he got up and walked away without even saying goodbye. Suddenly he stopped for a second and added that he handles the heat just fine. Who knows what the old man was thinking, but he said he wasn't holding a grudge. But he couldn't just let his brother's murder slide either. Yeah, sure, there was always the chance the Blood Sky warrior would just let go of the past and move on. Right now, the bigger deal was the fact he just scored a new sword. When you're wielding a weapon, compatibility with the blade is key. A regular sword can't exactly refuse its master, but if the connection's weak, the weapon won't unlock its full potential. Gripping the black demon, Muguk figured he needed to pump his aura into it. Focusing, he channeled the energy he possessed into the sword's hilt. The blade lit up. Now that's a seriously intimidating weapon. Time to test its power and see how it feels in his hand. Muguk whirled around the room, fencing with imaginary opponents. For a while in combat, he'd survive purely because of the sword. He trained and meditated hard, teaching the sword new tricks. Leon kept bringing food, but he wouldn't touch it. This training was something else. Days later, completely spent, he stumbled out of the training pavilion. A bunch of ticked-off soldiers were standing near the entrance. These were warriors who answered directly to Cheonpa. The heir eyed them carefully, wondering if they came on their own, or if the old man ordered them to show up. All he knew, all he could feel, was the negative and hostile vibes radiating off them. He could feel the warrior's negative energy flowing around him. With that much dark energy, he could easily get hurt. They wanted to mentally break the heir, turn him into a coward too scared to leave the house. An idea popped into his head. Use the Heavenly Demon Multiple Amplification technique. It lets you strengthen your body by using the energy from a bunch of enemies' attacks. The more enemies around, the stronger the technique becomes. A protective sphere appeared around his body, and he slowly moved through the crowd of haters. Before long, he noticed that the level of this technique had risen from the lowest to the highest. While the warriors tried to influence him with their energy, he kept increasing the technique's level. In the end, he won. The enemies stopped trying to pressure him. Instead, they parted and opened a path for him to exit the pavilion. With a confident stride, Muguk moved towards the exit, showing everyone that he wasn't someone to mess with. He gazed at his father's massive golden throne. The heavenly demon cult leader approached from behind and asked if his son wanted to sit, but the heir replied that he didn't want to be trapped in it. The cult leader calmly remarked that the young man was just twisting his words. Standing next to his throne, he commanded him to come up. Once the young lord did, his father ordered him to sit in his place. He slowly sat on the throne, the one that might someday be rightfully his. The young lord slowly surveyed the throne room. It looked completely different from here. He also noticed the demon statue that stood beside the throne. He always thought this would be an exhilarating moment, but now, sitting on the throne, he feels nothing. His father replied that he felt the same emotions when he first sat down. Looking at his son, the leader said that the bloodied Sky Warrior's subordinates came of their own accord. Muguk replied that he controlled his emotions and didn't give in to the pressure, so nothing happened. But after he left, he was overcome with shivers. He was scared he might have made the wrong call. He glanced back at his father and added that if a fight broke out, he'd take out a bunch of those cult guys, and that would mean he'd lose his shot at the throne. What scared him most was the thought that one day he'd have to make a real tough call, bet it all. These thoughts were the reason the heir wanted to see the cult leader and have a chat. The Sky Demon leader said that a true warrior only looks to the future and doesn't dwell on the past. And another thing was bugging the young master. Couldn't they swap out this scary demon statue for something a little easier on the eyes? Like, maybe statues of the 4 flowers, the hottest babes around these days. Realizing he was talking nonsense, the heir stood up and said he had to get going. Turning back, he looked at his father and asked if he could take out a Blood Sky warrior. The clan leader replied that just because the heir managed to off a general doesn't mean he's strong enough to kill a Blood Sky warrior. Muguk wondered why his father had started the conflict between them in the first place. Maybe he should take responsibility for it. The cult leader replied that's exactly what he intended to do. He'd appoint his son as the head of the Soul Management Division, a special department that handles inspections. Seeing his younger son's confusion, he asked if everything was all right, and wasn't he the one who wanted to clean up the cult? The cult leader was a man of many faces. He left clues on stones for his children, and yet he could calmly send them on dangerous missions. Muguk broke the silence, declaring that if he was being sent to butcher a bull, he needed a knife. He wanted his father to let him into the Heavenly Demon Library. The cult leader was greatly surprised by the request. It contained all the rare records of Merim, and only members of the cult leader's inner circle had access to it. His father believed it wouldn't help him. The most he would accomplish was reading the titles. The heir understood perfectly what his father was saying, but he wanted to try his luck. So the cult leader finally made his decision. He's giving us 7 days in the library. The successor bowed and thanked the cult leader for the permission. He didn't waste any time and headed straight to the Heavenly Demon Library. He'd been here in his past life to get the empty demon's soul, the ingredient for regression. Back then, nobody recognized him because it had been years since his exile, and his face was messed up with scars. It took him forever to go from a nobody cult member to someone worthy of talking to the new leader. That's how Muguk learned about the secret 4 pillars of the Wind God technique. Chubayak honestly said that this technique was how he became the new cult leader, but he didn't pass it down to his kids. Muguk was really curious why previous leaders hadn't used it. The new leader revealed the secret. The book wasn't kept on a shelf with the other books. This priceless book was literally just propping up a shelf to keep it from wobbling. This is the exact book the heir asked his old man for permission to check out the Heavenly Demon's Library for. The successor carefully picked it up. The cover was a little beat up. He opened the ancient text and started reading. 4 steps are enough to traverse the world. The 4 pillars of the wind. God technique was mastered in 4 styles: Shadow Step, Retreat, Wise King's Gate, and Swift Step. Shadow Step is used for stealthy infiltration. At first, you can slip past one person unnoticed, but the number of people you can sneak by will gradually increase as the technique levels up. The second style, Retreat, is solely for defense. You use it when it's clear that the enemy's attack is unavoidable. The third technique teaches you to attack head-on. It can also negate any defense or evasion your opponent throws at you. And the last technique lets the user achieve ultimate speed. Muguk focused and started diligently learning the new technique. 7 days later, he returned to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. His father was waiting for him, curious about what his youngest son had mastered in a week. The heir calmly replied that he had learned a movement technique, specifically the 4 pillars of the Wind God technique. His father thought that was bull. Nobody had used that technique in practice for ages. The young master was telling the truth. He wouldn't lie to his own father. The cult leader demanded a demonstration of new skills, but the son was more interested in what he'd get out of it. The cult leader smiled and replied that he'd keep the kid alive then. The young master focused and got ready to show off everything he'd learned. The cult leader, who was usually so calm, couldn't hide his emotions for the first time. His youngest son was tearing around the room at insane speeds. The Heavenly Demon Chief was blown away. Where could his son have learned the God of Wind technique? The heir calmly answered, "In the Heavenly Demon Library." The cult leader was furious. How dare his son try to trick him? The cult chief knows every single book in that library, and that one just ain't there. But the son just kept repeating that he definitely found that technique in the library. Looking at his father, he asked if he was absolutely sure he knew about every single book in the library. The young master just stumbled upon it. It wasn't where it was supposed to be. Turns out he was using the book to prop up a wobbly bookshelf. His father knew damn well his youngest son had trashed the book after reading it. Muguk was floored. How'd he know? The answer was obvious. He'd have done the same thing himself. The cult leader asked his son to teach him those moves. The heir was totally expecting this. Of course, the cult leader would want to learn such a powerful technique. The young master's main goal wasn't to become the new heavenly demon, but to save his father and take out Hwamugi. After that, he just wants to chill, travel the world, and enjoy the scenery. So, if his father learns this new technique and gets stronger, that's a win-win for him. Looking at his father, he calmly said he didn't want to learn to lead the cult. The heir already understood that nothing in this world comes easy. The heavenly demon reminded his son how he taught him a new technique on the hunt for free. But the kid retorted he paid him back with wine. The father got curious, wondering what his cheeky youngest son wanted in return. The young master wanted to get the heavenly demon's defense technique. It lets you protect your body and is only passed down to heavenly demons. It's like a second life in a fight. The father was against it. Only the one who becomes the new cult leader gets access to it. Muguk wasn't giving up. He suggested he could be secretly taught, and no one would ever know. Even if the young master was secretly taught this technique, no one would find out. It doesn't show on the surface. Bowing, he asked his father to think it over and added that he had to go. The boss stopped him, saying he wanted to study the 4 pillars of the wind god technique first. Muguk was a little surprised. He didn't think his father would agree so quickly. The cult leader hadn't expected his son to trust him so much, willing to let him be the first to learn it without guarantees. The heir replied that he trusted his father. The cult leader wasn't the type to screw over his own son. Muguk began loudly reciting the contents of the ancient technique. His father listened intently to every word, and very soon his body began to glow. When the young master finished, he asked if he should repeat what he said again. But once was enough. The leader immediately used the technique he had just learned. He moved like lightning around the throne room. The young master noticed how his father's technique differed from his own. The cult leader had managed to alter it while learning. After testing it out, the heavenly demon sect leader agreed that the 4 pillars technique was seriously effective. Since the regression, this is the biggest change. Whether Hwamugi can beat his old man now is anyone's guess. The cult leader said he'd pass on the heavenly demon protection technique to his son, but he'd only explain it once, so the heir better pay attention. Leanne was furious. What punk dared to attack her master? But the young master calmly replied that it was his father. He listened closely to every word, trying to soak up the new knowledge. The son was stoked that he mastered such a rare technique, and pointed out that they had more in common now. The cult leader then struck his own son without warning. Despite the new techniques, Muguk couldn't dodge, and the blow landed right on his forehead. The cult leader told his youngest son to cut the crap and be serious. He looked at the bodyguard and asked if she was out for revenge. The girl sadly replied that she protects, she doesn't attack. Holding his forehead, Muguk figured he never joked around with Leanne in his past life. He looked at her and promised he'd cure her of the side effects that changed her body real soon. She was super surprised. The young master hadn't been himself lately. The heir told his father he wanted to change the school, make it a place where they didn't have to learn body-wrecking techniques to protect others. He wanted to make the school a place where people didn't have to do stuff they didn't want to do. Looking at his bodyguard, the heir loudly called her name and ordered her to listen to a new command. The girl got into a fighting stance and replied that she was all ears. From now on, she's free and doesn't have to guard him anymore. Leanne was barely holding back tears. Did the young master really want to get rid of her? Now she's becoming the head of the new Phantom Squad. The bodyguard was totally lost. She couldn't wrap her head around what was going on. Repeating the squad's name, she added that she'd never heard of it before. Muguk proudly replied that he was going to create a special organization that answered only to him. Leanne still didn't get how she could transfer to an organization that didn't even exist yet. The heir asked again if she would become the head of the Phantom Squad. Bowing, the girl replied that she would carry out any order from her master. Announcing the creation of a new organization was way easier than actually doing it. He knew damn well that keeping the Phantom Squad up and running would cost a fortune. He remembered an incident from his past life. A perfect chance to make some serious cash. Just gotta escort 2 VIPs. The squad commander approached him and asked if Kaki sent warrior. So, and if he was sure he was up to the task. The young master suggested shoving a sword through the mercenary captain to prove a point. The guy called him a punk and said those types usually bite the dust first. Muguk promised he'd follow any order the captain gave, as long as the price was right. The mercenary's job was to escort a mother and daughter to Nampyeong. The heir looked into the little girl's eyes. In his past life, she and her mother had died. But Muguk was determined to set things right this time. It was a long journey, so the mercenary squad surrounded the carriage carrying the nobles and set off. Traveling at night was too risky, so they decided to stop in the forest for the night. The squad leader handed out a meager dinner to his men. Who knew when they'd eat again? The young master sat on a rock while the mercenaries chewed on jerky, and they were all pretty ticked off about it. He remembered that in his past life, their bodies were never found, and there wasn't even a trace of an outside attack. Hours later, the squad started coughing up blood. They were in agony, screaming and writhing as they died. The young master knew right away what was up. Poison had gotten into their systems. Pretty soon, the whole squad went silent. They were dead, but Muguk wasn't poisoned. The squad leader stepped out into the clearing. It was clear he'd poisoned the jerky. The guy was shocked the newbie survived. Muguk said he ate his own food. The mercenary captain drew his sword and said the newbie would have been better off dying with the rest of them. The young master was running through the possibilities, but it never crossed his mind that the guide would poison the food. The heir said he felt sorry for the guy, then asked what he planned to do with the money he got from killing his buddies. The mercenary captain replied, "You can never have too much money. You can buy plenty of booze and companionship." The rookie couldn't wrap his head around the fact that the squad leader killed so many people just for cash. Suddenly, another squad of fighters showed up. They were clearly in on it with the commander. One of the new guys yelled for the woman and kid to get out, or he'd torch the wagon. The lady and her daughter slowly climbed out, scared stiff, but totally helpless. The stranger compared them to rats, hiding from their unavoidable end. The woman was sobbing, begging Kwon to at least spare her daughter. He closed his eyes and agreed, but only out of respect for what they once shared. But then he shouted something else, just the kind of answer she was dreading. He demanded she treat him with respect and beg him on her knees. The woman pleaded for her child's life, offering to pay 10 times what his clients were paying. Kwon told the lady not to make empty promises like that. Her father had already been captured, and the woman started crying even harder than before. Suddenly, she noticed a young mercenary who waved at her in a friendly way. Kwon asked the commander who that was and why he was still alive. Muguk calmly replied that he was a mercenary who took money to escort 2 masters to Nampyeong. The warrior yelled, asking if he was one of the commander's men, but the man replied he'd take care of him quickly. The villain screamed for someone to gut that cocky punk for his insolence. Muguk looked at the commander and said he was acting shady, and that the same would happen to him to avoid paying up. Warrior Kwon would kill him too, to leave no witnesses and keep all the money. The main villain was furious, calling him a low-down cheat. The young master said he'd call him something else, but there was a kid present. The killer blew his top. How dare some punk talk to him like that? He ordered his goons to take out the young upstart. Muguk turned to the commander and reminded him he was next on the chopping block. A split second later, Kwon nailed the corrupt mercenary commander in the back of the head with a dagger. He knew damn well you gotta nip any problem in the bud. They needed to hand this job off to someone with more experience and finesse. Kwon barked an order to deal with the loudmouth kid and fast. Turning to the woman, he asked her to cover her daughter's eyes and ears. Without a word, the woman did exactly as the young mercenary asked. That 4 pillars technique really came in handy during this fight. 1 second and those guys are toast, and Muguk's already right up in Kwon's face. The heir asked him who he was and why he was after the woman and kid. Kwon was one of her family's vassals, served them for years. She's Gyum Se-yeon, daughter of the Golden Palace's head honcho. That's exactly why the heir kept his identity secret and pretended to be just some merc. This woman's father, Gyum Ah-soo, is a top 10 merchant and the richest guy in Fujian province. Muguk knew about him from his past life. Back then, the merchant was offed by his most trusted servant. Seeing the young merc lost in thought, Kwon figured he'd take a cheap shot from behind. But the cult leader's youngest son managed to dodge it just in the nick of time. Then, with one swift move, he chopped off Kwon the corrupt's head. The lady clapped a hand over her mouth to keep from screaming. Scumbags like Kwon always attack from behind, thinking they can catch the young master off guard. Gyum Se-yeon asked the young mercenary to escort her and her daughter. The heir calmly stated that the situation had changed drastically, so he'd be asking for more money for his services. The lady insisted that the price didn't matter. She begged him to help her and save her father. The corrupt servant, noticing the arriving carriage, was overjoyed. He'd been waiting. Seeing the lady and her daughter alive, the criminal was completely shocked. The young master said that Kwon, like all the other thugs, was dead. The dim-witted servant never figured out who could have killed Kwon's warrior. Muguk calmly replied that a master craftsman had done it. The corrupt servant was furious. How could anyone call their enemy a master craftsman? Only after a few minutes did it dawn on the dull-witted and greedy servant that the young guy was Kwan's killer. Mugok joked that his conversational partner was a very perceptive person. The heir was surrounded by about a dozen greedy fighters who were ready to do anything for money. He was curious why the guy came to the tiger's den. He could have run away with the woman and child. The successor smiled. He didn't see a tiger here, just a pack of rats trying to bite their owner. The former head of security looked at the guy and couldn't understand how he'd killed Kwan and dozens of other fighters. He looked completely ordinary. He suggested coming inside and having a drink together and talking about the situation. But Muguk replied that his feigned politeness was useless here. He didn't need to waste time on this charade. The mercenaries immediately jumped the young master, eager to finish him off quick. But the young master was way out of their league, easily dodging and hitting back hard. In just a few moments, he took down every single warrior who attacked him. The traitor froze up, totally stunned. He never expected the kid to be such a skilled fighter. He couldn't help himself and blurted out that he'd never seen skills like that before. The guy calmly replied that it wasn't skill, he just smelled the money. Hearing about money, the servant asked how much this merc wanted to disappear. Mugok was surprised. Looks like the servant was loaded. Why would someone with that kind of cash betray their boss? The cult leader's youngest son was baffled. Why take money from someone you've served for years? One of the mercs dragged Guillaume Asu in, held a sword to his throat, and demanded the uninvited guest drop his weapon. The greedy lackey repeated the order. If the kid didn't comply, the old man would be killed right in front of his daughter. Muguk raised his hand high. Everyone thought he was about to give in. But instead, a wave of fire shot through the bandit holding the merchant at incredible speed. The kid somehow managed to slice the thug in half from a distance. The traitor screamed, shocked and furious at the same time. The former head of security yelled for the young mercenary to stay away from him. Muguk replied that if the greedy traitor didn't want to die, he should get the hell out of there. The traitor figured that after using that much sword energy, the kid had to be exhausted, which meant he had a chance to take out this punk. The lackey drew his sword and swung at the mercenary, but the heir easily blocked the attack from the traitor who ambushed him. The servant thought he just needed to hit harder and he'd win, but the young guy was dodging everything. He figured he had this in the bag, since the young mercenary wasn't attacking, just trying to block. But one wrong move and the young master's sword went right through the greedy servant's chest. He was the head of security for the Golden Palace, but he let himself get distracted by money instead of training. The merchant and his daughter thanked the young mercenary who saved their lives. The man swore he'd never forget this day and asked what family this noble young man came from. The heir replied that he was just a regular mercenary with no name and no past. The merchant had lived a long life and never met such a powerful mercenary. The merchant's daughter told her father she promised to repay this man. My dad was totally cool with it. He'd gladly pay whatever it takes. He's ready to pay back the guy who saved not just him, but his daughter and granddaughter too. Muguk was satisfied. That's exactly why he helped that family, acting like just some regular soldier. They got to the vault, and the guy said he wanted to give away everything he owned but physically couldn't. The merchant generously offered the savior to take as much as he could carry in one go. No carts or extra hands allowed, but he could use his combat skills. Muguk was surprised. If he used his techniques, he could haul away a ton of stuff. The merchant replied that if it weren't for the young man, they'd all be pushing up daisies, so he couldn't hold back. Muguk thanked the generous man. He never expected such a huge reward. The merchant slowly opened the main door to his treasure vault. Muguk moved fast even though it was pitch black inside. His daughter told him, considering the merc's skills, he could squeeze more out of this than they agreed on. The man hugged his daughter. His kid and granddaughter were the most important things in his life. Plus, the guy was clearly more than met the eye, even if he was hiding his skills and where he came from. The power she saw, it was off the charts. The merchant also said that if he wasn't too greedy, he could build a solid relationship with the merc. A few days later, Muguk returned to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. He split up all the treasure he'd brought back from the Golden Palace and started selling it off bit by bit, because trying to unload that much loot in one place would be way too risky. As he walked to see his father, he thought about how he'd managed to scrape together 4 million yang. Multiple times a day, the cult leader listens to crucial reports and decides who lives and who bites the dust. He looked at his father, wondering if he was happy with this life, or if he was just doing what the cult leader had to do. The leader already knew that his youngest son had been skipping school for a few days. Muguk didn't make excuses. He just admitted he'd been out earning some cash. The heavenly demon was surprised, wondering why his son needed money. The heir replied that he couldn't sponge off his father forever. He'd need a lot of dough soon. He'd decided to start his own organization. The cult leader and advisor were taken aback. Muguk pointed out that the 8 demons all had followers, and he'd need allies to deal with them. His father was against it. If the youngest son created his own, the eldest would want to, and then everyone else. Muguk wasn't expecting his father to agree right away. He reached for his inside pocket. Handing over the special scroll, he said it was meant for the cult leader. Taking it, the cult leader asked what kind of dough it was and who it was for. His son calmly replied it was for his father's expenses, and for a moment, the heavenly demon's face darkened. He's got plenty of cash, and hasn't needed any for ages. Muguk knew perfectly well that the cult leader was the richest guy on the planet. He looked the leader in the eye, saying it was a token of gratitude for raising him. Bowing, he added that he'd been wanting to thank his father for a long time, then announced he had to go. The cult leader and the supreme commander stared at the scroll in silence. The next morning, Muguk arrived at the main investigator's headquarters. Loyal Li An went with him. Even though she wasn't his bodyguard anymore, she still couldn't leave the heir alone. So Taeryong bowed, saying everyone was waiting for the young master. The cult leader's youngest son was stoked to see his old buddy. Fate bringing them together again? Seriously wild. Hundreds of investigators were already standing in the pavilion's courtyard, waiting for their new boss. They greeted the new head of the investigation unit. The heir looked at their faces. They were way more welcoming than he expected. He jokingly asked So Taeryong if he'd threaten to dock their pay if they didn't smile. The investigators said no, but Muguk still didn't get why his subordinates were so cheerful. So Taeryong explained that it was simple. The guys were just happy to see the heir in person. Only then did Muguk realize it was all about what had recently gone down in the demon army. The detective reminded the young master that he was supposed to give some kind of speech to his new subordinates. The cult leader's youngest son addressed his followers, unsure if his appointment would make them happier. Glancing back at Li An and Seo Taeryong, he added that he knew one thing for sure. Every investigator's heart is about to start pounding like crazy. The investigators immediately started whispering and looking at each other. Seo Taeryong brought the case that the new boss had asked him to look into more closely. What's wild is that this case also involves a subordinate of the Blood Sky Warrior. Nobody really wants to touch this case with a 10-foot pole, but the incident just happened, so we gotta figure it out. Li An warned that the Blood Sky Warrior is seeing red, and we need to tread carefully. That's exactly why we need to get to the bottom of it. He held out the documents to Li An and suggested she read them herself. Even a girl who doesn't know squat about law could see this was messed up. There was this older dude in the tavern, drowning his sorrows in some strong wine. The tavern owner was begging him to chill out and stop drinking, but the guy couldn't stop. He was lost, didn't know what to do. He looked at the owner and said the guys who put his son in a coma walked free, got off scot-free. The owner was confused, like, what's he talking about? He heard the investigation was being handled by a committee. The guy slammed back another shot and said the investigator ruled his son was just injured in a regular brawl. He slammed his cup on the table and yelled that the perp's dad is Baekdokwi. Baekdokwi answers to the warrior of the Crimson Sky and commands a squad of over 100 men. The guy screamed that the investigators were no better than the lowlifes who beat his son half to death. The tavern keeper told us to keep it down, worried someone might overhear and snitch. The guy just broke down sobbing, saying if his son dies, he can't fulfill his wife's last wish. He swore he'd make the people responsible pay, and then, well, he'd check out himself. Just then, 3 young warriors walked into the tavern, looking to have a word with the man. One of the guys asked how he could even think about harming someone else's kid. The man jumped up from the table, screaming at the guy to give him back his son. The young warrior apologized and said he wouldn't bring it up again. He formally apologized and said that should be the end of it. The man reached for his sword, yelling that he'd kill the lowlife. But before he could draw it, the young warrior was all over him with his fists. The kid wailed on the guy a few times, then made a big show of saying everyone saw the dude come at him with a sword first. His goons chimed in, backing him up, saying they saw the whole thing and it was totally self-defense. The kid just kept pounding on the guy, ranting about how the warehouse guard dared to sick investigators on him. All he did was ask him to swipe some cash from the house, but the guy's son didn't want to do it. Bleeding out, the guy said the punk just confessed to everything, and everyone heard it. He looked around at the tavern crowd and asked who heard it, but everyone clammed up. The cocky kid was loving it. No one was gonna rat him out. The victim's father just broke down, sobbing like his world was ending. The punk was gloating, watching this grown man cry like a baby, just like his son. Then, someone behind them calmly said they heard everything. The new head of the investigation committee strolled into the tavern with his goons. The young punk was fuming, wondering what lowlife dared to cross him. The air was chill, thinking the perp probably didn't realize the mess he'd made, probably grew up in a real bad situation. He bowed his head, put on a guilty face, and begged for forgiveness. But it was all an act. The stranger knew he'd pull something like that. Muguk now understood. His father's got serious pull in this area if his kid's acting this cocky. The beaten-up guy kneeling on the floor whispered, "Young master." Right after him, the tavern owner and the customers all stood up and greeted Muguk. The loudmouth was stunned. He'd just been mouthing off to the cult leader's heir. Muguk told them to relax. He was there as the head of the investigation team, not as the heir. The punk's attitude flipped instantly, begging for forgiveness for even daring to talk to him like that. The cult leader's youngest son asked if he was really old enough to be pulling stunts like this. The punk tried to bail fast, but the heir stopped him. He was there on business. This jerk attacked a guy a few days ago, and Muguk came to sort things out. The investigation committee looked into it and cleared him. They said it was just a brawl. Looking at the victim's father, the cult leader's youngest son said that they'd decided to reopen the investigation. Assaulting the victim's father, systematic attacks for extortion, these are serious offenses. We're not talking about a simple mistake anymore, but serious crimes. By law, he's looking at 20 years in the slammer. The punk freaked out. 20 years is a long time. He was just scrapping with the guy. But the heir reminded him that he'd just heard him confess. Cornered, the kid tried to threaten us with his old man, saying he wouldn't let this slide. Muguk just smirked, saying his dad's gonna be way too busy to worry about his son anytime soon. Dad's getting pinched too for strong-arming the investigators. The guy was losing it, threatening us with his big-shot daddy who'd take care of the head of the investigation. The heir decided to cool him off a bit and punched him right in the chest. For threats like that against an investigator, he's looking at another 10 years behind bars. The punk was on the floor, bawling, begging for forgiveness, pleading not to be locked up. Muguk calmly asked him to give him one good reason why he should even consider letting him off the hook. The heir asked if the guy had ever helped anyone or done anything good, while Leon and So Tae-young just listened. The punk just shut his mouth. He had absolutely nothing to say about that. If you've never done anything right, it's tough to suddenly pull something out of your ass. The detective clocked the perp right in the face. Then he calmly told him he had 30 years to think about it. The criminal's buddies were begging for mercy, saying they were just following orders. The cult leader's youngest son warned them that if they kept living the same way, they'd blow the chance they were getting today. Then, Muguk ordered the investigators to take the criminal to the slammer. Looking at the tavern patrons, he told them that if anyone steps out of line, they should report it to the investigation committee. As long as he's head of the committee, no one's gonna mess with a fair investigation. And if people are scared of being threatened by connections, Muguk can remind them of his own. Leanne went to the victim's beaten-up father and told him that by the Lord's order, Dr. Ma had examined his son. The heir said he saw your son before coming here, and he's out of the coma. You should go visit him ASAP. The victim's father was crying, promising he'd never forget the young master's kindness. The heir reminded him that he'd dedicated his whole life to the cult. It only makes sense that the cult would take care of such a loyal follower. The man held the heir's hand, crying and thanking him for everything. The heir replied that now the cult is thanking him for his faithful service. Muguk looked at the investigators from the committee. They were the first to react to his actions. Gok Myung, the lead investigator for the committee, apologized for the emergency meeting. The reason was a case that the new chief reopened. The man felt that this undermined the authority of all the investigators. The other guys were on his side. They didn't like what Muguk did either. The heir said he saw things differently. The whole incident shook people's faith in the committee. When he went to arrest the perp, the guy confessed right there in front of everyone in the tavern. The investigators had heard about that. The cult leader's youngest son didn't get why they were even bothering him. Gok Myung explained that they were worried about reopening a case that was already closed. The guilty party's caught, the victim's recovering. Isn't that how it's supposed to work? But the organization had some rules, maybe outdated, but nothing could be done. Muguk suggested the investigators split into two groups. Those who agreed with his decision and those who didn't. So Tae-young was the first to step forward. He also agreed the case needed another look. He figured maybe the investigator was getting pressure from somewhere else. The heir scanned his subordinates and asked who else agreed with him. A tall dude from the crowd chimed in, saying he was on board with the new boss too. He thanked him for his help during the investigation into the demon army's corruption. This was the investigator Old Man Ma patched up. Then the young master turned to Zhonghua, since he was the one leading the case. The guy replied that he'd stuck strictly to the book during the whole thing. The boss cut straight to the chase, asking if Baek Dokwi had slipped him some cash. Gok Myung was fuming at the question like, how insulting is that? A powerful aura flared up as the young master told him not to interrupt when someone else is talking. Zhonghua swore on his life that he hadn't taken a single bribe. Muguk had already done his homework and knew the investigator was clean. The new boss launched an internal investigation because he got a direct order from the cult leader. The situation was messed up. The investigator didn't get any cash, but he still swept the whole thing under the rug. The heir looked at Zhonghua, then asked if his little sister had been threatened. The audit revealed that Zhonghua is one of the most honest and incorruptible investigators. But the criminals found a way to get to him. It was super weird why an honest guy would act like that and shut down the case. The internal investigation revealed that Zhonghua has one weakness: his little sister, his only family. Gok Myong was in shock. He turned to his colleague and asked if he'd really been threatened. The senior investigator demanded an answer. After all, he's the one who called this unscheduled meeting and defended his subordinates. Muguk continued. He'd already sent soldiers to protect his sister. She'll be safe until the case is closed. Zhonghua could barely hold back the tears. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He dropped to his knees, begging for forgiveness for his terrible, unforgivable act. Even remorse for what he did can't excuse it. Yonghua was sobbing, ready to face any punishment for what he'd done. Muguk told him to cut the waterworks and get up off his knees. If this had happened after he became the boss, the heir wouldn't have let it slide. But since it went down before his appointment, he'll give the investigator a pass. The subordinate has earned forgiveness through the way he's lived his life. From this moment on, all his achievements are wiped clean, and he has to earn his good name all over again. The heir commanded him to listen closely. From now on, the investigator's family is considered his family too. And the young master will take care of anyone who threatens or harms his family. He's not going to let anyone push around the special committee investigators anymore. He swore he'd come down hard on anyone who messes with an investigator's family. If anyone even tries to threaten them, you gotta report it to him ASAP. The young master guaranteed he'd do everything he could to let those investigators do their jobs in peace. If those investigators know their families are safe, they'll finally be able to work like they're supposed to. He looked at his men and added that anyone who's causing trouble needs to face the music. Even if the heavenly demon slips up, they can't just look the other way. If the cult leader breaks the law, he's gonna have to pay the price for it. The new boss isn't scared of the cult leader or the 8 demons. He's afraid of them turning into ruthless monsters that can be manipulated. That's when they'll lose their ability to protect the common folk. He turned to the lead investigator, asking for his help on this tricky case. Then he ordered So Tae-ryung to assemble a team and arrest Baek Dokwi. Gok Myung figured it wouldn't be easy. Dokwi commanded over 100 goons. Muguk was dead set on this. If Baek Dokwi didn't surrender, he'd be charged with insurrection. Baek Dokwi, aka Yang Tai, aka the White Demon, sat in the interrogation room. The heir demanded to be addressed as the head of the investigative committee, and nothing else. The guy admitted he was being rude, but didn't get why he was being accused of stirring up trouble. Yang Tai apologized for resisting arrest, saying as a squad leader, he had a lot on his mind. He honestly thought the whole thing was blown way out of proportion, just a harmless prank, nothing more. Baek Dokwi also hinted that the head of the committee might need his help down the line, and he'd gladly lend a hand, and some cash. Muguk never thought he'd be offered a bribe this fast. Yang Tae said the young master's brother had a lot of support, and he needed to think about that. The heir looked at the detainee and admitted he was flattered. He promised to find Baek Dokwi a new, amazing position soon. But he'd have to help him after he got out of the slammer. The White Demon couldn't believe his ears. The joke was totally lame. The heir glared. He wasn't kidding, especially when it came to messing with the investigator's family. Baek Dokwi started insisting he'd never threatened anyone, ever. Nobody cared what the detainee thought. The evidence was already in. According to the law, the investigator's testimony trumps the detainee's. If Baek Dokwi confesses now, he'll get just 10 years, otherwise it's 20. Yang Tae couldn't figure out why the young master was doing this to him. His son assaulted people and extorted money, and the father threatened the investigators. And after all that, Baek Dokwi had the nerve to ask why the young master was treating him this way. Yang Tae yelled that he wasn't some warehouse guard and deserved respect. Muguk replied that those were some messed up and scary words at the same time. The heir confidently stated that things were about to change big time. Baek Dokwi thought the warrior of the Crimson Skies would step in for him and wouldn't stand idly by. The young master had a different take. Cheonpa didn't get involved when his own brother was killed, so why would he care about a squad leader? Yang Tae couldn't contain his anger and smashed the table with one punch. Muguk calmly asked the accused if he was going to threaten him and his family. "Time's up. You're better off confessing everything yourself." He went outside, thinking maybe the cult's decline wasn't about power after all. "Discipline's gone to hell. The underlings are openly making threats. A Blood Heaven warrior was already sitting near the house, knocking back some wine. He was waiting for the young master for some reason, and his intentions were unclear. A sly grin spread across his face. He asked how he should address the young master now. Without waiting for an answer, he offered the heir a drink with an old man. The young master didn't refuse and sat down next to Cheonpa. The Blood Heaven warrior poured wine into a cup and asked if the cult leader's youngest son was worried. Meeting Cheonpa often can't lead to anything good. The heir just calmly said the old guy keeps coming to him, wanting to chat about something. Blood Sky warrior silently downed another shot of strong wine. Setting the empty cup down, he said he felt the air change. It was the day he brought up wanting to go hunting. He figured a sharp kid like that would have a weird desire like that. Muguk thought there was nothing weird or unusual about his request. Grabbing the decanter, Blood Sky warrior concluded that it all started that day. The heir's strange behavior is making his old sword sing a mournful tune. The young master couldn't understand what he was talking about. Muguk didn't do anything that bad. He only offed one student for being a smartass, and just crippled the second. But it was a fair fight. The little brother's knee-deep in shady business, and some underling is straight-up threatening investigators. Glancing at Gu Cheonpa, he said the sword's howling because the warrior's allies are totally wrong for his personality. Holding out a cup, the old man said the young master's just dead wrong. Muguk asked him to teach him if he was misjudging things. The heir was wrong about everything. The people around the warrior of the Crimson Skies were perfect for him, 'cause he's just like them. Looking at the cult leader's youngest son, he demanded they release Captain Baek Dokwi, who they were holding. Muguk calmly replied he'd be released if the investigation doesn't find proof of his guilt. Hearing that really pissed the old man off. Everything around him turned red with his aura. The heir instantly realized Gu Cheonpa's power was on a whole different level. The warrior of the Crimson Skies was barely holding himself back from attacking. He offered to give the young master some advice. But the cult leader's youngest son made it clear he didn't need his advice. If the warrior of the Crimson Skies came here to do something, he should just do it instead of running his mouth. After those words, the old man calmed down like there wasn't a problem in the first place. He pondered for a moment, then muttered that nobody talked like that back in his day. Muguk believed you had to be careful with stagnant water. It tends to get nasty. The old man stared at his reflection in the wine, thinking nobody wants to be stuck in stagnant water. Looking at the heir, he offered him a drink. Pouring him some wine, he promised to get rid of the foul water. Muguk accepted the cup of wine and remarked that it was a wise decision. Before the heir could drink, the warrior said he wanted the leader's youngest son to be his new water. The young master couldn't believe such an offer, since the old man was their biggest enemy. Gu Xianpa offered to drink with him, saying if the heir wanted to become the new heavenly demon, he'd have his support. That was pretty wild, since everyone knew Cheonpa was backing Muguk, the older brother. The young master pointed out that he'd, taken care of his younger brother not too long ago. The Blood Sky warrior had always seen the general as an outsider. A splinter hurts more than mourning him. Getting the old man's support is like getting an army of thousands. But why'd he pick the younger son? Cheonpa decided to bet his future on this crazy kid who does insane stuff. If Muguk were younger, he might have believed the old man, or gotten a big head. But he'd lived a long life before, and knew exactly how old guys can screw with young ones. But the main question remained. Did he even want to become the new heavenly demon? The decision made, he calmly set his wine cup down. He thanked the old man for the high praise, but he had to get back to work. Cheonpa was really curious what would happen if Muguk nailed this assignment. Would the heir just sit back and take it if the cult leader let him run the committee for life? There'll come a day when he has to decide whether or not to become the new Sky Demon leader. The current leader might only be paying attention to his son because one of the demons is backing him. He had a point, but his father, just like Muguk, decided to crack down on discipline in the cult. Looking at the cup, the heir said he needed time to think things over. He'd drink the wine when he figured out his next move. The old man agreed that was smart, not to rush into big decisions. He grabbed his sword and added that you shouldn't drink if someone's asking or ordering you to. Then, with a swift swing, he tried to take the young master's head clean off. But the heir managed to block the old man's attack at the last freaking second. Cheonpa calmly said he'd be waiting for the answer tomorrow evening. Muguk corrected the old dude, saying he'd only get the answer in 5 days, not a second sooner. The warrior of the Crimson Skies caved and gave him 3 days, then hauled ass out of there. Left alone, the young master knew his enemy was seriously powerful. The investigators were sweating bullets, pushing themselves hard at practice. The 3rd Division commander was driving them like raw recruits. This was just a normal drill, and they were already gassed. Only by enduring brutal training will they be able to do their jobs right. According to the squad leader, anyone can turn on you, your wife, your kid, your best friend. But not the sweat you pour out. Muguk and So Tae-ryung were watching all this. It was weird to hear Jang-ho talk about kids and wives, seeing as he's single himself. So Tae-ryung was seriously shocked that the South actually apologized. Muguk suggested the assistant ask the Blood Sky Warrior himself. That investigator went white as a sheet. If he went there asking that, he'd never come back. The heir knew damn well he only had 3 days to give Gu Cheon-pa an answer. The head of the investigators ordered them to contact the prison and send Baek Dokwi and his son to the deepest, darkest hole they had. In the young master's opinion, they needed to pay the piper for what they did. So Tae-ryung bowed and said he understood the master's orders. If Muguk hadn't stepped in, they'd still be running wild, and innocent people would be getting hurt again. He wasn't going to let anyone in the cult set up their own barbaric system. A new building was built in the demon village. Now it's the investigators' headquarters. Now, if the cult warriors treat anyone unfairly, people can come here and tell us everything. The heir asked what people used to do in such cases. The tavern owner replied that they just lived with it and constantly suffered from various oppressions. Before, to enter the investigators' committee, you had to state the purpose of your visit at the main gate. Then you had to go through a personal search, and the procedure was repeated several times until the person reached the investigator. Now, ordinary people will be able to freely come to the new branch and report any abuse of power. The tavern owner found it hard to believe what he was hearing from the young master. No need to worry about revenge anymore. Anyone who threatens someone who files a complaint will face the ultimate consequence. The tavern owner bowed deeply and promised to tell all the villagers about this. The young master firmly believed that everything would soon change. The village was inhabited by people of the lowest social class. When he got back to his place, he saw the Blood Sky Warrior was already waiting for him. He looked at the heir and asked if he was ready to share a drink. The young master sat down next to him and said he was game. The old man slowly filled a cup from his decanter with some strong stuff. Then he looked the successor in the eye and told him to drink up. The cult leader's youngest son showed no fear, saying he doesn't drink on an empty stomach. Gu Cheon-pa asked him what kind of snack he had in mind. The heir slowly said that what he needed was a demon army. If the old man coughed up a demon army, the heir would be his new source of power. The old man hissed through his teeth that there's a certain way things are done in this world. But Muguk was sticking to his guns, saying you gotta have a snack with your booze. It's just common sense. Gu Cheon-pa just grabbed his head like he waited 3 freaking days for an answer and this is what he gets? The warrior's eyes blazed with fury. He got a total garbage ultimatum in return. Gripping his sword, he added he'd had enough. Time to take this jerk down a peg. But the cult leader's youngest son managed to deflect the Blood Sky Warrior's strike. The old guy remarked that taking his precious head wasn't going to be a walk in the park, but he'd give it his best shot. He unleashed all the fury of his sword on the cult heir, wanting to end him right there. Muguk blocked the blow again with his new sword, a gift from the cult leader himself. This was a serious fight. They were battling for their lives. After another attack, Muguk went flying and barely managed to stay on his feet. The old guy knew his way around a battlefield, so he clocked that the cult leader's youngest son was seriously powerful. The young master was about to unleash the 4 pillars of the wind god technique. He was dying to see if the Blood Sky Warrior could block the wise king's step. Time was on his side for now, so jumping into a risky fight wasn't the play. He yelled again that he needed a demon army. The old man was curious who he was planning to make general, seeing as he already had a different gig. The heir figured that Commander Chang-ho from the 3rd Squad would make a killer leader. The old guy warned him that if the young master got too greedy, things could go south real quick. The answer threw the warrior for a loop. Wasn't Wongi the one who called the heir a total maniac who could swallow everything whole? The cult leader's youngest son called Gu Cheon-pa crazy, because no sane person would offer Muguk their support. Last time around, the old geezer was the first of the 8 demons to kick the bucket. Weird, right? Blood Sky Warrior was losing it. The kid's greed sent his booze flying off the table. With that, he took off, not wanting to keep jawing with the lunatic. The heir knew Blood Sky Warrior couldn't pass up his offer. He'd cave eventually, because if not him, the young master had 7 other guys lined up. 2 days later, the 3rd Squad commander was floored. He went to the head of investigations and told him Blood Sky Warrior had put him up for the top general spot. Muguk calmly said that he'd actually asked the old man for that favor. Chanho was super grateful for the trust, but he wasn't sure he could handle leading the demon army. The heir told him to run the army like he runs the 3rd Squad, and it'd be the best one ever. The commander still had his doubts. Felt like the young master was giving him too much credit. The cult leader's youngest son was quick to point out that Chanho was selling himself short. There were other options, so no biggie if he couldn't pull it off. The committee head said it like that on purpose, to make the third squad commander give it his all. That evening, the cult leader's youngest son went to his father's pavilion. Seeing what the leader was wearing, he asked if it was a new outfit. The cult leader said it was his sleepwear. The father wondered why his son was visiting so late. Muguk was surprised. It was still early and he didn't think he was interrupting his father's sleep. Besides, if the Murim Association found out the leader turned in so early, they might attack. But the leader didn't seem to care. My son told me he fought the Blood Sky Warrior with a new sword his father gifted him. The cult leader pointed out that the heir has promised to kill that old geezer a few times now. Looking at his father, Muguk honestly replied that it would be a crying shame if the old man kicked the bucket now. The cult leader remarked that the Blood Sky Warrior isn't as easy to tame as the Black Demon's sword. Muguk was just planning on using the old man until he breaks and finally cracks. In that time, he came to realize that he and the Blood Sky Warrior are worlds apart. Looking at his father, Muguk added that the harder the old man beats him down, the stronger he himself will become. The cult leader couldn't figure out where this pointless conversation was going. The cult leader pays the head of the investigation committee's salary, which is why he's here with a report. His father knew perfectly well that his son wasn't here for a report, and he didn't give a damn about the Blood Sky Warrior either. The heir requested the clan leader to stop the old man from doing whatever he pleases. Muguk was determined. He dreamed of breaking the Blood Heaven Warrior's spirit. Only his father can break the old man's spirit, so the son needs his help. The would-be successor confessed he wanted something from the old man, but the warrior had to play by his rules. This thing is more important than a demon army, especially since Muguk plans to make that army his soon anyway. The cult leader told him to stop joking around and asked his son to get to work. The young master was silent, thinking he'd probably never see anything funnier than his father's outfit in his life. The old man addressed the cult leader, saying the young master had been acting out of line lately. The leader asked the Blood Heaven warrior if that wasn't his job. Gucheonpa bowed and replied that with all due respect, Muguk was the clan leader's son, not his. The cult leader calmly replied that his son wasn't ready yet. Looking at the leader, the old man said he'd like to help the younger son mature. If the clan head got personally involved, it wouldn't be fair to the older son, the heavenly demon agreed. The old man also wanted to talk about appointing a new general to the demon army. The heavenly demon immediately recalled his son's words. He'd asked him not to give the old man any favors. The clan head replied that the younger son had gone too far, and it was time to think about the older one. The old man confessed that over the years he'd trained disciples. He'd learned something. When you cut someone off, make sure they're truly alone. The cult leader replied he'd take care of anyone who dared to question him. Gucheonpa bowed and said it was time for him to leave. That same evening, while drinking wine, he told the heir that the leader was thinking about the older son more than him. Muguk said that if his brothers started to pressure him, the warrior of the Crimson Heavens would have to step up and fill the gaps. The heir felt a little bad for the old guy, who could end up paying with his life. Setting his cup down, the warrior of the Crimson Heavens replied that Chang-ho was never going to be a general in the demon army to begin with. Muguk was surprised. Had the warrior of the Crimson Heavens given up that easily? Pouring more wine, Gucheonpa pointed out that it's pointless to chase after things that are just impossible. He'd already filled the cup when the heir asked where the old man got so much pride if he couldn't even achieve the basics. Gucheonpa almost flew into a rage. Did the young master really think it was that simple? The successor reminded him that the warrior of the Crimson Heavens himself had offered to side with him. But the old man insisted that the kid was asking for something unattainable in return. Muguk was absolutely certain that the warrior of the Crimson Heavens should have refused outright, instead of recommending Chang-ho the very next day. Drawing a line in the dirt with his sword, the heir brought up an old conversation. Looks like the old man was dead wrong last time when he swore the boss listens to him. Summing it all up, Muguk added that he would have gotten his way if he were in his shoes. The old man glared at the heir and dared him to try it himself. The young master asked what would happen if he actually managed to convince his father. Glancing at the Blood Sky wine, he proposed a bet. Cheonpa's eyes lit up. He loved a good wager. If the kid loses, he'll side with the warrior, no questions asked. But if he wins, he wants that elixir, the one that's stronger than the essence pill. That rare elixir lets you get way more energy than those pills ever could. The old man promised he'd get his hands on that elixir if the heir could pull this off. The young master held out his sword to seal their bet. The old man touched his blade to the heir's sword. The challenge was sealed. Muguk was thinking that if he got that elixir, he'd never have to sweat running out of energy again. The next morning, he went to the Supreme Commander and asked what the odds were of Chan-ho becoming a general. Myung-sama replied that those decisions weren't up to him. The leader turned down the Blood Heaven warrior's request. Everyone knows he doesn't change his mind. Muguk wondered what would happen if another great demon recommended Chan-ho as a general. Myung-sama was floored by that idea. He was even struggling to answer right away. The young master already had a pretty slick plan brewing on how to win the challenge. He wanted 2 great demons to recommend Chan-ho as the new general. That had never happened before. But the advisor figured if it did, the cult leader might actually go for it. Muguk wanted to give it a shot, figuring sometimes dealing with 2 tigers is easier than 1. The Northern Sky swordsman, Bae Jongtak, claimed he had no idea what assault they were talking about. He was positive he was being framed and suggested they question everyone together. Muguk asked him why he thought he was being set up. The swordsman insisted to the committee head that someone had gotten to her, or maybe she was just mistaken. The heir decided to check things out himself, so he called Seo Tae-ryung into the office. Soon after, the lead investigator walked in with a little girl. The swordsman jumped up and started yelling, asking why the girl was doing this to him. Muguk ordered him to keep it down, saying if he raised his voice again, the conversation was over. Turning to the girl, the heir asked if this was the man who hurt her. The kid was silent, didn't say a word. She was terrified. Muguk knew the girl was scared of Bae Jongtak, but the guy kept denying everything. The young master overheard the swordsman threatening to wipe out her family if she confessed. Bae Jongtak couldn't figure out why nobody believed him, and why the young master was siding with the girl. 2 young women walked into the room and stood next to the kid. The heir ordered him to look at them. They used to work as maids for the swordsman. There was no point in lying. Jongtak recognized them, even though they'd grown up a lot. Muguk told him to drop the act. He already had their statements and knew the whole truth. He also mistreated them, then threw them out on the street and took a younger kid. The swordsman hung his head and begged for forgiveness. He was definitely guilty, but does that kind of thing really land someone in the dungeon? The young master said people gotta learn from their mistakes. Bae Jongtak swore to high heaven it would never happen again. He'd even sign a freaking affidavit. The cult leader's youngest son calmly replied that wasn't necessary anymore. The girls held their breath, scared they were gonna let the swordsman go free. Jongtak started thanking the head of the investigation committee, swearing again it'd never happen. He didn't even finish the sentence before Muguk took his head off with one swift strike. Guess he really won't be bothering anyone now, and that affidavit's useless. The girls were in shock. They never expected their attacker to get iced like that. That swordsman won't be touching anyone anymore, and the girls' families will be safe. He looked them in the eye and told them to live their lives and not worry about a thing. They'll never forget what happened to them, sure, but they gotta focus on today too. The moment the guy pays for what he did, that's gotta wash away some of the pain. This was the best damn thing the young master could have done for those poor girls. The oldest one lowered her eyes and thanked him for getting revenge for them. The poor maids were overcome with emotion. They just cried and kept repeating, "Thank you." The heir didn't think he deserved the thanks. He could only punish the guy after they found the strength to testify. The bastard answered for his crimes, so the heir told the girls not to lose their courage in the future. After everyone left, Muguk thought to his father, if they can't protect these people, the guys he hates so much will take their heads. Li An came into the office, worried about how the swordsman felt about the supreme cleaving sword demon. Muguk replied that he only feared one thing, dying before he could clean up all the trash. Li An honestly thought the school got way better after the young master took over the investigation committee. The heir was pissed, like not abusing the staff is some kind of huge step forward. The ex-bodyguard gave him a look, then added that they couldn't even prevent that before. Muguk ordered Seo Tae-ryung to head to the Supreme Severing Sword and report the incident. The heir would explain things to her personally, so Yeonren greeted the young master in the massive pavilion. The Supreme Severing Sword looks like a 20-year-old girl, but she's actually twice that age. They say about her in the cult, in this messed-up world, the Supreme Sword never changes a bit. Bowing, Muguk Geom said it had been a long time since he'd seen the Supreme Demon. She could never get used to that title and asked him to just call her Elder. But the heir couldn't address her like that, considering her position. She was surprised, like, she should only be respected because of her age. Respect is earned, not given. The young master agreed to let her call him whatever she wanted, as long as she called him master too. He also explained that Detective Seo Tae-ryung was with him and would explain what happened. She didn't want to hear any explanations. If the committee found her charge guilty, that was that. So Yeonran looked at the cult leader's youngest son and added that anyone guilty of sexual assault deserved to face the ultimate price, and she wouldn't challenge the committee's decision. So Tae-ryung left the room, and Muguk stayed inside. The Supreme Severing Sword believed that the young master had brought a breath of fresh air to the cult, and he'd done a hell of a job. The heir lowered his eyes, and then replied that it was only possible because of her support. She was touched, but asked him to stop buttering up an old lady like her. Naturally, Muguk continued to shower her with compliments, saying the demon looked like she was barely in her 20s. So Youngran waved it off. Guess that was enough for her to step aside and quit martial arts training. The heir remembered all too well that after his father died last time, it wasn't just the regular followers fighting for control of the clan, but all 8 fiends too. In the end, the Supreme Severing Sword became the leader of the cult. While she was in charge, death was reaping a bloody harvest everywhere. But after 3 years, she was taken out by a new leader too. The young master admitted that it wasn't an easy thing to deal with. He also mentioned that there have been a few unfortunate incidents down south lately. It was a strategy. The Supreme Severing Sword and the Blood Sky Warrior hated each other's guts. Muguk said that the Blood Sky Warrior was putting pressure on him, and they had to throw down. So Youngran was surprised by the news and said that didn't sound like the old guy. She'd already heard that Cheonpa recommended Jang Ho for the position of new general in the demon army. The heir admitted that the protege is his guy. Chang Ho is brave, honest, and totally devoted to the cult. Secretary So Yeonran and So Tae-ryong waited in silence while the cult leader's youngest son and the Supreme Demon hashed things out. The Supreme Sword thought that you can't bruise the old man's ego and force him to recommend someone. The heir confidently stated that the warrior of the Crimson Sky just didn't want to lose him. Looking into the Supreme Demon's eyes, the future successor noted that Gu Cheonpa loved the cult more than any of the 8 demons. But even the warrior of the Crimson Sky can't make Chang Ho a general in the demon army all by himself. Actually, Muguk just heard about one way. The Supreme Sword perked up. They need another great demon to recommend Chang Ho. Then the cult leader will definitely agree, but no one's gonna do that. So Yeonran stared intently at the young guy, and then asked if he really thought the old man was the only one who cared about the cult. A slight smile appeared on his face. The heir came to get under her skin. The Supreme Sword knew exactly why the young master had come. He wanted her to recommend Chang Ho. Muguk knew she'd see through his plan. Time to play it straight, because when truth and lies get mixed, it's a real mess. Only now did the Supreme Sword realize why the cult leader appointed his youngest son to head the committee. She stepped right up to him, practically nose to nose. Muguk definitely didn't see that coming. So Yeonran locked eyes with the guy, then said he had a special something. He knew how to get to people. He almost didn't believe it when she said she'd recommend Chang Ho as a general in the demon army. The Supreme Sword would only do it because the warrior of the Crimson Sky wasn't the only one who cared about the cult and its future. The heir bowed to So Yeonran and promised he'd never forget her help and loyal service to the cult. On his way back to the pavilion, the cult leader's youngest son was thinking that sooner or later he'd become the heavenly demon. The Supreme Sword understood this and didn't want the old man to have sole influence over the new cult leader. Back when she was the clan leader in her past life, the first thing she did was take out Gu Cheonpa. Myung-sama was floored. He never expected the heir to involve the Supreme Severing Blade in this. The cult leader has to agree, but can we really trust Jang Ho with the army? The Supreme Commander believed he had incredible potential, but he's a blank slate without any strong opinions, which is exactly why the heir picked him. The heavenly demon figured the younger son chose based on feelings. The advisor pointed out that this was both a weakness and a strength of the young master. The cult leader saw it differently. Emotions and feelings are purely a liability. The heavenly demon concluded, if 2 great demons recommended Jang Ho, then I'm appointing him as the new general of the demon army. Myung-sama bowed and promised the order would be carried out immediately. Turning to the young master, he didn't know how he could ever repay him for everything. Chang Ho was incredibly grateful to the clan leader's youngest son. The kid just replied, knowing the former 3rd Squad commander's personality, it wouldn't work out. Chang Ho was confused. He didn't understand what the young master was talking about. The heir put the former 3rd Squad commander in charge for 2 reasons. First, he's the best fit. Looking at Chang Ho, he added that he couldn't imagine a better general for the army. Humble Chang Ho felt really awkward. He just didn't think he deserved the spot. Second, the heir was counting on the demon army eventually becoming his own personal force. Looking at Chang Ho again, he asked if those 2 reasons could even work together. Considering the new general's integrity and straightforwardness, it'll be tough for him to play the personal connections game. Muguk wrapped up his thoughts. He won't force anyone to buddy up with him, so the new general can chill. It was the new demon army commander's turn to speak, and he told the heir that he wasn't the type to sacrifice himself for the organization. He immediately brought up their first meeting, explaining that the anonymous letter was written solely because of the death of a close friend. Deep down, he was an emotional guy who believed that human relationships were the most important thing in life. Chan Ho also added that he wanted to be loyal to the young master, even though he felt that loyalty was already within him. Of course, He's loyal to the cult leader and will do anything for the army. But his loyalty to the young master is much stronger. Muguk thought that was just incredible. He'd gotten someone far more loyal and better than he expected. The Blood Sky Warrior was already waiting for the young master near the pavilion. The heir joked that soon everyone would think the warrior had become a bodyguard, but the old man didn't find it funny. Gu Cheonpa congratulated the cult leader's youngest son on his protege becoming a general in the demon army. The heir mistakenly thought the Blood Sky Warrior would be furious after the Supreme Sword interfered. But he was calm. In a calm voice, Cheonpa asked how the kid managed to strike a deal with So Youngran. Muguk, gazing at the sky, said he'd tell the truth if Cheonpa promised not to blow his top. The old man swore he'd keep it cool. The heir confessed he'd bruised her ego by name-dropping the warrior of the Crimson Sky. Cheonpa remained calm, stating that this fox was going to come back to bite them. The warrior of the Crimson Sky wondered if, in exchange for her help, she'd demand he cut ties with the kid, and what the young master would do then. Muguk replied coldly that the old man was his top priority. She could have twisted his arm by bringing up the general appointment thing, but even then, Gu Cheonpa was the first one to have the heir's back. He held out an antique box to the young master and asked if he'd change his mind if he got something super valuable. Taking the box, the heir couldn't believe his eyes. This was practically impossible. The Azure God Pill, an elixir to flood the body with inner power. When he offered the elixir if the old guy lost, he never thought Cheonpa would keep his word and bring such a valuable gift. The Blood Sky Warrior said he'd had the pill for ages, he just wanted to keep it safe. The young master still couldn't believe the old man gave away such a treasure. If the heir asks one more time if the warrior's really giving up the pill, he's definitely taking it back. Calming down, the Blood Sky Warrior decided to tell the heir something really important. For the rest of his life, Gu Cheonpa's betting on the cult leader's youngest son. Muguk was silent. The old guy gave him his trump card without a second thought, and the heir had just recently asked his father not to listen to the Blood Sky Warrior. Since the great demon's being so genuine, guess I gotta set things right. The heir thanked him for the pill, and for the old man believing in him. This kid wanted to pop the pill right then and there, and asked Blood Heaven Warrior to watch over him. The old man thought he was nuts. The heir figured it was the right thing to do, seeing as how Gu Cheonpa was the one who gave him the pill in the first place. The very fact that he'd protect the heir while he absorbed it shows a crazy level of trust in the warrior. Muguk trusted the old guy. If that pill was poison, he'd just have to jump through hoops later to get the antidote. The heir totally believed the old man wasn't a scumbag, and would keep his word. Blood Heaven Warrior kept going on about it like, what if the young master was wrong about him? Getting comfortable, the cult leader's youngest son promised himself he'd deal with problems as they came. He swallowed the pill, mentally telling it to dissolve properly inside him. The divine pill instantly started blasting out energy. The energy started coursing through his body at warp speed. The heir sat calmly in a meditative pose, knowing the warrior of the Crimson Sky was guarding him. Thanks to the Celestial God Pill, the young master's power has increased several times over. The old man watched the heir and timidly asked what the pill tasted like. A satisfied Muguk replied that it was pretty damn good, the best thing he'd ever tasted in his life. The warrior of the Crimson Sky face-palmed. He'd guarded it for so many years, he should have just eaten it himself. The heir also noted that the old man shouldn't worry. He absorbed the energy much better than the great demon would have. Now, even when fighting Gu Cheonpa, there's no need to worry about running out of internal energy. The old man stepped closer to ask a question. He was curious who this kid was. He looked at the guy and couldn't understand how he managed to turn the world upside down, and even give away the pill willingly. The heir replied that he was the one who would lead the entire cult into the future. Assuming the old geezer even makes it that long, he's been on his last legs for ages. The cult leader's youngest son had always wondered what the Blood Sky Warrior was ultimately after. The old man was taken aback by the question. What could a guy that old even want? He's just drifting along, lost in his memories. The young master pointed out that for someone just drifting, the old man sure was working hard at it. He was pushing the heir so aggressively, he'd give the youngsters a run for their money. The Blood Sky Warrior was surprised by that observation. The Blood Sky Warrior's heart was burning just as fiercely as any of the young guys in the cult. Gu Cheonpa sadly remarked that he'd been thinking he'd cooled off in recent years. It really doesn't matter how many ambitions and desires you had when you were young. Time steals them away no matter how hard you try. Life dulls everything, even the sharpest pain. Holding out his cup and the wine carafe, Muguk asked him to pour. The old guy was thrown for a loop. The heir wants to drink? Didn't he lose the bet? The young master shot back that Gu Cheonpa won the bet the second he handed over that pill. Grabbing the cup, now overflowing, the heir downed the strong liquor in one go. Then he asked that next time, the old man used tricks that he, the master, could actually handle. That really cracked up the Blood Sky Warrior. Lifting his own cup, Muguk asked for a refill. Even though the Blood Sky Warrior was smiling, he still wasn't letting his guard down completely. The old man definitely wasn't someone you could size up in the first few minutes. The heir still couldn't figure out what was behind the great demon's soul, even though he'd managed to peek a little. It wasn't clear if the young master would get burned by his fire, or if the old man would fall to the heir's blade, or maybe they'll become real tight before long. Muguk was pushing himself hard in the training hall. He noticed how the elixir improved his skills and stamina. This new level of power might let him go toe-to-toe with the great demons. His father walked in, immediately noticing his son had grown again. The pleased heir replied that he'd gotten a heavenly demon pill from the Blood Sky Warrior. His father wasn't surprised. He'd overheard his son trying to get something from the old man. He himself had given a pill to a great demon a long time ago. Muguk declared his intention to put an end to the 8 great demons, but his father didn't say anything. The leader figured his youngest son might actually pull off his plan. He didn't want to hold his son back any longer and ordered him to keep training. The heir thanked his father for appointing Hancho as general of the demon army. The cult leader didn't turn to face his son, coldly replying that 2 great demons had recommended that candidate. The heir firmly believed that if he was happy, the entire cult would experience happiness. The heavenly demon considered that statement to be like a cheap slogan right before you kick the bucket. Already leaving the pavilion, he added that going down that road, he shouldn't even think about finding happiness. The young master shouted after him that he would be happy on his path, no matter what. She strolled among the most beautiful flowers in her domain. Yunran addressed the heir, saying that over the years the flowers seemed even more beautiful. But it's hard for the young master to realize that yet, since he's still so young. Muguk disagreed. He'd lived a long life, and even flowers had started to annoy him. He thanked the Supreme Sword for her help and offered her an exquisite wine as a gift. She politely thanked him for the booze, but she'd given up that stuff years ago. The heir knew that perfectly well, but he didn't want to raise any red flags, so he played it safe. The cult leader's youngest son added that he understood his position and wanted to thank the Supreme Severing Sword, but he didn't know what she wanted. The great demon wanted him to cut all ties with the Blood Sky Warrior. Muguk expected that answer, but still asked her to explain why. So Yunran looked up at the sky, then replied that the old man didn't share the ideals the young master was striving for. The warrior hated rules and laws. The heir apologized, but he couldn't do that, even though he owed the great Severing Sword. The Blood Sky Warrior had already given the cult leader's youngest son a very valuable gift, and now he couldn't cut off contact with him. The great demon became very curious about what valuable thing the young master could have received. The gift was personal, and Muguk didn't want to talk about the poem, so Yunran thought they had a good relationship. Looking at the great cleaving sword, the heir gave in and said he'd tell her, as thanks for the favor she'd done. The great demon's eyes widened when she heard the heir had received the heavenly god pill. Could that greedy, grumpy old geezer really part with it that easily? Muguk smiled. Maybe Gochonin considered the heir worthy of such a gift. The young master bowed and thanked the elder for everything, saying he'd definitely do anything she needed. Before he could leave, she asked what the heir thought of the Blood Sky Warrior. The cult leader's youngest son immediately replied that at first, he didn't like the old man. Thought he was grumpy, stubborn, and loved violence, but now everything's changing. So Yunran figured their relationship changed because of the expensive gift the old man gave. The heir didn't deny that the gift also influenced their relationship. The supreme demon warned him, no matter what the heir thinks of that warrior, he's not what he seems, and he needs to cut ties ASAP. The young master offered to prove something to the great cleaving blade. She needs to show the heir that she's more useful than the warrior of the Crimson Skies. The warrior of the Crimson Skies gave him a heavenly god pill, so breaking that connection needs a damn good reason. So Yunran asked, surprised, isn't the overall good of the cult a good enough reason? Muguk coldly replied that he despises people who try to control their subordinates with such vague crap. That kind of sass got under the elder's skin. It's been ages since anyone talked to her like that. The heir of wrath wasn't scared. He doesn't know what the great demon thinks of him, but he's getting ready to do something huge. He'll meet a lot of people in the future, and he's not sure he'll always know what's right and wrong. He asked the elder to show him something he can easily judge for himself. Muguk was demanding that the Supreme Swordmistress give him something stronger than a heavenly god pill. The elder was calm as ever, asking what it was the young master wanted from her. Clenching his fist, the heir replied that he didn't need anything at the moment. He bowed, thanked her for everything, and promised they'd meet again. Muguk was sure that after this conversation, So Yeonran would become even more curious and wouldn't be able to stand it. The Blood Sky Warrior was already waiting in the pavilion courtyard, wondering what the Supreme Sword Mistress had said. The heir honestly admitted that she'd asked him to stop associating with Cheonpa and also said that he didn't seem like the young master. The old man was interested in what the cult leader's youngest son would do. Muguk jokingly said he'd team up with whoever offered him the most. But for now, the old man had nothing to worry about. It's unlikely So Yeonran has anything more valuable than the pill. Champa was telling this dude that this fox would do anything to screw him over. Something's been bugging Muguk for a while now. Why do those two top-tier demons hate each other's guts so much? The old guy dodged the question like, do you really need a reason to hate someone? The heir pointed out that memories can stir up anger and hate, so they'd better just down a shot of wine. Guchampa said he'd be waiting in the village and then took off. The warrior was sitting in the tavern looking pissed. He hated places crawling with women. Muguk was surprised. His brother, on the other hand, loved brothels and all the attention from the ladies. The warrior snapped, telling him to stop ruining his drink by bringing up his dead brother. The heir agreed, even though he'd brought up the brother on purpose, just to twist the knife. The tavern owner greeted them, saying it was an honor to have such important guests in his establishment. The heir said they came here because this place has the best booze and grub in the whole village. The warrior was pissed, saying this kind of kindness is pointless and will only lead to trouble. The young master disagreed, saying there's nothing wrong with being polite and kind to people. Cheonpa insisted that if he lets his feelings guide him, he's bound to screw things up. The old guy figured if he talked tough to the owner, he'd get scared and bring out the best food and snacks. Looking the heir in the eye, he concluded that his older brother was better than him in that regard. It's easy to live when you're heartless, but Muguk refuses to go that route. The dish they're about to get will be made with joy, which means it'll taste the best. The old man kept grumbling, warning that one day someone will take advantage of his kindness, and if the heir doesn't help, they'll start cursing him. But the heir had his own idea. Maybe that kind of person will save his life one day. Hold up, Chunpa said, grabbing his wine. How's the old man's kid blocking my hits with that attitude? The heir noticed the old-timer was burning way more energy than usual when he got worked up. Even now, he's wasting so much juice on this conversation, it's wild. Muguk took a swig and said the old man needed to deal with the Blood Sky Warrior's students. Otherwise, the investigation's gonna keep dragging on. The old man snarled, "You're getting a little too big for your britches, kid. You showed off your aura, so don't act like I'm wrong about you neglecting your students, Gramps." The old guy lost it and smashed the table to splinters. "Muguk, you got some nerve!" Guchumpa wanted to off him right then and there in the tavern. Then he yelled at the tavern keeper to bring over some fresh snacks and another bottle of wine. The heir slapped a stack of gold coins on the table and apologized for the mess. He also asked them to set up a new table and bring food and drinks. The tavern owner ran to get the wine, and the old guy kept ranting like, "Does everyone want him groveling to people like this?" Muguk looked at the Blood Sky Warrior and, for starters, asked him not to wreck the furniture. Cheonpa didn't like being lectured, but Muguk wanted people in the new cult to quit smashing things when they're in a bad mood. He also told him to stop yelling and move to another table. The Blood Sky Warrior called him a cheeky brat. Now he's convinced the heir has lost his marbles. Giving the cult leader's youngest son a menacing look, he added that he'd make him regret it if he ever thought about betraying him. Hearing that exchange, the tavern owner bolted out of there. The young master turned to the other guy, asking if he was really capable of doing that. Cheonpa coldly replied that he'd take out any traitor. Then, Muguk demanded that the warrior of the Crimson Heavens swear loyalty to him as well. If the old man serves faithfully but the young master betrays him, then the warrior of the Crimson Heavens has the right to run a sword through his heart. After these words, he filled a cup with wine and offered it to the great demon. The heir thought that even though the old man didn't clink cups with him, deep down, he totally did. An ally approached So Young Ran and told her that the young master was drinking with the warrior of the Crimson Heavens at the tavern. He added that the heir was just a cocky kid playing with fire. Looking at her subordinate, she ordered him to watch his mouth. There's nothing lower than talking smack behind someone's back. The cult leader's youngest son has changed a lot. He's not the same as he used to be. The old man gave him the pill, so he must think Muguk is capable of becoming the next heavenly demon. She was annoyed. How could the old man see something in the air that she hadn't noticed? One of the guys suggested the elder take a break, said they'd prepped a fresh one for her. She just headed to her chambers without a word. Late that night, Muguk went to his father's pavilion. It was the first time ever he'd been in the Sky Demon's private hall. His eyes immediately locked onto the iron wall and the massive dents in it. The old man must have been crazy strong to leave marks like that on solid iron. His father told him to cut the crap and show him the 4 pillars of the wind god technique. Muguk immediately focused and got ready to execute the complex moves. The technique was based on 4 styles, but it had over 900 combinations in total. The power shifted depending on how and in what order you used the movements. My old man was watching everything like a hawk, then finally gave his take on my skills. The cult leader listened for a good long while to his son's thoughts on the 4 pillars technique. He agreed with a lot of it, and then decided to share some of his own observations. The boss told me to close my eyes. He wanted to pass on what he'd learned about this amazing technique. Next thing I knew, I was in some kind of illusion, walking on water. My father explained a ton of stuff, things I hadn't even considered. Thanks to the cult leader, the young master understood the technique on a whole new level. The young lord thanked the heavenly demon. When the time comes, he'll be ready to take down Hwamugi. Muguk was super grateful and wanted to repay his father for the lesson. The old man told him to cut the crap, and said instead the heir should grab some grub with him. The young master was floored. The cult leader had never once in his life suggested they eat together. The table was overflowing with delicacies, and the cult leader was offering him more if it wasn't enough. A strange feeling filled his heart and soul. For the first time he felt like this was exactly what he'd been missing in his past life. Only now did he realize that for almost 40 years, he'd been yearning for a father and a real home. Muguk was silent, so his father asked if he liked the food. The heir smiled. Was his father actually trying to trade snacks with him? After dinner, the heavenly demon decided to ask why his son had come to him. The young master wanted to ask for a favor. The lord's face was stunned when his son asked to welcome another person into the family. Could it be that his son had decided to get hitched at such a young age? The young master objected. He wanted to teach the family technique to Li An, his former bodyguard. Muguk dreamed of teaching her the technique he'd mastered so she could protect him. But it was only passed down to family members. The clan head was a little ticked off. The heir's forgetting about his own brother and asking to bring a bodyguard into the family. The heir insisted she was worth more than a blood brother, and that the time would come when she'd do something amazing. The clan head doubted the girl could handle the technique. The technique Muguk wielded was the 9 fiery demonic arts. This was something that shouldn't be passed down based on blood alone. The cult leader looked at his son, then asked if he was sure about this. The clan head gave his consent. The young master was even surprised he got it so quickly. But in return, his father asked for something. Next time his son wants to deal with a major demon, he needs to give him a heads up. The young master wasn't surprised by the request. He promised he would. After dinner, he returned to his pavilion and ordered Li An to be summoned. The girl didn't keep him waiting long and quickly came to her master. Looking at his charge, he announced he'd be teaching her a new technique today. He added that he would be passing on the combat techniques of the Heavenly Demon clan. The girl got a little scared. She knew only family members were allowed to learn it. She absolutely didn't want to break the established rules and couldn't agree to something like that. Muguk reassured her. He got permission from the cult leader himself, so she had nothing to worry about. She was still hesitant, since the technique was specifically created for the heavenly demons, and she doubted she could master it. The young master calmed her down, saying she was now commander of his squad and could handle the training. The girl's eyes widened when the heir added that she was like a little sister to him, and he'd help her. The girl teared up. No one had ever treated her so kindly. Hugging her, Muguk emphasized that she had always been a precious person to him. From that day on, he started training Li An. On top of that, he kept working at the investigation bureau. And even though he was busy, he still found time for his own training. Li An picked up martial arts super fast, like a sponge soaking up water. Even the young master didn't realize she had such a huge talent. Plus, the heir realized something. By teaching someone else, he was discovering a ton of new and unusual stuff about his technique. He'd never taught anyone in his past life, and that was a mistake. The process of teaching a student turned out to be surprisingly interesting, and brought him a lot of excitement and new experiences. Muguk gathered the special committee investigators for a meeting. Dozens of workers, who had been putting in extra effort lately, stood in the square before them. He liked how fired up his guys were, so he wanted to stoke the flames even more. Then he ordered Sote Ryung to open the big chest that was lying nearby. Inside was a ton of cash. The investigator had never seen that much dough before. The head of the investigative committee ordered the money to be distributed to all the staff. This was a special gift for all the employees, personally from the committee head. The satisfied investigators began to thank their generous boss. Muguk replied that he was giving the money so the committee would remain an organization that couldn't be bought. Employees should never take bribes. If they were short on cash, they should come to him. After asking if the investigators understood everything he'd said, Muguk ordered them to dismiss. So Tae-ryung was trying to figure out how the boss knew that investigator Ik-ho needed money for his brother's wedding and had been borrowing from everyone. Muguk just calmly said he was hearing about it for the first time. Actually, the young master found out about it by accident, and at first just wanted to help him, but then decided to reward everyone. The young master looked at his assistant and asked if it really mattered that much. So Tae-ryung was sure it did. Loyalty doesn't just appear out of nowhere. The cult leader's youngest son said not to exaggerate. It was just a little something to look good to the guys. The investigator was sure that even without the theatrics, you could get people to work. He bowed low to the committee head, and then said he had to get going. Muguk decided to visit the old man in the south pavilion. The warrior was surprised by the heir's visit. The young master brought something for Cheonpa. He held out his hand with a small box in it. The old man eyed the box suspiciously, wondering if it held something nasty. Muguk joked that if there was a place that sold poison boxes, he'd buy a couple. Then he asked the warrior to just open the box and see what's inside. It was a special pill, the ultimate poison detector. Gu Cheonpa was surprised, wondering why the young master brought it here himself. The heir replied that it was a gift. He wished the Blood Sky warrior a happy birthday. The old man thought hard. He'd forgotten it was his birthday. He figured he was too old to remember things like that anymore. Muguk works in investigations and can find out a lot. He even knows what kind of secrets the Blood Sky warrior is hiding. Gu Cheonpa asked, annoyed, "And what exactly do you think you know?" It was just a joke. The young master once again wished the old man a happy birthday. The Blood Sky warrior was floored that the heir only came for that. Before leaving, he suggested they meet up later for a little wine. The old man held the gift in his hands, staring at it silently. Back in his pavilion, the young master found the supreme cleaving blade waiting for him. So Yeon-ran noticed the young master had a productive day and deserved a drink. The heir sat down. A wonderful table laden with snacks was set. But last time, she said she hadn't had wine in ages. The supreme demon didn't set this amazing table for herself, but for the young master. The heir took the cup of wine from her hand and downed it in one go. So Yeon-ran was surprised. Muguk drank it so fast. What if it was something unpleasant? The heir calmly replied that he had prepared in advance. He showed a magic pill that acts as a poison detector. The supreme sword mistress thought it was an excellent precaution. The heir knows she doesn't have good feelings towards him, so taking anything from her is very risky. She looked at the young master and then asked if he'd taken any drinks from the warrior while using the pill. Muguk answered no, and the supreme demoness was offended that he trusted him more. He's been through a lot with Gu Cheonpa, so he trusts him. So Yeon-ran reminded him that she helped the young master, so she should be trustworthy too. The heir believed she didn't do it for his sake. She recommended Jang Ho solely to break his connection with the Blood Sky warrior. Muguk wanted to start trusting her, so he promised to drink without the pill. He grabbed the wine jug and slowly poured himself a cup of booze. Then he downed the whole thing in one gulp, not knowing if it was poisoned. Putting the empty cup on the table, the young master thought that the demon wasn't the type to slip him poison. So Yeon-ran looked at the sunset and then asked what the heir wanted. He firmly replied that he wanted to become the new heavenly demon, and he needed help with no strings attached and no breaking ties with the warrior. The supreme severing sword pointed out that the only free help you can expect in this world is from your parents. She was about to leave, but the heir invited her to the tavern that evening as a last request. So Yeon-ran left, and the heir noticed his father on the pavilion roof. He addressed the cult leader and asked why his father had come to such a wretched place. The sky demon said he wanted to check up on his youngest son, see how things were going. Everything's different in this new life. It's the first time he's ever hunted with his old man. They even had dinner together just recently, also a first. The heir invited his father inside, but the boss turned him down. Didn't want to hang out in some smelly bachelor pad. The young master headed upstairs, remarking that if you just sit around, you might kick the bucket early. The sky demon wondered if his youngest son even wanted to live a long life. The heir definitely wanted a long life, because there's so much stuff out there he hasn't tried yet. He turned to his father, asking if he'd ever tried anything other than becoming the sky demon. The cult leader replied coldly with a single word, "Nope." Even though the answer was negative, the young master heard a whole lot of stuff he couldn't quite put his finger on. "My youngest son just dropped that he wants to take a trip with me to the Central Plains." He wasn't talking about fighting the Murim Alliance. Just a trip to the Central Plains to see how people live there. Maybe I'd tag along. They say Mount Saul is absolutely gorgeous in the summer. Later that evening, the heir showed up at the tavern, and the owner quickly set a table. The guy thanked the young master. Ever since that detective division opened up, the number of drunken brawls has dropped like crazy. A lot of the villagers were grateful and thankful to the young master. The conversation was cut short. The warrior of the crimson sky walked into the tavern. The old man couldn't understand why the young master treated commoners with so much respect. Sometimes he thinks Muguk isn't from their cult, but from the Murim alliance. There was some truth to that. In his past life, he left the cult early and wandered the plains a lot. The heir raised his wine cup and proposed a toast to the warrior's birthday. The Blood Sky warrior asked them to keep it down, saying there's nothing good about getting old. Gucheonpa was starting to think the heir loved strong wine more than he did. Someone came up from behind and said he hadn't changed a bit. It was the Supreme Severing Sword. She came to the tavern because the heir invited her. The heir pulled out a chair and offered the Supreme Devil a seat at their table. She silently sat down next to him. You could feel the awful tension between her and the Blood Sky warrior. Breaking the awkward silence, she asked why the cult leader's youngest son had invited her here. The heir explained that it was the Blood Sky warrior's birthday, and no matter how much someone disliked another, they just had to drink to his health. That's exactly why he gathered the greatest demons to celebrate his birthday together. The Supreme Severing Sword stood up and asked to be called when the heir was alone. She didn't even get a chance to leave before the old man asked what she was so unhappy about. She gave the warrior a cold look like, did he seriously not get it? The problem was, he honestly had no clue what she was so worked up about. So Yeonran raised her voice, saying the whole problem was the old guy himself. The Blood Sky warrior couldn't figure out what the deal was, and the Supreme Severing Sword just told him to shut his trap. Glaring at him, the demon said he was just a conceited jerk, which sent the old man into a rage. So Yeonran suggested he drink even more, and then go on a rampage like he usually does. The heir knew perfectly well they wouldn't be fighting with swords. It was against the rules. Muguk tried to defuse the tension, saying it was almost midnight and they should drink up. So Yeonran was furious. How dare he talk down to her like that? The heir calmly replied that the supreme demons were important to him, and he hoped they could reconcile. So Yeonran retorted that drinks wouldn't make them friends. The heir promised to keep bringing them together until they found common ground. The Supreme Severing Sword said the young master was getting a little too big for his britches. After those words, she stormed out of the tavern, and the old man downed his wine in one gulp. Setting his cup on the table, he thanked the heir for the well wishes. And then, with a single strike, he smashed the table they were sitting at to pieces. The heir left money for the broken table, and the tavern owner thought he could have made way more if he'd been a carpenter. The young master figured the meeting between the two demons would go something like this. Whatever it takes, he's got to keep pushing them together for the greater good. Right now, they're just digging themselves deeper with old grudges, but they'll figure out how wrong they were eventually. Late that night, Muguk woke up, sensing someone's energy. He saw the great demon in the courtyard of his pavilion. She masked her presence, but he still sensed her. This heir really is talented. She asked him if he wasn't the one who said he despised those who control their subordinates with empty promises. So Yeonran also despised a certain kind of people. Those who talk a big game but never deliver. The heir asked if he was one of them. She drew her sword and suggested they test what kind of man the young master really is. Muguk knew it was coming to this. The demon had her back to him, but she had no weak spots. The heir just mentioned there's another group of people he can't stand. Supreme Severing Sword was curious, like, who are these guys? Dishonest folks with power, that's who he despises. Those who use their strength to screw people over. Those words really ticked off So Young-ran. She took it super personally. She figured the kid was all right, but unfortunately, way too cocky. Looking her dead in the eye, he asked what happens if he actually wins. So Young-ran was so sure of victory that she promised to do anything, even kick the bucket if she had to. But if the heir loses, what could he possibly offer her? Her wish was simple, to forget about and stop associating with the Blood Sky warrior. The great demon was confident she'd win, since she was considered the strongest after her father, Muguk. The heir asked if there was anything she wanted, but the Supreme Sword said no, she knew it wouldn't happen. He pulled out the new black demon sword his father had given him. So Yeonran promised she'd give the young master a head start. He said he'd gratefully accept it and start his attack right now. The heir decided to use the first technique of the Bichon sword. The Supreme Severing Sword blocked the blow, but was surprised by the guy's strength and speed. Their swords clashed, and there was an explosion, loud and powerful. Muguk flew one way, the Supreme Demon the other. The fight continued. The heir used the first style of the Bichon technique, so Yeonran wasn't about to lose and fought with everything she had. The young master unleashed the third form of the Bichon technique, channeling his sword aura. This dark aura's crushing her. The Supreme Sword never suspected the heir was this skilled. She tried to dodge, terrified the aura would scar her face. A moment's hesitation, and the heir's blade is at her throat. It's over. Her eyes are wide with shock. How the hell did this happen? She couldn't lose to some punk, even if he had the freaking sword of heavenly demons. He admitted he mastered the Bichon technique. The supreme demon didn't believe it and screamed at him. He's way stronger than anyone thought. Dad wouldn't have considered a weakling to take over. Looking down at her, he calmly asked if she accepted her defeat. So Yanran replied that if she'd known how skilled he was, she wouldn't have let her guard down. She had a point. The big shot demon lost because she didn't know how strong the kid was. But is she really backing out on her promise? That'll trash her rep for sure. She told everyone to shut it, then asked the heir what he wanted from her. Is he seriously thinking about taking her out? Sure, the Blood Sky Warrior always says the heir's a nutjob, but not this crazy. She asked again, what does the young master want from her? Muguk crossed his arms, then apologized for being so rough. She couldn't tell if the cult leader's youngest son was messing with her, or if he was genuinely off his rocker. The heir was way out of line with her. He shouldn't have summoned her to the tavern tonight. He won the fight, but he's still apologizing. All because he wants to get in her good graces. She was bummed because she hated the heir's method for fighting for the throne. The young master thought she was the most honorable of all demons, so he didn't want to repay her with evil. She looked at him and quietly asked if he really thought so. He swore he was telling the truth. She was the most honorable of the 8 demons. Muguk promised they'd see each other again, but for now, he needed to rest. He slowly walked back to his pavilion, and the demons stood in the courtyard, watching him go. Considering how her life had gone in the past, she'd changed a lot. There was still time to change so Yanran's difficult fate. Before bed, the heir thought that maybe the lonely wasteland frozen in her eyes would become a field full of flowers. The next night, she came to the cult leader's youngest son's pavilion again and said she accepted his apology. The heir noticed she looked kinda down, probably stressing about their fight. She even admitted defeat and suggested a rematch. The young master shot that down right away. He wasn't looking to scrap with a great demon. No way he could beat the Supreme Severing Sword a second time. If she hadn't let her guard down and given him that opening yesterday, he would have been toast. She was pushing for a rematch. Since he'd mastered the Bichon technique, he wouldn't win twice, nobody gets that lucky. So Yanran offered to change the bet. She wouldn't ask for anything if she won, but she'd grant a wish if she lost again. Muguk figured that very trait was why everything went south when she took over the cult. The heir swore nobody would find out about their duel, so there was no need for a rematch. The Supreme Demon looked beat. She just needs a good night's sleep. So Yanran shot back that he was an embarrassment to their cult. It wasn't just about losing. She was worried about losing face, and that's what she's ashamed of. Muguk thought there was nothing shameful about it, since she's a woman. But the Supreme Demon felt differently. That's exactly why she wants to fight him again. She's mortified about yesterday. The heir still didn't want to fight. Couldn't she just let him enjoy his victory? So Yeonran confessed that she once promised she wouldn't lose to anyone but him. Muguk's eyes widened. Could she be talking about who he thought she was talking about? She made that promise a long time ago to the cult leader, the heavenly demon. The Supreme Sword immediately added that whatever he was thinking, it wasn't like that at all. He still had to ask why she respected his father so damn much. The Supreme Severing Sword didn't answer the heir's question. He couldn't weasel out of it any longer. The Supreme Demon had to keep his word to the cult leader. The heir promised he'd give it everything he had this time, which is exactly what the Supreme Demon wanted. She lunged at him with her sword like he was her worst freaking enemy. Muguk managed to dodge her attacks, even though it was a real struggle. This fight wasn't easy, but it was seriously intense. The Supreme Severing Sword was a beast on defense, calmly parrying every strike. Her sword literally whizzed past the young master's head by a hair. His reaction time saved him. He countered and almost clipped So Yun-ran with his blade too. They shot into the sky, and the fight went on like it always does with demons. The longer they fought, the less he cared about winning. It was like he was totally consumed by a martial arts showdown with a grandmaster. You could say the same about his opponent. That night, Muguk realized she truly deserved the title of Swordmaster. When two masters go head-to-head, the thrill is bigger than life or death. He raised the sword hilt to his face and admitted that So Young-ran had beaten him today. Looking at the young master, she quietly said thank you, a word he'd never heard from a great demon. The next night, she came to the heir again. So Young-ran confessed that she'd slept like a log for almost a day. One question was bugging her. Did she need to come here every night to get a good night's sleep after sparring? She heard somewhere that 3's a charm, so she suggested a third fight. Gripping the handle of his sword, the young master replied that he was game. After sparring, they sat by a small waterfall, dissecting their fight like old buddies. Muguk was lost in thought when he heard the answer to his question. He realized the reason for his failed attacks was all about his center of gravity. The Supreme Swordswoman confirmed his deductions. They'd never communicated so openly and honestly with each other before, and it felt awesome. Just as he sensed sincerity in her words, she felt honesty in every word he spoke. Looking up at the sky, the Supreme Demon remarked that it had been a long time since she'd really gotten into martial arts. The heir wondered if he was really so gifted that he stirred up such a reaction. Instead of giving me a straight answer, she challenged me to another fight, and once again we crossed swords in a friendly spar, right there on the water under the starry sky. The fight was intense, captivating, and gave us both a real rush. After we were done sparring, So Yanran asked if the heir had any wine. There's always a little something in his pavilion for a good guest. They sat in the courtyard, quietly drinking strong liquor. The Supreme Swordmaster gave high praise to the wine the heir offered her. Muguk was surprised, wondering if she was actually a connoisseur. The Supreme Demon smiled, saying just because she doesn't drink much doesn't mean she doesn't know her stuff. She looked at the young lord, and then asked why he'd changed so drastically. She never kept a close eye on him, but she knew exactly what kind of guy he was. Has the young master really been hiding his true self all this time? That's exactly how it was. If he'd shown his strength earlier, his older brother would have just offed him. So Yanran listened to him and then said he was a real piece of work. It wasn't easy for her to admit, but talking to him felt like hanging out with a close friend. Muguk immediately noticed the change in her voice. He even thought she could sense the darkness of his past, the one nobody knows about. He can hide his past from his father, Li An, and the Blood Sky Warrior. But it's different with her. He walked up to her and said he felt like they'd grown closer crossing swords. As immodest as that sounded, he vowed he'd never forget their sparring match and what the great demon taught him. She was actually a little surprised she managed to teach the heir anything. He'd been grinding on the Bishan technique for the last 3 days. The 3-star wall cracked, and now he's pushing for 20 stars. She drew her sword and offered the blade to the heir. He tapped it lightly with his own sword, just like the ancient ritual in the cult demanded. So Yonran left without a word. The fight was over. She went back to her pavilion and drank strong wine alone. After that first battle, she couldn't handle the setback. She even considered doing something she'd regret to take care of him. Her loyal servant came into the bedroom, worried about her condition. He noticed she was drinking and immediately knew the heir was the reason. The Supreme Severing Sword just told him she was fine. The servant said some new guys waiting in the secret room, but she yelled back, "Enough!" The Supreme Demon didn't want any more dudes brought to her for the night. He knew something was up. The boss lady even stopped being a jerk to him. The first time a guy was brought to her, she was overcome with urges, and then she just got used to a new servant showing up every day. The subordinate bowed and said to call him if she needed anything. So Yanran replied that it would never happen again. He'd been using these guys to try and get in her good graces, but now it's over. The servant knew damn well his mistress had changed after meeting with the heir. Dozens of investigators arrived at the crime scene. Even the most seasoned of them couldn't believe what they were seeing. The younger guys were freaked out. One of the rookies actually puked when he saw it. A mountain of bodies was dumped in the woods. Kids, old folks, women, the works. The heir himself showed up to check out the crime scene firsthand. The lead investigator reported that they found over a dozen bodies, all missing their hearts. Muguk's face went white. That's a soul technique. When it's used, energy is drained from the heart of a living person. In the Heavenly Demon cult, there was only one guy who could pull that off. Back when he came back in his past life to find the artifact, people were saying the soul thief was using a technique to collect souls. Guess that wasn't just a rumor after all. So Taeryong reported he'd checked the bodies. None of these people ever practiced martial arts. The heir double-checked, making sure he heard right. These were just regular people? The investigator nodded. He also mentioned they found kids among the dead. This regent ain't exactly Mr. Fairness, but he can't stand by while innocent folks get butchered like this. Considering what he heard about the rumors way back when, this creep's been practicing this dark art for decades. Suddenly, Muguk remembered the great Celestial who sent him back in time. One of the investigators found a clue. A weird fan near the bodies. Only demonic warlocks use a fan like that. The heir was certain this crime was the work of a major demon. Grabbing the clue, Muguk ordered the crime scene cleaned up. His men were freaked out. Was he seriously going after this soul snatcher alone? He had some pretty amazing evidence in his hands, and he just had to pay a visit. It's kinda weird how the herbalist found the bodies. There was a fan nearby, and then the herbalist just vanished. It just hit me. This has gotta be Sauchion's doing. He tried to off the mistress before, but ended up getting himself killed. Only after he croaked did we find out he was secretly head over heels for her. These last 3 days of sparring pushed that coward over the edge. He was jealous of the heir and the mistress. He's made it to the land of the demon sorcerers. Muguk could feel the vibe here. It was seriously oppressive. Everything here reeked of unease, even dread. It was super uncomfortable. If a regular person absorbed this energy, they could end up possessed. The hall where the soul snatcher sat was like one giant freaking hallucination. The great demon Yaso was already waiting for the heir and ready to talk. In his past life among the great demons, he outlived them all. The cult leader's youngest son greeted the great Yaso. The soul snatcher welcomed him, his oppressive energy and magic making the hall a tough place to be. The great demon inquired what exactly brought the heir to such a remote corner of the cult. As head of the investigation committee, he came to clarify an incident. Yaso replied that the young master was very diligent. Muguk emphasized that he's more often called heartless. Investigators found over 10 corpses in the forest, and near them was a warlock's item. The demon inquired what item specifically. Muguk slowly retrieved a fan used only by warlocks. By order of the soul snatcher, Nyong-hyu arrived, the warlock whose name was on the fan. The demon wanted to know where his demonic fan was. The young sorcerer got flustered and started explaining that he'd lost it yesterday under weird circumstances. Muguk chucked the fan at Nyong-hyu without warning. He thanked him for finding it, then asked where the heir had discovered it. The committee head said they'd found some bodies, and the fan was lying right next to them. Nyong-hyu would have to come with him. They'd be asking him a few questions down at the investigator's office. The young sorcerer was surprisingly calm. He was ready to go with the heir. Muguk bowed to the soul snatcher and thanked him for his cooperation. So Taeryong reported that he hadn't gotten anything yet. The suspect wasn't confessing to anything. He kept saying he just lost the fan. Muguk understood perfectly. There was no way to sway a follower like that to his side. The detective kept saying that even if the suspect was guilty, they couldn't prove it. The young master knew perfectly well the suspect was just a pawn. Their real target was the great demon. The assistant got spooked because they were talking about a soul snatcher. Muguk decided to remind Seo Tae-ryung of the words he spoke when he first joined the committee. Even if his own father turned out to be the culprit, Muguk wouldn't stop until he caught him. Suddenly, the junior investigator burst into the room and addressed the head of the committee. The cult leader himself has come to the precinct and wants to see Muguk. Looking at his father, he asked what could have brought him to the investigation committee. The cult leader replied that he was just passing by and thought he'd drop in on his youngest son at work. The heir didn't buy it. He figured the heavenly demon came to see what was happening for himself. The cult leader gazed out the window and calmly said his son absolutely should not mess with the soul snatcher. The heir was surprised, asking why he couldn't. His father quietly replied that his youngest son's skills just weren't up to snuff to win a fight against that demon. Muguk figured he could take him out when Yaso's guard was down, or maybe stick a blade in his back. The leader knew that doing it that way would be even harder than fighting him head-on. Looking at his son, the father explained that the high-level demon was both the weakest and the strongest. The heir got his father's point. If he could figure out a way to dodge Yaso's magic, he'd be a sitting duck. Looking at the cult leader, the younger son asked if his father would help him solve this problem. There are only 2 ways to kill the demon. First, learn the magic, but even at level 5, you still won't be able to do it. Muguk was cool with that. He'd take down the soul snatcher the first way. Turns out the second method was even harder. I had to surpass the celestial demon. The younger son couldn't wrap his head around why the cult needed a soul snatcher so badly. He turned to his father, asking if he knew those sorcerers were ripping hearts out of living people. The clan leader closed his eyes, then whispered that he'd only just found out today. The cult leader's younger son realized his father clearly wasn't thrilled about some guy yanking hearts out of people. But as the leader of a huge clan, he understood that the soul snatcher was a powerful force and a threat to all enemies. In that case, he couldn't dump this problem on his father. He'd have to handle it himself. Muguk looked the cult leader in the eye, then officially warned him he was going to kill the soul snatcher. That Yoso is worse than a lunatic who kills people on a whim, because he's doing it stone-cold sober. Looking at his father, the heir emphasized that he'd understand if the demon was chasing some grand purpose, but he just wants to get stronger and live longer. Muguk waited for a response, doubting his father would agree to his request. The cult leader silently got up from the table and headed for the exit, unexpectedly saying he saw no problem with it. The heir was surprised by this answer. He double-checked to make sure he'd heard his father right. The leader added that he didn't mind, as long as his son was skilled enough to fill the gaps in the demonic magic. The heavenly demon didn't argue with his son. He simply supported his choice. Muguk watched his father leave and thanked him for his support. The next day, he went back to the land of the demonic sorcerers. He went to the Soul Thief's Hall for a serious talk. To achieve victory, the heir came up with a third way. but it would take 2 months to pull it off. The soul thief was curious about the young master's reason for visiting. The head investigator said the soul snatcher's assistant is innocent. I just didn't get why the heir came to my place again. Muguk came in person to tell me something super important. The cult leader's youngest kid knows damn well the soul snatcher's using soul magic. The great demon immediately denied it, said he'd never even heard of such a thing. Muguk demanded the demon stop messing around with it. I put on a surprised face, acting like I had no clue what the young master was talking about. The heir warned the demon would be pushing up daisies if he ignored the warning, and I just started laughing like a maniac. My magic was warping reality. There were echoes and hallucinations everywhere. Muguk decided to use the heavenly demon defense technique. Well, I definitely wasn't expecting the young master to know that technique. The heir made it clear. The great demon won't die by his hand. He's talking about his father, the sky demon. The younger son will come to his father every morning, begging him to kill the soul snatcher. He'll ask every single day, telling him how the demon's ruining the cult's reputation and killing innocents. One day, the demon will screw up in front of the father, and then the sky demon will take him out. Hallucinations flooded everything. Yeso snidely pointed out that the heir's world was an illusion, and this was reality. It was like seeing the world through the eyes of a drunk, everything spinning. The soul snatcher was right there. He could feel the younger son becoming a dragon, starting his ascension. Only now did Muguk understand why his father came with warnings. The demon was right in his face, but he couldn't tell if it was an illusion or real. The heir said he wasn't dreaming of ascension, he just wanted to live a long life. It was the demon's own idea, to live as long as possible and be strong enough that no one could off him. The demon grinned, thinking it was a magnificent desire. Suddenly, a beautiful illusion of a gorgeous field popped up. The cult leader's youngest son admitted the sorcerer's skills were top-notch. So was proud that he was the only one in the world who mastered this martial art. The demon fibbed. The heavenly wind leader also knew this art. Muguk found out about it in his past life when he was searching for the Yumri, the artifact for regression. The sorcerer asked the young master if this wasn't the kind of world he wanted to live in. With a smile, the guy said he wouldn't say no if the demon taught him the technique. So said the guy's way more cunning than he thought. First he threatens us, now he wants to steal our tech. The great demon warned us he can read minds, and you can't fool him any more than you could the Blood Sky Warrior. He threatened to send the heir to a really bad place he'd never escape from. Muguk admitted he was scared, but he's gonna convince his dad they gotta take the demon out. Yeso laughed loud enough to shake the whole place. He liked the heir's drive. Now he understood why the Blood Sky Warrior chose the younger son. Looking at the successor, the Soul Snatcher let him leave. The young master bowed and asked Yaso to keep his hands off their tech. Before leaving, the Soul Snatcher reminded him that if the heir came back, he'd be stuck in that bad place forever. That evening, at the tavern, So Taeryong asked how the talk with the demon went. Hard to say exactly what the results will be, but what's done is done. The detective figured the demon would chill out for a couple of months after their chat. Nobody dared to talk to the warlock before the new head of the investigation committee showed up. So Taeryong begged him to forgive him for not being able to help. He wished he could go and talk to the Soul Snatcher too. Muguk downed his wine in one go, then said good intentions were enough. That's what a right-hand man is for. The detective was surprised. He thought Mr. Lee On was the boss's right-hand man. Raising another cup of wine, the young master replied that she wasn't his right hand. The former bodyguard had long since become his heart. After a short silence, So Taeryong remarked that he was feeling a little hurt. Looking at the visitors, the heir noted that the left hand, the heart, and the left wing were late. So, Taeryong knew the heart was Lee An, and the left arm was the demon army chief. But who was the left flank? Soon, Han Cho came over to the table, apologizing for being late. The heir told him not to apologize, since the new general's got a ton on his plate and is a busy man. Han Cho replied that he would have been seriously bummed if he hadn't been invited. A couple minutes later, Lee An showed up, also apologizing for being late. Muguk greeted her and offered her a seat next to them. Taeryong and Han Cho both noticed something was different about Lee An. She'd managed to master the Bichon technique. Her energy had changed, and the general picked up on it. She said she'd gotten chilled on the way to the tavern, so she asked for some wine. Taeryong suddenly got super bummed out, thinking he was the only loser at the table. The guys were shocked, like, the detective wants to learn martial arts too. He asked the committee head if he'd train him, but the heir shot him down right away. So Taeryong's never going to be a true master or warrior, but teaching him, that's doable. The detective was clueless, wondering who the heck could train him. Gu Cheonpa was heading to the tavern, just stewing about how this young master always pulls his strings. The heir told his right-hand man to think about what he really wants. So Taeyong was already a little buzzed and didn't dare bring it up right then. The cult leader's youngest son pointed out that if he doesn't step up, nothing's gonna change. Mugok figured, so Taeyong would be the next committee head, but he's too young, lacks the rep and the muscle. Completely hammered, the detective asked, "I'm 32, ain't it too late to start?" The young master thought it was getting late, but his right-hand man had some serious skills. Mugok's right hand didn't understand what kind of power he was talking about. "This investigator's gonna work his tail off, man. He'll put more power into one sword swing than your average trainee." So Taeyong swore that's exactly what he'd do. He wouldn't have agreed if the offer came from anyone else, but So Taeyong trusts the young master completely. Still, he was a little bummed. He'd been an investigator for 10 years, and now he had to drop everything. Muguk reassured him, saying he was the most important guy on the committee, and training would be after work. The right-hand man figured the heir just wanted him to kick the bucket. Juggling both would be a killer. Muguk encouraged him, saying So Taeyong didn't need to rush anything. He could train gradually after work. Completely hammered, the investigator slammed his fist on the table and said he was in. He glanced at his buddies and asked, "So, who's gonna be my trainer?" The warrior of the Crimson Sky stomped up to the table, looking seriously pissed. Seeing him, Right Hand nearly crapped his pants. That's one teacher he definitely didn't want. Cheonpa glared at the heir and snapped, "You've got some nerve, summoning me to a dive like this." Everyone got up from the table. Muguk pulled out a chair and offered it to the guest. The warrior of the Crimson Sky wanted to know what the hell he'd been called here for. Lifting a wine jug, the young master explained the occasion was a simple desire to share a drink. He graciously poured the warrior of the Crimson Sky a full cup of strong wine. Meanwhile, So Taeyong was drenched in cold sweat, praying it wouldn't be the warrior who trained him. The heir grinned. "Gu Cheonpa will be the one training the investigator." Hancho stood up and thanked the old man for recommending him for the position of general of the demon army. Chumpa replied that it wasn't his wish. The heir insisted on it, and he's the one who should be thanked. Muguk responded that he'd already gotten his share of thanks, and now it was the old man's turn. Still, he recommended Hancho because he himself believed the former commander could handle leading the army well. The young master looked at the warrior of the Crimson Skies and asked for a favor. Pointing at the drunk So Taeyong, he declared that he wanted the warrior to teach him martial arts. Guchumpa sized up the investigator and then asked who the drunk was. So Taeyong was furious. He's the heir's right-hand man, a man of passion, and his name is So Taeyong. He also added that he wasn't a drunkard, but he'd had a bit too much to drink today. This monologue greatly amused Muguk. The heir laughed loudly. This warrior's looking at the investigator like he's surprised the guy doesn't croak every time he sneezes. No point teaching him nothing. The young master was trying to explain that So Taeyong was crucial to them, but the old man wasn't budging on taking him as a student. He wasn't falling for the cult leader's youngest son's sweet talk. Why him, anyway? There's plenty of other teachers around. Muguk replied that the Blood Sky warrior was a true master of his craft, and you couldn't find a better teacher anywhere. The old guy was a little stunned by that compliment, being called the best mentor and all. But even with all that, he still can't teach the investigator. He ain't part of the warrior's clan, and he ain't officially a student. The heir figured that wasn't a problem. The old man could just acknowledge So Taeyong as his new student. The young master was ticked off, calling the old guy a selfish jerk who doesn't give a damn about anyone or help nobody. No matter what Muguk said, Cheonpa wasn't about to take on some new student. The heir couldn't see a single reason for the rejection. The investigators cut off their chat. One of them looked at the warrior and said he didn't want to learn from him either. He was completely hammered and past caring, so he just blurted out that he didn't like the warrior. Lian was scared for him and begged him to shut up, but the guy was way past the point of no return. He yelled that the Bloody Sky warrior couldn't even dream of having a student like him. There was absolutely no way, no how, he'd ever learn from that big-time demon. Then he turned to the heir, saying he had a serious question. Muguk promised to answer honestly, 'cause after what the investigator said, he was basically a dead man anyway. So Taeyong looked at the committee head, then asked why he wanted that mean, cold-hearted old geezer as his teacher. He didn't deserve to be punished like that, especially since he was a loyal member of the committee. Muguk was just asking the old guy to spare him like half an hour a day. Half an hour a day is nothing. If Cheonpa figures out it's pointless after the first session, the heir will give up. The old man glanced at the young master, then added that the successor really believes in that drunk. The cult leader's youngest son replied that he doesn't believe in the investigator. He believes in the warrior of the Crimson Skies. Gu Cheonpa and So Taeyong had one thing in common. They both went above and beyond, standing out because of their intense passion for their work. The right-hand man, with tears in his eyes, yelled to the old man that he didn't want to be a student. The warrior of the crimson skies couldn't take it anymore and grabbed for his sword, but the heir stopped him just in time. A moment later, the drunken investigator face-planted onto the table, completely out cold. Gu Qianpa asked Muguk what he'd get in return if he trained the kid. The young master promised to settle the old man's long-standing grievance. Then, he poured the warrior a full cup of strong wine to calm him down. The old man finally asked if the heir was kidding about his promise. Muguk was dead serious. You can't just ask the master for training without meaning it. The Blood Sky warrior changed the subject, asking if the new gig was helping his rep. The old man was thinking about reputation, but the heir only did things for the people. The cult leader's youngest son asked the old man to keep an eye on the young investigator. Holding out his cup, the young master explained that he was trying to get close to his father in his search for the right-hand man. The old man perked up, wondering if he was the left-hand man. The heir smiled, asking if the warrior wanted to be the right-hand man. Muguk said he'd be leaving the cult for a month soon and asked the warrior to watch over his comrades. Cheonpa wasn't thrilled, but agreed to keep an eye on the young initiates. Through his nightmares, the investigator begged for some water. Someone mumbled something about water being nearby, and the guy cracked open one eye. He reached out and fumbled around for a kettle that was next to the bed. Grabbing it, he started gulping down the water. The hangover from last night's bender was brutal. His head was pounding. He clutched his head and swore he'd never drink again. Finally waking up, So Taeryung wondered, "Where the heck am I?" Looking across the room, he noticed an old guy peacefully reading a book. Terror instantly froze his weak body. Gaining some courage, he asked what the warrior of the crimson sky was doing here. The old man replied that this was his bedroom. So Taeryung didn't understand anything. How could he have ended up as a guest of the warrior of the crimson sky? The old man explained that yesterday, after they left the tavern, the guy yelled that Cheonpa had to carry him on his back. He flipped the page, adding that Taeryung was clinging to his pants leg, shaming him, saying a teacher wouldn't abandon his student. The investigator was mortified by how he'd acted the day before. Slamming the book shut, the warrior admitted he couldn't remember the last time anyone talked to him like that. The old man gave the guy a meaningful look, then asked if maybe he was thinking of checking out early. The investigator couldn't figure out why the warrior had given him his bed. Cheonpa glanced out the window, then recounted how Seo Taeryong had accused him of being a monster that night. He looked at the guy and knew things hadn't been easy for him, but the old man was also struggling not to just shut him down for his attitude. Seo Taeryong got on his knees and begged for forgiveness, promising he'd never drink again. The warrior of the crimson sky corrected him. It wasn't the booze he needed to quit, but learn to act like a decent human being. Cheonpa added that the investigator could leave, and went back to reading his book. So Taeryong bowed, thanking him for everything he'd done. As he left the bedroom, he spotted a massive bookshelf crammed with books. Picking one up, he exclaimed that it was his absolute favorite. The warrior's face darkened. He hated people touching his stuff without asking. The poor guy, startled, accidentally dropped the book. His clumsiness caused a bunch of other books to tumble onto the floor. After picking everything up, he apologized again, promising he was leaving. But before he could go, he heard a question. Why did he like that book so much? The investigator was surprised. He'd always felt like the main character was a lot like him. Cheonpa asked the investigator's opinion. Would the heir become the next heavenly demon? The guy was sure he would. The warrior wanted to know why he thought that. What made him so sure? So Taeryong explained he'd never seen anyone like him, and believed the heir would change the cult for the better. The next question was a curveball. The old guy asked if he'd give his life for the master. Taeryong said no. That's weird, considering he just said the heir was the most gifted, unique person ever. But the investigator wasn't some hero willing to throw his life away. He was just a regular guy. The old man ordered him to wait in the pavilion courtyard. So Taeryong figured the Blood Sky Warrior was probably going to beat him senseless for that answer. Suddenly, the Blood Sky Warrior's massive sword slammed into the ground right in front of him. The old man commanded him to pull it out of the ground and lift it up, quick. So Taeryong did what he was told and froze. Gu Cheonpa asked the young investigator how it felt. The kid was honest, said the sword was crazy heavy. Understanding the weight of the sword and pushing through the difficulty is where the warrior's path begins. The investigator admitted that his heart was pounding while holding the sword. The old guy figured it was the wine from last night, or maybe a heart condition. Cheonpa told him not to be late for training, then quickly headed into the pavilion. Meanwhile, the young master had already arrived in Hongsan at Crimson Mountain. He checked into one of the first inns he saw. The heir noticed a young woman yelling at her staff. He'd been here in his past life, and she'd greeted the young master, but she was much older then. She said there were no vacancies, unfortunately. Everything's booked solid because of the Blood God Festival. The festival doesn't even start for 10 days, but people are already showing up. The heir was relieved he'd arrived with time to spare. A whole 10 days, in fact. Once a year, the Skywind cult holds a special ceremony. It's the only day Muguk can get what he needs to take down the Soul Snatcher. The Skywind sect leader spends most of his time where the relics are kept. Plus, there's a guy chained up there, shackled to the Umrah. But once a year, the sect leader leaves that place. On the day of the festival, Muguk has a shot at getting a crucial weapon. So Taeryong was swinging that massive sword, the one that belonged to the Blood Heaven warrior, like crazy. The old man was watching and giving him pointers on how to swing it right. He ordered 1,000 reps, then headed back to his tent. The young investigator's face twisted into a grimace at that insane number. Lifting that massive sword 1,000 times without using inner energy felt impossible. His whole body ached, felt like his arms would snap under the strain. After a few dozen reps, he collapsed to his knees and dropped the weapon. He'd usually be chilling with a book right now. Deciding to train was a mistake. For some reason he remembered Muguk's words. Taeryong started late, so he'll have to go all out. He got back up and started the exercise. If they kick him out on day 1, he'll never be able to face the master. The day was ending, and the investigator was almost done with the reps. With his last ounce of strength, he finished the 1,000th rep, his eyes bloodshot. He dropped his sword and collapsed, his hands covered in blood. An old man approached him, one who'd been watching him intently all day. The trainee looked at his master and said he wouldn't quit training. The warrior calmly asked why the kid wanted to learn martial arts so badly. So Taeryong replied that he wouldn't get a second chance like this. Cheonpa replied that he wasn't planning on passing on his martial arts to anyone. So Taeryong meant that he'd never get another chance to learn from the great demon. When he had a kid, he'd proudly tell them about his training with the warrior of the Crimson Sky. The trainee dreamed of starting a family and raising a son. He'd grown up without a father himself. The old man wanted to know what would happen if his son hated him. Exhausted, So Taeryong replied that he'd want the warrior of the Crimson Sky to train his son then. The old man tacked on another 1,000 reps for his new student. The young dude almost had a heart attack when he heard that. Deep inside a secluded cave, Muguk was heating up a kettle over a fire. Before coming here, he stocked up on a bunch of medicinal herbs, sandalwood, chi plant, and special ingredients. If you simmer these herbs for a few days, you can make a brew that'll keep our chained-up friend from sensing any unwanted visitors. While the potion's brewing, the heir decided to practice the heavenly demon defense technique. Then he stepped out of the cave and gazed at the night sky, suddenly wondering how the old man and the young investigator were doing. Early the next morning, So Taeryong woke up again in the Blood Sky warrior's bed. He left the pavilion and saw Cheonpa practicing with a sword. His swings were exactly the same as Taeryong's own during training. It just hit the kid that the training wasn't about torture. It was building the fundamentals. The detective bolted to work, but promised he'd be back tonight to keep training. The warrior told him to suck it up, because today was another 2,000 reps. Grinning, the kid said he'd be there and crush the exercise. Only 5 days until the festival, and the medicine was ready. Muguk decided to scout out the place where the Heavenly Wind Sect leader was holed up. He quickly found the right rock that hid the secret entrance to the cave. Dousing himself with the potion, he slowly headed down the narrow steps. At the end of the passage was a massive door, and beyond it, the sect leader's chamber. Using a technique he learned hunting with his dad, the heir decided to see what was inside. The young master felt an immense presence. It was the leader of the Heavenly Wind clan. That guy chained up next to Yumri is a real pain in the ass. Muguk checked everything he needed to. Now it's time to get this plan rolling. The festival everyone's been waiting for all year is finally starting. The heir doused himself in that potion so the guy in chains wouldn't sense him. When the bell rings 36 times, that's his cue to move. The chained guy was banging on the bell, announcing the start of the celebration. On the 36th strike, Muguk used the 4 pillars technique to slip into the room. He froze the guy guarding the relics, the one who never leaves this room. Then he headed towards the massive Buddha statue at the far end of the room. There was a secret stash hidden in the statue's eyes. An elixir to purify bloodshot eyes, a rare concoction, and this was the only one. This elixir is only passed down to the leader of the Skywind cult. A drop in the eyes reveals how to break the blood cult's illusions. The Soul Thief's magic is based on the blood cult's techniques, and the Skywind cult are their direct successors. If you drip the elixir into your eyes, you can break the soul binding. He dripped a single drop into each eye and felt excruciating pain. His eyes burned like hellfire. Then carefully, he put the vials back in their hiding place. Only needed 2 drops, so no one will likely notice they were taken without asking. The man chained up woke up and started listening for sounds in the room. Muguk used the godly footwork, quick-step technique. He was rushing to get that elixir to take down the soul snatcher, but it'll also come in handy when he goes for the fire blade. The air was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the city streets. It was late, but the old man was still up, lost in a good book. The air appeared in the room. The old man looked up and said the guard would have to be disciplined. The young master said he'd only just returned to the cult and came here first thing. Of course, he wanted to see his father, but the old man turns in way too early. The warrior of the crimson skies was surprised. It felt good that the young master valued him. Muguk pulled out a wine jug and offered the old man a drink. It'd been almost 2 months since the cult leader's youngest son had been seen around the sect. The heir asked how investigator Sote Ryung's training was progressing. Strick admitted the kid's been grinding hard, never slacking off on his training. Blood Sky Warrior added that even though he looks kinda scrawny, he's never once flaked out when it mattered. Muguk changed the subject, asking if the old geezer was seriously standing there with a book of poetry. The warrior got pissed, asking if he wasn't allowed to read poetry, like it was beneath him or something. Cheampa confessed that he used to be a real bookworm back in the day, but then he just kinda forgot about it. The young master was sure that Blood Sky Warrior and the investigator were a lot alike in many ways. Gu Cheampa was curious if the young master had done what he set out to do. Hearing the affirmative, he knew things were about to get wild in the cult again. The old man doesn't like a ruckus. He prefers the quiet with a hint of blood in the air. Muguk admitted it was cool getting out of the cult for a bit and suggested the warrior join him next time, just the two of them. He poured more wine and said Chonpa had a lot of enemies outside the cult. It's safer inside. Taking a full cup, the heir asked what the old man would do if he screwed up. The Blood Sky Warrior cynically replied that he'd go back to his older brother. The young master asked for a favor. He wanted the old man to drink with him all night. The warrior calmly replied that the request wasn't too difficult. The heir got up from the table and promised to bring more wine and the best snacks. The Blood Sky Warrior was surprised, since he could just send subordinates. But the young master wanted to personally bring all of that for the Blood Sky Warrior. The cult leader's youngest son decided to bring the perfect snack for this evening. A snack he'd been preparing for the last 2 months. The Soul Snatcher's head. I headed down to my secret chamber for the rituals. He was still fuming about that punk kid who dared to threaten him with his old man. A little girl was already prepped on the ritual table, ready for the Soul Snatcher. He walked up to the kid, thinking it had been way too long since he'd used the great soul and heart technique. Suddenly, someone blindsided him with a hard shot to the face. It was the cult leader's youngest son, yelling that he'd warned the demon. The Soul Snatcher never expected the young master to show up in his secret hideout. He held his stinging cheek and asked how the hell he'd gotten in there. The heir just glared at the demon like, "Seriously? You're surprised?" The Soul Snatcher started casting magic, and a light hallucination began to form. "So I was trying to figure out how this kid got in here, and Muguk just says he followed me. That demon always covers his tracks with his dark soul art. Even with the Supreme God of Wind technique, you can't sneak past that stuff. But thanks to the elixir I got, I figured out how to break through that technique." The heir corrected the demon, saying it doesn't matter how he got here, but why he came. I swore I didn't know anything about the heart and soul technique, and that the heir better get out of here, pronto. Looking at the girl, Muguk asked who this kid was. That Soul Snatcher tried to lie, claiming he brought the poor kid here to teach her martial arts. The young master couldn't take it anymore and called the demon a pathetic coward. The echo kept repeating "coward" for a long time. The demon just stood there silently, glaring at the young punk. The heir wondered how long the demon was going to keep pretending like he didn't know what was going on. Muguk suddenly felt like he was standing on the edge of a huge, snowy mountain. The Soul Snatcher reminded him that he'd warned him not to screw around, but the heir apparently forgot. Muguk stayed cool, saying Yaseo could only scare people with fancy tricks. But in a real fight, he was nothing. The Soul Snatcher admitted that even though the kid was the cult leader's son, he had a crazy amount of energy for someone his age. Yaseo wanted to know if the heavenly demon personally sent his son to off him, or if this was just a rogue operation. The heir laughed, saying the demon knew his dad. The heavenly demon would have come himself to take out a subordinate. The illusion shifted, and they were sitting on a cozy patio at a small table. Yaseo suggested they have one last honest chat before their deathmatch, and Muguk was down. He looked at the heir and explained that everything he'd done was for the cult and the leader. He was just taking what he needed because he was strong. If it wasn't for Hwamugi showing up in his past life, the heir would still be living in the cult, probably pretending not to notice anything. But the last life changed a lot. The heir saw the world differently now. The young master told the great demon not to lie. Iseo tears out hearts not for the cult, he wants to live a long time. If he actually cared about the cult, He would have sought revenge after his father's death in the previous life. The soul snatcher moved in close. The young master isn't who he used to be. You can't understand a demon's plan at 20. He used the mind and soul reading art technique. Iseo wanted to use the technique forbidden in the cult to learn the truth from the young master. Muguk wasn't happy about the forbidden technique, but out of curiosity, he decided to play along. The demon asked the first question. He wanted to know who was in front of him. The young master calmly answered with his name, Muguk Geom. Iseo asked how he knew about the demon's technique. The heir replied that he'd been investigating strange incidents for a long time. The last question was about the cult leader. Muguk said he came alone, and his father doesn't know. After the soul stealer learned the heir hadn't told anyone he was coming, the mind and soul reading technique ended. Pleased, the archdemon threatened the heir. Today, the cult leader's youngest son would vanish from this world. Muguk didn't deny it was possible, but wondered if the demon could handle the fallout from the heir's disappearance. The demon laughed. That wouldn't be his problem. Let the warrior of the crimson sky sweat it. The soul stealer cackled, his laughter terrifying. The demon declared Muguk would die trying to kill Cheonpa. I had to use the heavenly demon defense technique to withstand the warlock's energy blasts. The protective sphere held back the soul stealer's terrible onslaught. Iso smirked, already tasting victory. Using hallucinations, he tried to plant the idea in the heir's mind. Kill Gu Cheonpa. Muguk knew damn well that without the techniques his father taught him, he'd already be toast against this soul-snatching creep. The sorcerer was shocked. The illusions vanished, and the heir stood his ground, resisting the mind control. The sorcerer asked how the cult leader's youngest son could open his eyes before the technique was complete. It shouldn't be possible. Muguk smirked. It's simple, really. He's got a soft spot for the old man and doesn't want to off him. The sorcerer tried to hypnotize him again, planting the idea of killing Cheonpa in his head. But again, nada. Muguk was immune to the sorcerer's mind games. The illusion shifted, and weird creatures covered in dark goo started popping up. They slowly surrounded the young master, and their numbers grew every second. The heir drew his sword, ready to throw down with these freaks. The monsters charged, and the fight was on. The young master was hitting all their weak spots like a pro. Thanks to the Blood Eye elixir, he could see the weak points needed to shatter the illusions. It was over in a flash. The sorcerer just stared at the young master, totally confused. Instantly, a new illusion popped up. A massive ocean, with the heir standing on a tiny log in the middle of the waves. Even though it was just an illusion, if he drowned here, he'd die for real. One wrong move, and he tumbled off the log into the water. He remembered his father's words about how the soul snatchers of the Murim sect were the most feared. Now he understood firsthand why that was. A regular person would never escape an illusion like this. It was super weird that he couldn't see the illusion's breaking point anywhere. At first, he thought maybe the sorcerer had hidden it underwater, but after checking everything, he figured out it wasn't there. All around was just ocean, and panic and fear started creeping in. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the log he'd been standing on at the very beginning. Swimming closer, he figured it was his last shot. Slowly flipping the log, he found the source of the illusion. Hide something in plain sight, right? That illusion got wrecked too, just like the others. He ended up in a room filled with copies of the heir, like frozen moments from his life. There were tiny baby versions of the heir, and older versions too. At the very end, there was an old man lying down, ready to kick the bucket. After spilling so much blood his whole life, did he really think he'd get a happy old age and an easy death? But if I can take out Hua Mugi and save a ton of lives, then this death ain't so bad. And once again, he managed to find the illusion's weak point in one of his younger self's copies. Another illusion down, and this was starting to seriously piss off the sorcerer. The sorcerer was beyond furious. He couldn't figure out why he couldn't trap the heir in the illusion. If you don't destroy the illusion correctly, its scale will increase each time, and eventually, some poor sap will be stuck in this world forever. Muguk smirked. Maybe he was just getting lucky and fate was on his side. The soul snatcher couldn't calm down. Illusions aren't something you can just accidentally destroy multiple times in a row. He glanced at the young master and then asked, "Has this kid actually mastered Guwa? That elixir he dripped in is only passed down to the new head of the cult." The soul snatcher figured the heavenly demon had already chosen the younger one. The sorcerer was livid. They were trying to turn his own tricks against him. Muguk made an important point. His father was against all of this, and he had nothing to do with it. If the cult leader's against it, why'd the heir come to slay the demon? Simple. The young master was sick of the demon killing innocent people. The sorcerer disagreed. Life's unfair, and he's just trying to survive. Muguk glared at Yaso. promising to end him tonight. The Soul Snatcher unleashed a terrifying new form, something he'd been preparing for years. The cult leader's youngest son watched the demon and sensed a new energy. A dark, evil demon. He didn't realize the Soul Snatcher had mastered that too. It's more potent and powerful than regular teachings. But most who master it end up possessed by demons. It's a horrific technique capable of mass slaughter, which is why the cult strictly forbids it. The heir came to kill him, but he would have died anyway from the forbidden art's side effects. The demon just laughed. He wouldn't die from side effects. The technique of soul and heart helped him overcome them. Moguk didn't answer. He just silently drew his sword. Time to throw down with this Soul Snatcher. Only one of us walks away from this fight. The battle began. This demon was seriously strong, but Moguk managed to defend himself. His wicked dark aura was messing everything up, scorching the earth around them. The heir decided to start with the Bishan first style technique. He'd have to pull out all the stops in this fight. The attack was useless. He didn't even scratch the guy. The sorcerer countered with the annihilation technique, blasting powerful energy waves at the air. Then came spirit obliteration. Moguk wasn't even thinking about counterattacking. His only job was to survive, no matter what. The 4 pillars of the wind. God technique helped him move fast and dodge attacks, but he couldn't keep running forever. The Soul Snatcher wasn't holding back. He wanted to wrap this up quick. The heir unleashed the 4th form of the Bishan technique and actually tagged the sorcerer. That's the first hit he's landed. It did some damage, sure, but it ain't gonna kill you so. The sorcerer glanced at the young master, asking why he hadn't used the Guwa technique. The successor was confident he could take down the enemy without it. The soul thief just laughed, saying that pride would be the young master's downfall. This guy's tough. Even the Azure Sky technique couldn't cut him down. The fight raged on, neither side willing to back down. The young master eyed the sorcerer, realizing his weak point wasn't in his head, but somewhere else. While Moguk was thinking, the sorcerer attacked, unleashing the heaven-shattering technique on the successor. But thanks to the bloodshot eye elixir, he spotted the weak spot, the sorcerer's heart. All that's left is to break through the barrier and land the final blow right in the heart. Moguk was barely standing, his whole body was torn up and he was breathing hard. But he managed to hit his enemy's weakest spot. The warlock couldn't figure out how he knew. The heir smirked and said it's kinda hard to miss a heart that big. The warlock reverted to his normal form, and, before dying, asked if it was Gua's technique. The younger son replied that it was the Wise King's step, and the 8th Bishan technique, one of the 4 pillars of the wind god's techniques. The warlock was shocked. How could the young master have learned it? Moguk smiled. Maybe even the heavens don't want him to die. The Soul Stealer swore that if he was reborn, he'd find and take care of the young master. One of the 8 great demons was dead. The Soul Stealer won't be snatching people's hearts anymore. The old man was pissed. The heir took way too long. Was he making the damn snacks himself? Moguk said that a snack like this was worth the wait. The night's still young, so the young master suggested they get to drinking. The old man grumbled that he'd be a vegetable after a sleepless night, and he's got a ton to do tomorrow. The heir replied that all that's for tomorrow. Tonight they needed to enjoy the booze. The warrior of the Crimson Skies thought the master was in a great mood tonight. The heir glanced at the pavilion and said he was just happy to see the warrior of the Crimson Skies. Showing an empty cup, Cheonpa asked if the heir knew why he liked the investigator. On day 1, he asked if the guy would give his life for the master, and he honestly said no. The old man really liked that honesty. He was sincere and wasn't afraid to offend with his answer. Moguk suggested the old man tell his disciple, said it might lift the kid's spirits. Sometimes a kind word is all it takes to encourage someone and get them going. The bloody sky warrior held out his cup and asked for another pour. Holding out the wine jug, he said he'd fill up his left wing first. Tonight's brew was special, not the usual swill they drank at the tavern. Moguk had a feeling that tonight, the warrior had genuinely decided to side with the heir and follow him. After downing the wine, the old man finally asked which wing was more important, the left or the right. The heir burst out laughing. The old man wasn't such a pain in the butt tonight and actually looked good. The old man yelled, demanding the kid repeat what he just said about how he looked. Moguk smiled and quietly added that slurred confessions don't get a repeat. The next morning, he went to the Heavenly Demon Hall to see his father. The cult leader wanted to know how he'd killed the great demon, Yaso. The younger son put on a surprised face, acting like he didn't know what his father was talking about. The leader explained that the demon investigating the death figured Yaso died from possession, a side effect of the technique. Looking at his son, he asked if his heir really expected him to buy that. Moguk smirked. He'd love to take credit for offing the great demon himself. Glancing at his father, he added that the leader was giving him too much credit. The young master would love to tell the whole story, but there's no way he can explain how he got his hands on the blood eye elixir. Besides, the heir had an alibi. He spent the whole night drinking with the old man, and he can vouch for it. The leader smiled. Wasn't it together with Chonpa that he managed to take down the soul thief? The heir was losing it, saying it wasn't true, that it was probably just divine retribution for his terrible deeds. He thought So-Yo was a total monster, ripping hearts out of living people. He deserved to die. His father turned his back, but then added that after the demon's death, the other great demons would start to move. And he was absolutely right. Those 8 demons, they operate like a single living thing. After talking to the cult leader, he headed towards the northern heavens. A loyal demon servant greeted him and said that the mistress was already waiting for the heir. Sayuchan was thrown for a loop. He thought the heir would be the one to die, not the soul stealer. The supreme cleaving sword looked magnificent, and she greeted the young master. She knew he'd left the cult and asked how his trip went. The heir replied that he got a good lungful of fresh air. So Yo-Ran noticed that he'd gotten stronger again. It even made her want to spar with him again. Muguk wasn't against sparring with the supreme demon. The mistress was pleased. She's always up for a spar with the young master. Handing over the package, he said he brought a gift. Seeds for a really beautiful flower. The elder was both surprised and delighted. It was the first time anyone had given her flower seeds. She invited her guest for tea and told him about Yasuo's death. Her expression shifted, and she asked point-blank if the heir had anything to do with it. The heir replied that he'd heard about the death being caused by the side effects of possession. When Muguk entered that calm, peaceful lake, it turned into a raging sea, and Yasuo was the first to drown. Taking the cup of fragrant tea, the young master replied that he was just a fisherman, not a guy who drowns people. The supreme severing sword pointed out that he did manage to reel in the Blood Sky Warrior, though. The heir wondered if catching her would be tough, but the mistress said she didn't want to be caught in the same net as a warrior. She told the young master that the sorcerer had 5 disciples, and now a feud for his throne would begin. He meditated late into the night in his pavilion, unable to sleep. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. He sensed a powerful energy. The warrior of the Crimson Heavens came to visit without warning. The heir asked what brought the old man to his pavilion so late. Cheompa didn't answer the question, but asked if the young master had anything to drink. After pouring him some wine, Muguk asked what troubled the great demon at such a late hour. He grumbled that those darned creeps were starting to openly disrespect him. He was at the demon meeting today about Yasuo's death. The heir didn't realize things were so serious. None of the demons are talking to the old man, and it's really getting under his skin. Muguk was totally lost, but that's nothing new. Nobody's wanted anything to do with Guchenpa for ages. Usually they at least exchange a few words, but today they were straight up ignoring him, and he blamed the young master for all of it. The Blood Sky Warrior was pissed at him. He glared at the heir, then added that all the demons thought Muguk and Cheonpa offed Yasuo. The old man was convinced that the heir was the one who took down the soul thief. Suddenly, the Blood Sky Warrior's face shifted. It all clicked. Muguk trusted the old man. That's why he made him his left hand. Cheonpa warned the heir, if he keeps trusting people so easily, he's gonna get burned one day. The young master didn't trust just anyone, and he and the warrior had been through a lot together. The old man wanted to know if the heir was afraid of making enemies of the 8 demons. The cult leader's youngest son corrected him, only 4. The Blood Sky Warrior screamed as the cult leader's youngest son managed to kill 3 more. The heir waved his hands, saying that wasn't what he meant at all. After Yasuo's death, there are only 7 great demons left. Not counting the Blood Sky Warrior, that's 6. So that means with him and the Supreme Severing Sword on his side, it's really just 4, assuming Cheonpa and So-Yeon Ran each take on a demon. He smiled, thinking it was all much simpler than it seemed. The Blood Sky Warrior had no doubts. The plan was good. But the kid hadn't considered the fact that he and So-Yeon Ran wouldn't be fighting the demons. Muguk knew it himself, an ancient rule that couldn't be broken. The heir didn't even ask for this. He just hoped he wouldn't get screwed over. The old man glanced at his successor, then said the demons decided to invite the Heavenly Wind Clan leader to investigate. The deceased Yasuo's technique was based on the blood cults, and Heavenly Wind are direct descendants. There are a few reasons he was called in. The demons want to show everyone they're serious about finding the killer. There was another reason. The demons want the Heavenly Demon to understand the alliance depends on them, not the leader. The third reason was the successor himself. The Heavenly Wind leader will be able to tell if he killed the demon. The old man was right. The leader will be able to read it in his eyes. If the truth comes out, revenge will be a secondary concern. The demons won't let Muguk become the new Heavenly Demon. But the heir was worried about the old man, since they were considered accomplices. The old man revealed the demonic Buddha himself will personally fetch the heavenly wind leader tomorrow. Of the 7 demons left, he's got the tightest connection to the Skywind cult's leader. The heir's wondering if he should take out the Buddha or just go straight for the Skywind boss. The old guy warned him that'd be a mistake. It'd start a war with the Murim alliance. The next morning, the successor headed to the Sky Demon Pavilion. He greeted his father and asked why he'd been summoned so urgently. The sect leader ordered him to leave the cult immediately for a while. The heir needs to head to the branch on the Central Plains. Muguk was against it. If he leaves, the demons will still suspect him. It's not a solution. His father was worried, explaining his son was already under suspicion. That's why they called in the Skywind leader. The cult leader didn't understand how his son offed that demon, but the Skywind boss will find out. The heir insisted he was innocent and suggested the Murim alliance was behind it. The chief figured if that was the case, a bloodbath was about to start. Muguk asked his father if he were in his shoes. Would he bail on the clan? The leader said no way. So the heir decided he'd stick around too, seeing as he's the cult leader's son. The heavenly demon got it, but his younger son wasn't him and could do whatever he wanted. His father only had one condition. He forbade him from taking out the heavenly wind leader, which really threw Muguk for a loop. Was his father seriously more worried about that sect leader than his own kid? Before leaving, he ordered no one to be killed, meaning the remaining top-tier demons. The successor yelled after his father, saying he hadn't killed anyone. Muguk realized there was a way out of this mess. He needed to change his perspective. Only one demon could have pulled this off. Dr. Ma, the best healer in the whole cult. The old guy was stoked to see the young master, and wanted to know what brought him around. The heir was curious about the new eye technique, and asked him to use it on him. The healer was thrown for a loop. How'd the leader's youngest even know about that technique? In his past life, Muguk came back to the cult looking for ingredients for regression. The doc was already dead, and he learned about the technique from his student. They used that technique on the new cult leader back then. Dr. Ma figured the heavenly demon must have spilled the beans. He was the only one in the clan who knew about it. In his past life, the heir learned from the healer's student that his father refused to undergo the new eye procedure himself. Ma pointed out that the Avalokiteshvara fruit is super rare. It's a pain to find, so you can only use the technique once. The young master knew all that, and even though it was a complicated process, he was still pushing to get it done. The doc agreed to help, but wanted to know what was in it for him. Muguk was straight up, said he had nothing to offer right now, but once he led the cult, he'd grant any request. The cult leader's youngest knew what the old man had craved before he died, but his father always shot it down. The old guy kindly asked if the young master was sure he could become the new heavenly demon. Muguk answered with a solid yes, not a hint of doubt in his eyes. He told the healer to think it over good and let him know his decision. The healer still had one more question. If Muguk became leader, what would he do with the Murim alliance and the Dark Alliance? The young master replied that it would all depend on the situation. But if it became clear they were bad news, sect or person, man or woman, he'd bring the hammer down. That evening, the Blood Heaven warrior, who didn't visit often, came to see the healer. Sitting next to the healer, he asked why he'd been summoned. Ma wanted to know why Gu Chiampa chose the cult leader's youngest son specifically. The Blood Sky warrior pointed out there wasn't a corner of the cult the young master hadn't touched. Chiampa replied the reason was simple. Muguk Geom would become the new cult leader. The warrior remembered the heir once telling him a demon shouldn't trash the tavern's furniture. That's why he picked Muguk as his favorite. Healer Ma totally agreed. It was about time the warrior stopped tearing the place up. The healer got up and headed off somewhere fast. The warrior wanted to stop him, thought they'd share some wine. During his nighttime meditation, the cult leader's youngest son sensed someone's presence. Healer Ma stood in the pavilion courtyard, having arrived unannounced. The healer was blown away. How could the heir sense him? He wasn't giving off any energy at all. Muguk just woke up and felt like going outside. It was pure fate that they met. The old healer was saying how he'd spent his whole life saving people, and the heir replied that it was a noble thing to do. Ma got serious. He saves lives so he can end one someday. To a healer, killing is a crime. To balance the scales, he's always tried to save one more life than he's taken. He looked at his youngest son, then asked if he could bring himself to do what needed to be done after becoming the head. The heir answered quickly and without hesitation, just one word, yes. The healer wondered why he agreed so readily, without even asking for details. The young master replied that he trusted the healer. If he wanted someone gone, that person must be truly beyond redemption. The healer turned away. Does the young master even know what darkness resides within him? Muguk figured appearances mattered, and he believed in the grind it took to become the cult leader. The old healer just stared silently at the young demon, not saying a damn thing. The heir's face was covered in special needles. The ritual had begun. He was lying on the floor while old man Ma worked his secret technique. Before using the technique, he told the heir that the target wouldn't be easy to take down, and if he screwed up, innocent people would pay the price. The cult leader's youngest son swore that no one would get hurt. The healer was wondering what would happen if he kicked the bucket before the young master took over the clan. Muguk would run his enemy through and then tell him it was a little something from Ma the healer. The next morning, the heir woke up with a brand new pair of eyes. He got up and asked the healer if the eye-altering technique was finished. The healer wanted to know how the young master was feeling. His visions cleared up. You could say he was living with his eyes closed before. The healer snuffed out the candles and asked if the heir could see anything now. In the dark, his vision was just as good. Muguk noticed a painting on the wall, plus some medical tools and pots. The doctor was pleased and asked him to step outside. Ma suggested he try looking at the sun. Muguk could now look at it without any problem. It didn't blind him like it used to. The healer advised him to look into the distance and describe what he saw. Hundreds of yards away, the young master spotted an ant crawling on the branches of a tree. Muguk was genuinely grateful for the technique used on him. The healer used a technique on him that can only be used once in a lifetime, so the heir will keep his promise. The young master tried to hide the use of his blood eyes, but he didn't expect to get so many advantages. He entered the training hall and, noticing how hard Lian was practicing, suggested she take a break. Since he had some free time, he decided to practice the heavenly demon defense a little. That technique really helped him in the fight against Yaso. Every time he practices it, it feels like he's grasping a living martial art. The girl interrupted the young master's meditation. He suggested they head to the tavern ASAP, because he was starving. Lian replied that it was obvious, since he'd been fasting for 3 days. Muguk was surprised. Turns out he'd been practicing the teachings non-stop for 3 days straight. Feels like it's only been an hour, which means I must have slipped into a battle trance. Checking my technique, I can already tell the energy's cleaner and flows smoother than before. Muguk gave his thanks to Lian. This all happened because of her. If he hadn't waited for her training to finish and decided to kill time meditating, he wouldn't have gone into the trance. As a thank you, he promised to buy her a ton of tasty snacks. Even though she's been eating without him for 3 days, the girl never turns down treats. Muguk knew that while he was in the trance, she wouldn't have eaten without him, which meant she was probably starving too. Lian just timed things perfectly to show her appreciation to the young master. The heir noticed she was actually a sly fox with a whole bunch of tricks up her sleeve. The girl burst out laughing. She was super happy in that moment. Lin Paisu, leader of the Celestial Wind Cult, arrived at the Heavenly Demon Pavilion and gave his greetings. The clan leader returned the greeting, saying it had been many years since they last met. The other guy replied that it had been at least 10 years since their last encounter. The great Buddha remarked that the long journey was pleasant because he traveled with an old friend. The heavenly demon figured they were tired and suggested they rest. They could take care of business tomorrow. Lin Paisu sincerely thanked the clan leader for his kindness and cooperation. The demonic Buddha thought the heavenly demon should have invited the outer lord in for tea. Lin Paisu calmly responded that it was late and the leader just wanted to sleep. He asked the Buddha not to stir up trouble, but the demon thought the reputation of the Celestial Wind Clan leader was at stake. The guest wanted to see Yaso's body to understand what happened. Gotta wrap things up ASAP. He can sleep when he's pushing up daisies. So Taeryong reported that the Skywind cult leaders arrived, along with 10 demons and 100 elite bloodmasters. Lin Paisu was a master of the infinite breath of death technique. The investigator also mentioned that the guest went to examine the Soul Snatcher's corpse. Lin Paisu stood by the coffin, staring down at the dead guy. He noticed the 8 odd meridians were damaged, and the heart took a beating, a result of constant soul absorption use. According to Lin Paisu, the cause of death was chi deviation. But Yaso died fighting someone in a self-made illusion. Buddha listened intently. Could this actually be murder? The Soul Snatcher's dead, but he kicked the bucket while using the soul absorption technique. Buddha got seriously worried. Who could have broken into the illusion world and iced a sorcerer in there? Lin Paisu raised a finger and said only the heavenly demon could pull that off. Buddha frowned. He and the other top-tier demons thought differently. I So was the strongest demon. The cult leader knew that and valued me. Understanding it kept enemies away. Lin Paisu asked if they had any other suspects in mind. Buddha slowly said that all the demons were pointing fingers at the cult leader's youngest son. The Heavenly Wind leader promised he'd definitely meet with him and have a chat tomorrow. Muguk greeted the outer lord with due respect. Lin Paisu replied it had been a while. Last time the heir was just a kid, now he's a grown man. The young master didn't understand what he owed the visit to. The Heavenly Wind leader responded that rumors about the successor had reached even him. The heir stressed that the demon was one of their most valuable followers, and his father's bummed out. Lin Paisu was wondering who could have wasted the soul snatcher. The young master looked surprised. He'd heard the demon went down from a chi overload. The guest decided to use his blood eyes to size up the heir. He was trying to see if the young master had been juicing with something like a blood elixir. But judging by Lin Paisu's glum face, he didn't find squat. Getting up, he said it was time for him to bounce, and he didn't want to keep a busy man waiting. Muguk didn't hold any grudges. Thanks to the Skywind chief, he got a sweet gift. Lin Paisu told Buddha that the young master was clean. He checked him out with his eyes. Demonic Buddha was bummed. He double-checked with the Skywind leader, asking if he was dead certain about his conclusions. The chief was pissed. If they didn't trust him, what was the point of inviting him here? Buddha decided to call in the other demons so the guest could tell them everything himself. Lin Paisu shot back that he didn't have time, and the demon could just relay his words to the others. Left alone, the Heavenly Wind Chief was eaten up by the question, how the heck did Muguk kill the Soul Snatcher? The old man congratulated the heir, saying he was no longer suspected of killing the Soul Snatcher. He glanced at the young master and asked how he managed to fool the Heavenly Wind Leader. Muguk replied that it wasn't his fault, since the old man remembered them drinking together that night. But the celebration was premature. Buddha didn't buy the Heavenly Wind Leader's story, even though he was with him. The heir asked if the old man had changed his mind. He just figured it'd be messed up to be all smiles 1 minute, then stab someone in the back the next. The old man wondered, once he's outlived his usefulness to the heir, will Muguk just off him too? The young master wasn't expecting such a heavy question from Cheonpa. He looked at the man and said softly, "My path isn't just about not breaking tables in taverns. It's about not killing friends either." The old man calmly asked, "So, I'm a friend of Muguk now?" The young master stepped closer to the warrior and said, "That's exactly right." The warrior of the Crimson Skies explained, "There's one thing I'd like to take back. I once said my life was full of disappointment and failure. That wasn't entirely true." Muguk thought, "Well, that's a pleasant surprise for both of us." During his nightly meditation, he sensed a disturbance in the energy. It was Lin Baisu outside, wanting to talk to the young master. The heir suggested we head inside the pavilion and have a nice calm chat. The Outer Lord used an illusion technique and asked if she recognized him. Muguk denied everything, but the Skywind clan leader was sure he'd seen it during the fight with the soul thief. The guest assured him that the kid couldn't pull the wool over his eyes. He saw everything. Lin Paisu added that he didn't have any hard proof, and had trouble explaining exactly how the heir offed the sorcerer. Muguk asked why he still suspected him then. The Skywind Lord's answer was weird, because he couldn't read the young master. The scariest part is, since he can't read Muguk, he's probably gonna get taken out by the heir too. The young master looked at him and said he didn't look like some chump who'd make those kinds of mistakes. If the guest is so sure he's right, why hasn't he told everyone about it? With his eyes closed, Lin Paisu said there were no friends in this world, just overlapping interests, nothing more. The Lord of the Heavenly Wind wanted nothing in return. He came here to make sure the young master wouldn't forget his favor. Muguk wanted to get things straight. He looked at the other guy and stated that Lin Paisu hadn't done him any favors yet. He didn't say anything to the elder only because he had no proof. But if the sect leader wants to do a favor, there's one thing he could help with. The sect leader told the chained-up man everything and asked for his opinion. The guy called the leader a moron and asked why he was asking him for advice. Lin Paisu was calm. The only other person in the room was the guy in chains, so he asked him. The man replied that he'd be better off asking the Grim Reaper after he was dead. The Lord of the Heavenly Wind decided to joke, saying that death says after Paisu dies, so will the guy in chains. This dude just wished a long life to a fat freak, like he wasn't even scared of the cult leader. Holding up 3 fingers, Lin Paisu explained he only had 2 more chances to diss him before he was done. The leader snapped his fingers, and boom, a gorgeous sunny meadow appeared. Pulling out a key, he unlocked the padlock that was hanging around the dude's neck. For a brief moment, the guy in chains was free from his heavy shackles. He was like a little kid, just goofing around in the flower-filled field. Then he flopped down in the flowers and stared up at the blue sky. When the cult leader stood over him, the dude asked him to move, saying he was blocking the view. He shielded his eyes with his hand and reminded him that the sun wasn't real. The chained-up dude begged the cult leader to let him enjoy the illusion. The reason the leader let the insult slide was because this guy's advice was gold. Every time the sect leader listened, he came out on top. "You can't threaten him. He's ready to kick the bucket. You gotta find some common ground with this dude." Lin Paisun mentioned that the young master asked for a serious favor. The guy double-checked if it was true about him offing the Soul Snatcher. The leader confirmed the rumors. He didn't fully buy it. A young master, barely 20, couldn't have taken down a sorcerer. The leader straight up admitted he was wary of the young master. One day, he might come after him. The guy stated there's another reason to keep an eye on the heir. His father definitely knows the truth. Lying in the clearing, he yelled that the cult leader was cooking up something huge. Lin Pai-soon went silent, suddenly thinking about the unification of the Central Plains. The soul-stealing demon was the biggest thorn in the side of the Orthodox sects, and now everyone knows he's dead, and the cult leader didn't punish his son. First, the cult leader's gonna wipe out all the big-shot demons, then move on to bigger things. The winds of change are blowing hard in the heavenly demon cult. This guy stressed that if we don't catch that wind, our clan's toast. The guy in chains offered two choices. Side with either the big demons or with the heavenly demon cult leader. Either way, the artifact guardian's convinced the heavenly demon's gonna win. Thing is, Gayo Mujin's a grandmaster who ain't starting no war unless he's damn sure he's gonna come out on top. That's why we gotta get in good with his son. We gotta give the kid something we'd hate to part with the most. The guy yelled for the leader to back off, said he was done giving advice. The cult leader snapped his fingers and the illusion vanished. The poor bastard begged for a couple more minutes to enjoy the sun and sky. Muguk was surprised to see the heavenly wind cult leader again. Lin Pai-su asked the young master to follow him, said he had something for him. Snowy cliffs. A secluded and quiet spot with no unwanted eyes around. Lin Pai-su said he'd been giving their conversation a lot of thought. Then he pulled out a book, adding that it was a martial art capable of creating spatial illusions. Looking at the young master, he added that this technique was about shifting through time and space. Since Yasuo's death, only the head of the Heavenly Wind clan has mastered this art. The moment someone enters the illusion, they vanish from the real world. The heir understood that this technique could help him avoid danger when things got rough. In his past life, he got the bell, in this one, the Blood Eye Elixir, and now a valuable book. It seemed like fate itself wanted to seal the alliance between the Heavenly Wind and Heavenly Demon clans. Lin Pai-su was tired of kicking around in the dirt. He needed help getting to the Central Plains. The young master stared into the abyss. He doesn't make decisions like this. Only the boss has that kind of power. Lin Pai-su knew this, and that's why he wanted to gift that valuable scripture. He's meeting the Heavenly Demon in a couple of days, and he's gonna bring up the Central Plains at that meeting. If the heir tries to help, no matter what happens, he'll give him the book. That was totally unexpected. The condition was practically a freebie. After getting the book, Muguk realized the Heavenly Wind Lord needed his blessing. The young master gave some advice. Lin Pai-su should get involved in the succession battle in the illusory world. That's how he can get to the Central Plains. Any of Yasuo's disciples would kill for the backing of someone like the Heavenly Wind Lord. The successor needs to be someone who trusts Pai-su and wants to learn from him. The Heavenly Wind Lord went back to his pavilion, totally wiped out after meeting with Muguk. He told the guy chained up that he'd done everything exactly as he was told. The guardian of the relic, Imra, replied that the leader had done the right thing. Pai-su asked if the chained man knew what he'd been advised, and surprisingly, the man repeated the heir's words perfectly. The leader got pissed, saying if the guy knew, he should have said so right away, then he could have kept the technique a secret. The chained man replied that with the book, the leader bought himself a seriously good ally today. Lin Pai-su was furious. He wanted to know if the guy was sure that the kid would ever become the leader. The man calmly replied that he didn't know that. He couldn't see into the future. The guy chained to the bell snapped and yelled that if the leader was going to make an alliance with the heir, he had to commit all the way. The mistake all martial arts masters make is that they never use their brains for what they're for. To calm him down, the leader created another illusion, and the man promised to answer any question. Muguk went into seclusion, determined to master the new technique gifted by the Skywind clan leader. It wasn't as easy as it looked at first glance. Sweat drenched his entire face. Finally, reality slowly began to shift. The young master was starting to get the hang of it. He was surrounded by a white infinity. He realized he'd done it. It took him a solid 2 hours to break through the barriers of time and space. The illusion was empty for now, but he knew it would take time to populate it. The demonic Buddha arrived at the Skywind clan's abode to speak with the leader. He'd heard whispers that Lin Pai-su had been meeting with the young master. The Skywind clan leader didn't deny it. He wanted to meet the one who would one day become the Sky Demon. The Buddha smirked. His youngest son would never be the next clan leader. Lin Pai-su was watching everything closely and wasn't so sure about what the other guy was saying. Even the fact that the Lord made his son head of the investigators committee, it's like he's grooming a successor. Buddha saw things differently. He had an inside view. The new heavenly demon will be the older son. and the younger one got the committee head job as a consolation prize for past hopes. The head of the Heavenly Wind noted that, unfortunately, he wasn't able to meet with the older son. He asked Buddha why he was backing the older son. The demon thought it was obvious because he's the future lord. Lin Pai-su knew Buddha was playing it coy. He's not the type to rely on hunches. Buddha suggested the head refrain from reckless actions. Too many eyes are on him. Looks like it's time for Lin Pai-su to head out to the outer territories. Buddha emphasized that when you're a guest, you should be respectful, not sneak into the host's room and make a mess. The demon said he was just giving friendly advice. Lin Pai-su should head back to his old sect. The Sky Wind Chief glared at the demon. Did he look like someone who takes orders and runs? The demonic Buddha was totally convinced that he did. Then he burst out laughing, saying it was just a joke. The Sky Wind Chief was way too uptight. Lin Pai-su realized the guy might have a point. He'd been stuck in the outer lands so long he'd forgotten what sunlight felt like. After the Buddha left, the guy in chains revealed the demon was furious that the chief had connected with the young master. All demons are scared stiff of the young master. It should be obvious, Lin Pai-su. The Sky Wind Chief asked what to do next, but the guy clammed up, saying he needed to figure things out himself sometimes. To get the chained guy to cooperate, he had to create an illusion. After freeing him from his chains, the chief wondered why he loved this place so much. This guy suggested swapping places with him, said the boss would finally get it then. He also said Buddha's gonna bend over backwards to get back in his good graces. But the head honcho needs to talk to the heir to get some answers. Right now, the younger son's got the Lord of the Crimson Skies on his side. The rest are neutral, or backing the older brother. The guy kept telling the boss, if he doesn't want to pick the younger son, he needs to peace out to the outer territories and forget about the plains. In this fight, there's only one right move. Pick an ally and ride or die with them. The Heavenly Wind Clan leader was sweating it. He was done handing over valuable artifacts to that punk. The guy's eyes were cold and empty. He added that all the boss's problems were because he was petty and greedy. The guy in chains figured they needed to step it up and give even more. If he values those artifacts more than the Central Plains, he should just forget about everything and live a quiet life. Lin Pai-su dreamed of opening a Heavenly Wind Sect pavilion in the Central Plains. The guy was silent for a long time, then finally said he probably wouldn't succeed. The tavern owner was stoked to see the young master in his place. Muguk was starving, which is why he came here specifically. The tavern owner looked at the young master and asked if he could ask a question. The heir said, "Sure, go ahead." The older guy was curious why the cult leader's youngest son was hanging out at his joint when there were fancier places around. It was simple: great atmosphere, killer food, and decent wine. Looking at the guy, he added that the tavern owner was a pretty cool dude too. The pleased guy laughed, promising he'd do his best. Magashon Village was the first brick in the new foundation of the cult he wanted to build. He was snapped out of his thoughts by some beefy dude yelling at someone. He didn't like some dude, and he was definitely looking for a fight. The wife was trying to save her husband from this dangerous Hulk. The rude musclehead just shoved the woman aside. The daughter ran to her and started bawling. She was scared for her mom. The beefcake told them both to shut their traps and stop crying. The dad was trying to protect his wife and kid, but he wasn't strong enough to handle this thug. An energy blast hit the arrogant jerk right in the gut. The young master used his skills from a distance. Everyone around thought the regular guy was the one who pushed the troublemaker away like that. The little girl was super proud of her strong dad. He grabbed his family and got out of there quick, trying to put some distance between him and that psycho meathead. When the troublemaker came to, he started yelling his head off, looking to pick a fight with whoever done him wrong. Muguk told him to cool it, asked him not to take things too far. The big guy wasn't listening to nobody. What's it to some punk what he does or who he fights? The dude was just showing off for his kid, making sure he remembers how tough his old man is. The meathead told the rich kid to come on down if he's so smart. The young master got up from the table. He was about to leave anyway. Without a word, the loudmouth took a swing at the guy's face. But that kind of crap ain't gonna work on the cult leader's youngest son. He twisted the guy's arm real good and told him to think twice before jumping people. The punk, all butthurt, tried to take another swing at the air, but instead, he caught a brutal shot to the gut, so hard he coughed up blood. A couple seconds later, investigators from the committee came running. Muguk ordered them to cuff the thug and haul him down to the local precinct. The heir shouted to everyone gathered that there's no rule in the cult that lets disciples do evil just because they're strong. The crowd was stoked, cheering and chanting the young master's name. Outside, the heir spotted the head of the Heavenly Wind Clan. Lin Pai-su cut right to the chase, asking if being demons meant they should just accept evil as a given. The cult leader's youngest son just stared silently at the uninvited guest.